Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated.
you. Join the Airdrop Carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the Airdrop crate and head out together.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke capsules release ball-shaped smoke which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
The ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Hi! Here's a ticket for you. Join the Airdrop Carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the Airdrop crate and head out together.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you may be. You're currently tuning in to the PUBG Mobile Super League PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2023. You're joining together with me, Flavor, as your host. And of course, it is a brand new day. Today is day number 2, week number 2 of the competition. And we're going to kickstart the first day off with some series of interviews, starting out with our all-amazing athlete here next to me, which is none other than Smile from Genesis. So good evening, Smile. Thank you so much for joining in for the interview. Now, first question off, let's kick in hot. Now, let's admit, Genesis did quite well at the start of the week. Yesterday, you guys managed to stay in some of the top teams in the competition in the top 6. And not only that, you guys managed to get your first winner chicken dinner. So what kind of adjustment did you guys make compared to the previous week, the week 1 of the competition here?
မင်းတို့တဲ့ဝေသုံးပါတဲ့အခြေအနေအများကြီးပိုကောင်းနေတယ်တဲ့အရင်ဝီးထဲတဲ့ပြီးတော့မနေ့ကတဲ့ match stream မှာလည်းမင်း chicken ရခဲ့တယ်တဲ့အရင်ဝီဝမ်းပြီးတော့မင်းတို့ဘာအများပြောင်းလဲမှုလုပ်ထားသေးတယ်တဲ့ကျွန်တော်ပြောင်းလဲထားတော့ကျွန်တော်စုံမင်းတာတွေပြောင်းလဲထားတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ decision တွေအကုန်လုံးချဝန်ချနေအကုန်လုံးပြောင်းလဲထားပါတယ် After we changed the way of we changed the way of entering the zone and we also make our decision more stronger
Wow, all right. And it definitely reflects a much better play style. You guys perform exceptionally well. Not only a chicken dinner, but remember, on the first one, you managed to get top 4 twice, which is on map number 1 as well as map number 4. Now, continue on with that as well. Now, this is your second time being here at PMSL. Now, what is the difference between this season that Genesis is bringing compared to the previous season that you guys went through?
PMSL SEA Fall လာပြိုင်တာတဲ့ဒါမင်းတို့တဲ့ဒုတိယအကြိမ်နဲ့အရင် season နဲ့ခု season ဘာများကွာခြားလဲတဲ့
ဘာတွေကွာခြားလဲဆိုတော့အရင် season ကဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ experience တွေတော်တော်မရှိခဲ့ဘူးဗျာဒါပေမဲ့ခု season မှာဆိုရင်တော့ကျွန်တော်အရင် season က experience တွေကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကိုကျွန်တော်အများကြီး confidence ရှိပါတယ်The difference is we didn't have enough experience for last season, but for this season we have so much experience from last season, and we got so much confidence in this season.
All right, so basically experience and confidence is what they're bringing here for this particular season for them. Now, last but not least, question for you guys, what are your new goals here for this particular PMSL, and what can all the fans out there expect from Team Genesis here at the end of PMSL?
မင်းတို့ဒီ season ရဲ့မင်းတို့ရဲ့ target ကပါလေတဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ goal ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ negotiation ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ final တက်ခဲ့ဘူးဗျာဒါပေမဲ့ဒီ season မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ final လဲတက်ရမယ်ပြီးတော့ top 6 ထိလည်းပါရမယ်ပေါ့ For last season we didn't make it to the final, but for this season we have to make it to the final and top 10 in final too.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. You did straight from Smile from Team Genesis here. They're going to make it to the finals for this particular season, and we hope all the best, wish all the best as well. So to all the fans out there, be sure to root for your favorite teams here at PMSL SEA Fall 2023. And in a few short moments, we're going to be kickstarting our first map, Don't Go Away, and we're going to hand it over back to our amazing commentators to take on to the show.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is day number 2 of week number 2 in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2023. My name is XERXIA, together with wonderful Choo beside me, and we'll be a storyteller for today. And today we will have the powerhouse Vampire Esports playing.
Yep, and speaking of Vampire Esports, PERSIJA EVOS will be another sequence of love story between these two teams, and not just that. Coming up from the side of GE, I agree with the interview just now. We compare last season and this season. Definitely last season is such a tremendous amount of progress compared to this season because of how much they make a lot of points within the first few weeks. And speaking of week number 2, it's not something that they usually at the bottom last season, right? But this time they are in the middle pack instead for GE.
Yeah, doing better as compared to last season, and as what during the interview Smile said is the experience from last season that they didn't have much, but after last season they know what to expect this season. It is showing reward to them based on that. They also got their first check yesterday with 10 elimination points, so doing well so far, currently at number 6. But today the is definitely going to be a little bit more interesting because besides Vampire Esports, we also have BIGETRON Red Villains, a star-studded team inside here today. We got PLAYBOOK returning, and we got Team Secret as well play today, all of them from Group B.
Now back to its format and overview. In case you guys just joined us here today, we're already in week 2, starting off 9th August. Yesterday we started off day number 1 of week 2. We have the reshuffle of 20 teams on 4 groups. And also when it comes to the point system, it's going to be the 10 points for the chicken dinner and $250,000 in the prize pool.
And as we are on the way to the finals, 50% of the points collected over 3 weeks of league ranking will be the starting point in the grand finals later on. And in case there's a 0 point, will be rounded up just for your information. So keep an eye on that as well. These are our participating teams for week number 2 after the group reshuffle.
Yeah, but when it comes to day 2 here, we don't have Group A playing, which excluding Sem9, Infinity, Box Gaming and BN United will not be playing here for our entire day 2, which we do have the introduction of Group B back.
So Group B will definitely house some of the biggest teams around. But to recap before we go into our game, so yesterday we did see RRU topping the group, but Sem9's up there, top 3, no chicken, no problem. But on the other end, winners of week number 1, BN United is currently number 15.
When it comes to, I mean, like, they came back last week as well, so I'm not surprised if they kind of start to fight back for the position when it comes to the middle of the week. When it comes to team summary here today, between RRQ, PERSIJA, EVOS, both hailing from the Indonesian region, but average damage wise, we have to give it to RRQ. They are more aggressive when it comes to approaching fights and trying to hunt people down. But so far, when the players to focus on week 2, day 2 here, is going to be Nepeko, Rosemary. Make it just Nepeko and Rosemary.
Yeah, Nepeko being the heartbeat of RRQ, PMSL Asia, top eliminator, now back as the number 1 eliminator as now with 57 eliminations. Of course, we gotta have Rosemary in there, the guy that did a lot of damage for the team, but for Alter Ego, they need to rank in the elimination points as well, because right now, Alter Ego, they are at number 12.
It's still not too late for them to start to fight back here. We have top sign-up performance when it comes to week number 2 so far. I have to say the Malaysian teams really played really fair when it comes to week number 2. It's just the start. I just wish they really can carry out the momentum for the entire week. So the teams to watch out: DVD, Vampires. You do have Sam9 in there. Yoodo Alliance on the other hand. I mean, like, DBD when it comes to strategy and hunting people down, they're pretty much balanced. But Yoodo Alliance, they're more to a strategic side, and Sam9, they're more about hunting people. But RRQ, this is the team that I'm watching out for today.
Yeah, RRQ, keep your eye on them. They managed to get the it yesterday with 12 elimination points. Other than that round, they very balanced. They, even when they went out in number 15 in round number 2, still managed to get themselves 7 elimination points, which is pretty decent considering that you went out at 15. If not, it's like top 5, top 2 for them in almost round. So they did not exit the round without any points. Every team, they will ensure themselves a decent amount of points.
On the side of RRQ, I'm still waiting for that time for them to actually push more than what they used to break the record of Vampires, which we do have Vampires playing here today. I'm not sure if they're setting another new record for the entire day number 2, week number 2 here. But on the side of the other teams, GEEK fam is the one that we should concern about. Yesterday, they didn't even manage to break a double-digit points.
Yeah, absolutely. GEEK fam is the only team with a single hit as of now. Only 7 points out of 6 games. So it's very worrying for fam out there. GEEK fam has had a record of coming back later, but you don't want to leave it to the later stages because anything can happen considering that there are some rising up as well.
But when it comes to the matches, we will not change the sequence of the map. Don't worry about that. It's still going to be the same entire league here. Starting off with first Sanhok of the day, triple Erangel, and a double Miramar for closing of the day. But also something we will not going to change in a short time, which is going to be reminding you guys about what's exclusive during this season.
Yeah, the exclusive PMSL Southeast Asia limited skin series that's called the Dream Chaser, which comes to the set, suit, mask, gun skin, M16, all in game right now.
And back about the Dragon Ball Super, available for you guys to play the Battle Royale mode, which is going to be exclusive in a very short amount of time only, and you don't want to miss that. Not just that, the Dandy Grifter Excites the Battleground also available for you guys in the first draw at only 10 UC, the very latest ultimate set available for you guys in the game right now.
And so overall yesterday, it was a fairly fast day. Like teams really own a lot of fights from the early stages of the rounds up at the end, and a lot of the rounds we actually end up like stage 7, stage 8, even touching stage 9 for most of the rounds. So we'll probably can expect the same today, because it seems that a lot of these teams, they started to adapt to the game and they're playing a little bit more aggressive.
It depends on the dynamic of the rotations really, because we do have Group B coming in when it comes to week number 2. Now sometimes we thought, hey, Vampires should be more aggressive, right? But at the same time, it gives off a bit of the vibe that they have to be cautious for the other teams. So things might be a bit conservative as well. So we have to keep an eye out for all the teams out there who will be rampaging, trying to take Vampires down possibly. But Vampires, PERSIJA, EVOS and GEEK fam for me, Team Secret for Cloud, MORPH and Boomer. Explain your prediction first.
Well, my prediction very simple. I took the team with the lowest ring of the league points last week, and then teams that obviously are playing today and not getting chicken dinner yet. So I have that calculation. That's why I'm putting my support for basically teams who need to perform today.
If there's Box today, and Lucky Box is not playing, if not, you put up your prediction as well, right? But coming up from this, when it comes to Sanhok map, it's kind of a wildcard map still. We did talked about no team seems to be dominating over this side. This season's PMSL, by the way, it feels like everybody kind of, how do I say, average on their battle power or their firepower when it comes to this season of PMSL. You don't see any team that feels like they might take the #1 spot all around, dominating over a certain map. And so far, it feels like everybody have a shot at it.
Yeah, and to be fair, in the grand finals, everything will be reset except for only the points. So that's where, even if, like, let's say you are at number 16 based on the league, that opens up a lot of opportunity for teams to come back and catch up to that #1 spot. So, anything can happen at the end of the day. Yes, the league is important because of the points, but what is more important is, of course, the grand finals, whereby the champion will lift the league.
Yeah, but back to the side of PBE now. I'm looking for the performance there, because PBE is one of the teams that's very, I have to say, very unpredictable. Sometimes they do something that's unorthodox out of the box that caught these guys by surprise, and just sometimes when they really make it happen, it will go really high or go the other way around entirely. But the side of FaZe, we had Mela playing yesterday. I'm not sure if he's still playing here today, but at the same time, I want to see how they fare. So far, yesterday have not been the ties day at all. None of them, except for the last few maps. We do have Infinity as a top 3, but nobody taking the chicken dinner yesterday coming up from Thai teams.
You spoke about PBE. I think I saw a mix, but because I've not seen him in person, so I don't really recognize. But I think later we'll get a confirmation inside the game with Mix playing this time. A player who transferred on from West Point Mamba. Impressive start during the preseason with them. So if he is going to be playing, then I look forward to see his performance on the stage.
Yep, we're gonna have to wait and see now. And also, I do want to see if Boom going to keep swapping the players throughout the entirety of the league right now, since they have some difficulty to adapt themselves, finding their footings in the entirety of the tournament. Feels like, I don't know, the team's really getting better, or the map's getting harder and the circle getting weirder, or it's just all of the above. Because right now we saw all the big names like a Powerhouse, including Boom, including Alter Ego, Infinity, FaZe. These are the big names and have a legacy in PUBG Mobile competitive scene, but they are striving just to push themselves up here in this season's PMSL.
Well, just like as the camera pan over when you mentioned that, it is of course BTR, the star-started team. It's also a question of lineup, will they be playing in every round, because everyone can play TR. Like, no one looks like a sub player. At this time they are starting with Yuhai. Know that I believe Lapa was taking a break. So this is of course round #1, but they have a tendency of changing players as well. Not as often as Boom, but they still have that tendency of changing players, probably depending on the map, probably depending on the players performing at certain game. So we need to see the trend of how BTR manages their lineup.
Maybe some of the other team, not just BTR, I guess. Well, but you mentioned quite right. BTR, whatever you swap over in and out, every single player pretty much a high frag player, a legendary player with a statue that quite formidable as one single individual player. But how do they do in a team? It's all about working as a unit. Even though you're so good up there by yourself, you still have to rely on your teammate to make things work, because the others will do the same.
That is where the question of, even for last season, like, okay, star-started team and all that, but it didn't really perform in the PMSL. In fact, in Indonesia as well, wasn't their best outing. So there's a lot of question of, like, yes, you have a started player, but how do they gel as a team? So that's the question mark there for BTR. I noticed Yoodo Alliance going with the same lineup as yesterday where they got the chicken dip. So they'll continue on today in Sanhok.
We're back in the smallest map of PUBG Mobile. Into Sanhok we go. I wish one day we got a new map here, hopefully. But back on Sanhok, we have a very beautiful flight path as the start. Equally split the map into north and south here. Southeast and northwest. But some teams are a bit segregated when it comes to dropping the spots there. We're talking about Boom quite early when it comes to jumping off the plane. But the distance between the teammates is quite separated, very far apart from each other.
I'm looking at Boom and Yoodo Alliance. Yeah, they're quite far. I see two of them though. Okay, the other two on the north side. So it's going to be a big split for them. But we already see the signal. So it looks like first blood in the town. Other than the Boom story, there's of course the Paradise Resort story because you got Xavier as well as GE playing in the same map. So it's going to be the same clash again in Paradise.
It's going to be a never-ending love story between DX and GE. I mean, like, GE love to fight a lot of teams out there, you know, on different maps entirely. When it comes to Miramar, it's going to be a different team. When it comes to Erangel, it's a totally different team. It's like, they happen to be clashing all the drop shots of all the maps. But BTR caught Vampires at the back here. I'm not sure how and why, but Tony can happen to be alone here out there somewhere, and the rest of the team is nowhere to be seen. Maybe the strategy coming up from Vampires, when it comes to the small map, we do know it's not something unusual to split all the 4 members in a team to a different angles entirely and have a sort of a point of rendezvous for all the teams and meet up. Then they start to move as a unit from there on. A bit too early, some teams have been caught off guard, including Yoodo Alliance and Yoodo Alliance being bombarded by Boom early on. But nothing else happens after that.
Yeah, I mean, a split during the start is rather common. You want to maximize the loot opportunity, especially if you drop not place that's like an entire town. Just like Boom's case, where they drop like scattered because like they depend on small houses to loot rather than like drop in like boot camp, for example, in like Paradise Resort, whereby everyone can drop and have same amount of loot. For Yoodo Alliance, I think they tried to pull a little bit of that, but unfortunately they were caught by Boom unexpected because before a Boom dropped somewhere down south around the area of Huari or Kampong and that area. But this time they happened to surprise Yoodo Alliance by up north instead because of the absence of DBD.
Yeah, speaking of DBD, I love their performance yesterday. Hopefully they can bring the same momentum here today as well. They got themselves the first chicken of the day yesterday, but today has been a bit quiet so far. Maybe they change of strategy. You have to vary the strategy every single day as a player and as a team, because if you do the same thing every single day, you'll be counted by, I mean, like day 2 or day 3, because it's going to be a 3 weeks long league here. And if these guys don't get creative with their approach towards certain fights, they definitely will be counted on. So it's going to be a very challenging mission for the coaches, for the analysts to think of something new for the team throughout the entirety of this league.
Well, arguably Boom has been trying something different almost every round. Yesterday, like different drop spots, like what we saw in Erangel. Miramar might not be needed. Okay, yeah, they did change in Miramar, but still the results are as such. So I guess the other argument point is that yes, adaptability, versatility, trying out something different and so on is also like being able to quickly adapt to the situation they're currently in.
Speaking of adaptation, now GEEK fam definitely fare better when it comes to yesterday compared to 2 days of a difference between this team. GEEK fam, hopefully they can actually make it out when it comes to day number 2 here. They need the push. They only secured themselves 7 points of across the board. They are the only team in that starting off with day 1 in week 2 ended up with a single digit. The others all ended up with double digit. Nobody got a triple yet. It would be incredible if you can score 100 in a day. But back on the side of FaZe, after spotting out GEEK fam, they're trying to find another team, which is going to be XERXIA, if I'm not mistaken, across them. GEEK fam is right on top of Venturas right now. Mikas shooting out from afar. It's going to be around 200 meters apart. Still tapping it out against Venturas. And Venturas, he tried to lean out and try to pick, but still got clipped anyways.
Yeah, long range warning shots from FaZe, and if you remember yesterday, I believe it was GEEK and FaZe Clan. They kept clashing into each other. Oh no, that was Sam9 and FaZe Clan. Yeah, inside of Miramar. Unfortunately for FaZe Clan, Sam9 playing today, so they might not be expecting that to happen. But instead, our Sanhok, GEEK, and FaZe Clan not letting go of each other. Long range knocks moment, but I guess they don't have the intention to really rush. It's more like warning shots from the high ground.
Here comes DBD, GE. We do have side front. Split into 2-2 formation coming up from the side of GE. Are they walking into a trap for the side of DBD here? They're not aware of West, Carry, and Smile. But will it be too far for West and Smile to actually push forward? They got bombarded. Yen down on side. He knocked down straight on his knees. The moment that hand grenade exploded, another one down. And a bit of a trading done between GE and DBD right now. But couldn't secure and translate into 1 point just yet from Mane. Mane setting off his first match for the day here. And coming up from the side of Aizen, spotting him out. Aizen was incredible yesterday. Can he pull another clutch for today, for day 2, week 2?
Oh, I very focused onto Murnat, but the other members of GE behind. So it gotta be not to be backstabbed by the other teammates of Murnat. As Aizen now, DBS gonna go in all frontal fight with Murnat that's holding a vector right now. Into the building, will force him to come out, and Yen will be waiting for him on the other side. But Yen, as what we saw about the backstab from the other members of GE, West will come in to knock down Yen.
Feels like both teams are losing 2 men there, coming from the side of GE and DBD at the same time. And then Molly will burn them alive. Was Kerry got barbecue. They need to go up. There's no fire extinguisher in the game, of course. DBD on the other hand, Aizen jumping off, trying to find for Smile. And on the side of DBD, they still have Jimmy OP to work around with Aizen. On the side of GE, not so much. Leaving with only one last player, which is going to be Smile to pull it off for the entire team. Smile thinking and really try to think through whether to go back or just go in for the fight more. But he realized he cannot win this losing fight. Might as well disengage and leave it over to DBD to clean up the others and just do whatever they can. Well, GE just going to secure this position.
Yeah, 1 elimination point from that fight after leaving Paradise Resort. And now Smile will be quiet in the middle of the circle. Not going to move that much. But speaking about movement, I see a lot of movement here from Boom as well. Xavier just next to each other with their respective vehicles. So there's a possibility of bash there, but the map is still big enough, so they can still hold on to their own position. I'll be a little bit more worried for the team coming from behind. Seems to be a lot of them.
Good luck, have fun there, because there's a lot of choke points on Painan as well. It's not just that very small bridge. It's along all the riverside of Painan. Whoever's actually have the inner circle, it'll be great. But back on XERXIA, Team Secret just going to rush in here. I'm not sure what they have in mind. But Helton try to help the rest of the teams. Roll and Helton try to pick up their members. XERXIA, SZ, Megaminer, RNG, Megaminer taking the front line. SZ going for the flank side. At the back line, giving support fires. RNJ, as per usual, trying to take all the bullets by himself and bait them out of this compound. But Team Secret, will they retaliate or will they just bow down, or will they just go parting ways, disengaging, realize this is gonna be a fight that's risking them too much in the start of Sanhok?
No, turn back now, because if they do, another team will be waiting. Putra knocked down by Nane, Megaman with the name of his own, but he's been shot from behind from MORPH GPX, butting him from the ground. But there's a road separating the both of them. By MORPH GPX can get a couple of knocks, maybe will be the one to rush in.
SZ back to the side of MORPH. MORPH on the other hand, the bystander. Try to play the third party coming up from the sidelines. Zero. Razai. SZ getting on Putra right now. Team Secret. It's not just them anymore. XERXIA have been surrounded by the side of MORPH from the outskirts. Boo starts to open fire, and now XERXIA realize it's a bit too late for them to actually have their backs covered. Boo taking the advantage as much as he can, going in for the push. Where are the rest of MORPH? They're still on, tipping their toes, going about the other angle. Rise and the rest of Team Secret have no clue what's going on the outside, since they are indoors. The moment they step out there, they'll be rushed in by MORPH.
Yeah, the thing MORPH is that they would have wished that there's not a big road between them and this fight. And because of that road, kind of bought like Team Secret time to reset, focus on the MORPH. So for MORPH, stole away a couple of elimination points from that distance, still not bad, and that's the whole point, I guess. Now, with a compound of their own points, I think nothing to complain about for MORPH. And that means the teams on the north side, boom, DBDDZ, PERSIJA was needs to move since they're furthest away from the circle. Now P making a very safe rotation, cutting below Quarry to the circle unchallenged, and not only that, they managed to go up onto the high ground just outside Nan. So if they put themselves in a good position, they can kind of block RRQ from coming up.
Can they? It's all about timing, really, whether they're willing to leave their post or not. Side of FaZe, they're going to open up the angles as well, spreading out to make sure they have all angles covered. All entry in and out will be secure, but MORPH spotted out. There's going to be the last play of GE. It'll be second team to go out into the lobby. And they ended up with a 0 score as well. And that's going to be unfortunate inside of GE as a start here. Yesterday was brilliant for them. They got themselves that chicken today. Not so much. RQ, on the other hand, the trio open up a triangle. The one that will start to challenge them is going to be GEEK Fam. But GEEK Fam is on the other side of a hill still. PBE, on the other hand, usually they have been super busy in Sanhok. But this time they're starting off very quiet on PBE. A bit unusual.
Yeah, this is based on how they move earlier on. They take the south side, cut across Quarry into the circle. Quarry is not the most popular spot. Not many teams play there because it's easy to get caught out. So they took that route, the route less taken, not as safe in the circle. But what's not safe is going to be GEEK Fam against Alter Ego as lose Audrey to Rosemary.
Fnatic trying to secure 360 degrees if there's any breach on top of that flat plane. The GEEK Fam, you mentioned Audrey already lost in the hands of the players. A lot of teams starting off its trio here, while the one with the full squad still staying this quietly. Knowing they do have the circle, they don't need to move as much. On the side of Alter Ego trying to push himself a bit of a help to flip over the car. It's going to be a Rosemary shot from afar by that tap coming up from Mott of RRQ, who was trying to help his friend be taking advantage of the side of RRQ. And Mott, that was precise, efficient shot from afar with a 6x scope and that M416.
It was just unfortunate. He was trying to help his friend, but the opponent is definitely not good at him. Now for Yoodo Alliance, Olio all alone. Boom, he's behind him. Okay, that nade did not connect, but for Olio, unfortunately, he's not inside the quarry. So he needs his teammates to give him cover fire for him to escape. The good news is that still in the circle, praying for the next phase of circle to run to him. If not, trying to get out is going to be tough.
We do know for a fact Sanhok is very circle dependent of a fight if you want to win over the chicken in here. GEEK Fam getting himself in the center, gonna fight against Alter Ego. Right now they're shooting against them, and RRQ are happy to be breaching in as well. It's gonna be a lot of war on the side of GEEK Fam because all the teams coming out from south moving towards their end. Vampires are crashing into the side of GEEK Fam as well. I'm not sure where they at. Well, maybe it's gonna be right on top of everybody else. While you have Corey a bit fun as well. DBD and Vampires having a go.
Okay, only left with Stone. You blink and you miss. Stone gets 2 in the back. And now he's the last member for Vampire Esports. Hopefully he comes to his shack. It's all alone right now. He's spotted out by MORPH GP on the other side, but the MORPH GPX still in the comfort of that compound. Not going to leave that spot as Stone hopes to buy enough time for him to start gaining placement points.
Vampires just start heading into this. Now have to play a bit quiet for a bit. DX taking on BTR now. And DX do have those elevations to work. The problem is they don't have the circle. They need to make an entry, but the fan out coming up from BTR, taking mostly on the left side of the map, make it difficult for DX to have an easy entry. And RRQ still eyeing out to the side of Alter Ego. They fought back, and one knock on the side of RRQ hacks us on the ground. Rosemary trying to find for more in case somebody tried to get them off angle. He tried to secure the position to make sure their safety is their priority objective right now. And Alter Ego, they do have those elevation, but the curve of the terrain would not be easy for them to pinpoint the exact position of the enemies as their rivals.
And on his way to come pick up Hexa, cover fire by Nepeko. Hopefully he's able to revive his teammate. Looks like he's able to, thanks to the help from Nepeko. Nepeko retreat through the circle, but beautiful shot from Yoru from the other side, knocking out Rosemary. Do you a favor.
Need the help to save Rosemary. We do know Rosemary playing such a big part on the side of Alter Ego to make the call shots, or maybe just going for the entry frag. Yoodo Alliance taking on PBE BTR. There was a close nade, 1 HP left on Purgin. Satada was a precise calculation. If they don't have the visualization on what's on top, still managed to land on one. Yoodo Alliance still fighting against PBE on this warehouse, an open field warehouse, not having that walls to cover as much. But PBE, they lost one man. Yoodo Alliance, same case for them. But the worst part is the blue starts to shrink now.
Oh, Leo knocks down one. His teammates on the way though. They must win this fight again to go now against PBE. Yoodo Alliance charging in with that one knockdown. Now raining his spot and knocking down Leo instead. So there's going to be a counter, but can they win the fight? That's going to be the bigger question. As Ade Luke knocked down as well. Where did they come from? Probably from range now. 2v1. Flex needs to clutch this against B.
Oh, Yoodo Alliance. This feels like going down for Yoodo Alliance. Flex. Clutch a 2v1 just now. Make it happen. The survival of Yoodo Alliance will last a bit longer. But they need to get out from the blue zone and just join the rest of the team to fight in the circle.
Man, I'm losing count. How many times Flex has clutched for Yoodo Alliance to save them? And it happened again this time. And Yoodo Alliance, they can reset right now as a trio, just like how they started out, Red Bull Boy. And now with that win, they should be able to get into the circle.
BT on the other hand, trying to keep whoever in the blue zone at bay, making sure they will be denying the entry for all the teams. BT are in trouble. I'm not sure how many of them left or the entire team being obliterated. I have a feeling there's no more BTR in here. We're gonna have to wait and see for the official scores later on. But on the side of Boom, they're playing too much in the blue zone as well. Team Secret, I mean, he's playing a dangerous game for Putra. He knows for a fact he's in the blue zone as well and trying to take advantage of whatever's left of him to make sure that at least we'll go with at least 1 point. Boom on the other have to cut across MORPH, but the problem is the wall is going to be a hindrance for them.
And it's only Pawnbed left for Boom, but we have Team Secret circling around instead. Pawnbed 50 health, almost needed down, but Team Secret has arrived for the other side. That's going to be Putra. Same time, Pawnbed will push up in the blue. Pawnbed, one knockdown. Can he get a second one? The answer is no. Oru survives, and he gets into safety.
Circle move shifted away into no man's land up north all the way, but some of them barely get into the circle. FaZe is one of them, barely touching the rim. We do have a couple of teams back-to-back being eliminated, like flies here dropping out without any sort of calculation. All the teams happen to be disappearing one by one, but Team Secret Putra is going to be the last member surviving. He barely got out from the blue zone before, but managed to breach into this compound, stays quietly in the corner, making sure he's not moving an inch of the muscle, not to be discovered. But MORPH have a bit of a feeling, a bit of a hunch that there's somebody here. There's definitely somebody in the corner. They will try to clear it out. Putra fights back, but didn't secure those points. Valiant effort come up from Putra, but MORPH is just outnumbering Team Secret.
Yeah, nice follow-up from QEON onto Putra. They them out at number 9. 3 elimination points, but the fight's not stopping yet. Stole the member of Vampire Esports, took one out of Alter Ego. Another point at the back for Vampire, despite being all alone. But Xavier Parjin will maul him. That is the end for Vampire Esports. They still go out with 4 points.
Origin definitely see through Bubu, who's tossing over those troubles across that small window. Can see a glimpse of it, try to spray it down, but Potato down instead by Mika on the other off angle. GEEK fam, where are the rest? They're still playing themselves at the edge of the blue zone, barely making it into the circle, but Dammer already in. Mika got knocked down by FaZe from afar across all the way, but Snipes make it happen. Flax, that's gonna be the last member of Yoodo Alliance. After that clutch, after that, it's gone for them. More from the other end, spotted out DX. A bit of exchanging and trading done between these two teams, but DX will try to stop more from crossing the street. Rocky made it through, but FaZe! Oh man, FaZe multiple times being the third party this one.
And guess it that. It's Mela from that range, but now FaZe Clan has someone to deal with behind that one last member of another team. I wonder who it is, but they so clear this off before they get into the circle. I'm not sure if they know though. It's going to be Lynx. See, they're holding their ground. Maybe they do know that Lynx is there.
I don't think they know Lynx is actually at the back line, honestly. The way they just hover around with their crosshair, nobody actually tried to see what's in the back. FaZe taking advantage time to time, secure himself 3 eliminations now. Mela finally back, adapting himself after 1 day. It's more than enough to cover the entire week that he lost in week number 1 there. Ventoris shutting down on Levi. There's going to be DX leaving, only Peregrine left. A FaZe still having a full squad. Looks like this is going to be a strong game for the side of FaZe.
Oh yeah, they only need to deal with 2 from GEEK and 1 from DZ, that's Peregrine. So GEEK fam, ooh, and the circle force away for GEEK fam. They need to cross the road, not the situation they want to be in. Mela will be there, Peregrine as well. Taking out GEEK fam 4v1. This is definitely going to be a straightforward for FaZe Clan. They definitely miss Mela.
Mela, 1 nade to finish things off. All he needs is just a perfect angle. He got it. Oh, that's just it. The follow-up from Ventoris. What a play, a clean chicken dinner coming on the side of FaZe. What a unit, like a well-oiled machine. The entirety of FaZe working with Mela coming into it. I feel like they are back.
Yeah, give him 1 day and now he is in the fray, in the game, in the zone, bringing the chicken dinner back to FaZe Clan, starting off the day hot. This time. Now, I believe Mela should be the MVP. I think he got the most eliminations. The stat is based sometimes on the most damage as well. So, Mela can get it. I mean, it's just a testament to the fact that how important he is for FaZe.
I agree. They are heavily dependent on the side of Mela here. It just shows how much. Yesterday, yes, Mela played yesterday. I think he needs some time to adjust himself since he's been gone for the entire week 1 year. Yeah, he's been watching, but it's not the same. You're watching at the sidelines and you're actually playing as a player during that time. So once Mela starts to get a bit of a gist of what's happening and how the rotation of all the teams, it's easier for the entire team to mold themselves based on how Mela wants it to go. But Mormon, 0 eliminations, no problem. He's still going to score as the MVP.
372 damage. I honestly would have picked Mela. I think he did very, very well. But I guess we'll look at the damage contributed by each individual later on. Probably Mormon did the most damage, but his other teammates secured the elimination points, which is pretty okay because of course it matters because that's where the points come from. But now look at the teams who FaZe Clan, they traveled the least as compared to the others. So I guess to a certain extent they got the luck of the circle in Sanhok.
Pretty much okay, I guess. It's not too far off. It's a very small map, by the way, so if the circle shifted anyhow, you don't have to move or botch that much. But FaZe did actually got themselves the rim of the last few circle we saw before. Even though the circle shifted into no man's land, they still get a bit of a rim, a bit of a touch at the edge of it. But DX close enough, but it was really chaotic, really, honestly. A lot of DVD players shut off by the side of GE early on. A lot of teams happen to be surviving with 1 player when it comes to the 4th and 5th stage. That's one of the main reasons why they lost quite early on. It's not because the position is not great. No, the positions were incredible. They were really great getting themselves into the circle, but they don't have enough support players when they've been rushed in.
Yeah, I guess it's also because smaller map, right? So teams are fairly close to each other, and that's why we also see like early fights, and that handicapped a lot of teams as well. At some point, we see like, okay, one player left, one player left, one player left. It's probably because of that. And in the case of FaZe Clan, they probably didn't need to move that much based on their rotation distance. With that, they're able to secure like all 4 players to add it. Of course, that gives them the benefit and also the advantage just to close out the game.
It's kind of true. But I'm loving FaZe today. I mean, we've been missing them quite a long time. Since week 1, I mean, FaZe is not too bad and not too shabby when it comes to the performance in week number 1. They're still maintaining the top 10 there. But we don't feel the sting of FaZe. There's no flashy plays. Now Mela is back. Can they pull it off? Feels like their morale is definitely boosted once Mela got back in the lineup. But DX is here to take it back. I love MORPH improvement. Last week MORPH nowhere near up here. This time they're starting off strong in week number 2. Definitely something changed, and I have a feeling the change is something they should keep sticking to it for the entire week 2.
Yeah, one change that MORPH had is that Pep is taking a break ever since yesterday. So I think that is the change that they kind of need, and it has shown results so far for MORPH GPX, putting it up to number 6 this time. But of course, the chicken dinner yesterday. So looking at the weekly rankings, there are some teams who just played the game. Vampire, Team Secret, and BTR, and I believe, PBE as well. So unfortunately, no points for PBE in number 1, but it's okay. It's just their first game still. On the other end, RRQ, EVOS, not moving yet, but we've got Yoodo Alliance now at number 3.
Well, for the teams not playing here today, definitely they'll be pushed down since we do have a different group joining. But so far, the gap between Yoodo Alliance, PERSIJA, EVOS, and RRQ, not too far big of a gap here. Definitely when it comes to the first page, they can catch up, especially up to the 8th place, but GE being pushed down instead. So, PB, I mean, like, that's something we can cut some slack on for the side of PBE without any point, because it's just the first map of the day, right? But back on the side of MORPH and PUBG. I mean, PUBG yesterday has been incredible. He's definitely got himself quite a number of highlights yesterday. PUBG, Tom, and also, who else yesterday? Izane. They were top players yesterday. Now, Yoru, on the other hand, can he match up to these teams or the players when it comes to their performance?
I think we talk about like top survivor for MORPH GPX is definitely Boboku. Talk about like top firepower, I see a lot of Yoru in the highlight, or even when they win fights or take fights. So definitely Warren himself there. But now we're done with Sanhok, so we move over to Erangel. So we got the topmost here, BN United, Xavier, PERSIJA, EVOS, and Sem9. Some of these teams not today. So Sem9 is taking a break, BN United is taking a break. So we might want to keep on to Xavier and perhaps PERSIJA, EVOS.
Now, if you can push another 2 teams, since the other 2 are not playing here today, right? Who else will we put up for the top performance in Erangel so far, in your opinion?
With any stats, I would say probably Vampire. Probably Vampire there, because I believe that they got the most eliminations. That was in Iraq, if I remember correctly, last week. So that's definitely one of it.
I mean, I'm not gonna even talk about skin anymore, because I mean, like, you guys should know by now. Like, we've been repeating ourselves almost, like, what? How many? 6 times per day, almost every single hour. We remind you guys. But I love this. I love this. The accent is just incredible. I love the trailer of it. I just don't know how it will actually do in the game. Have you seen one in the game, Cloud?
In the game, not yet, except for the trailer during the break time. So maybe if you have it already, you can make a content tag us. I would like to see it inside the game. But we'd also like to see you owning this as well, which is the Aston Martin X PUBG Mobile exclusive color scheme available in game. And if you've already got it, well, show it to us, because we would love to see it.
Yeah, because it's all about the bling bling and the ka-ching, and we cannot afford that. You guys can. So do tag us. We do want to see. I want to see the accent, definitely, because accent is like what, 2 years once. Do we have every? I don't think we have it every single year, right? it's kind of a rare occasion sometimes, just like how the cosmetic of the sports car. Now back towards the teams that you mentioned before, Vampires because of high fragging. But if you compare with last week high fragging teams, I think there's Vampires. Was it RRQ as well that actually do have high volume of elimination? BN United. I'm like, BN United, where are they? Yeah, where are they?
Well, BN United stopped playing, so
yeah.
So that's the answer. So obviously for their points, they will not move, meaning that there will be possibility for teams like GEEK to overtake them, and that's why you got GEEK in your prediction today. And I mean that round, previous round you got third place, so that's an improvement. But it's all about consistency for the next 5 rounds.
But for me personally, I put GEEK because I want them to really, since, you know, we talked about how they do have the drive, since they lost a lot yesterday for the side of GEEK. Now, because they already being left behind, they definitely have the pressure to force themselves push more, because they don't have a choice anymore. If they being left up to the 3rd day, that's going to be the middle of the week, it's kind of hard to catch up. It's just cannot. They cannot afford to just being left out so far for the side of GEEK. So today is a must day for them to get those chicken, at least one chicken. But on the other hand, PERSIJA, EVOS and Vampire. That's because I love the love story between these two teams now, honestly.
PERSIJA, EVOS and Vampire. I kind of feel that they broke up already, because they only had 1 or 2 days last week, and then if you kind of notice, like towards the end, they never really did like what they did earlier in the week. So I think they're pretty done with each other now. Too bad. Maybe probably a breakup now.
I remember the final day that we casted, they're still actually shutting down Vampires, but Vampires didn't die in the hands of PERSIJA EVOS, but they were running PERSIJA EVOS didn't die in the hands of Vampires, but they were running away from Vampires when Vampires tried to force them a bit of a fight early on. But then because of they running away, they clash and bump into a different team that forced them to fight unprepared. So that's the case. And I wish that's still going to happen. I mean, like, we do know the GE boxing, I mean, GE versus DX. GE versus everybody else. But I want to see more when it comes to the rivalry between the teams. Especially when it comes to, I feel like Sam9 and yesterday was it Infinity, have a bit of a rivalry as well.
I believe it was you must be talking about like the Miramar, where Sam9 FaZe Clan happened to bump into each other around the areas of St. Martin, because Sam9 is prepared but they beat the rotation. But anyway, today Sam9 isn't playing, so if we want to continue on that drama, will be on the following days. But for today, I think if we were to see any early pitch, it could be Boom, because they've been changing their drop spots. So yesterday they took a BT spot in Milta. This time BTR is playing, so here will be the question mark of where Boom go. I'm sure it will depend on the flight path, but if they were to go to that place, particular place wherever it is, and there happen to be another team changing the draw slot, maybe depending on the flight, then we're going to see an early love story.
Possibly. But maybe there are some teams that have to change drastically, like 360-degree drastic here. We're going to have to wait and see, especially the teams that didn't perform so well when it comes to week number 1. Definitely they will change up their gears when it comes to week number 2 and forcing themselves to do something that a bit quite uncomfortable. If it works, it works. That's the magic of PUBG Mobile, by the way. But speaking of the clashes here, I want to see as well will be with a lot of the circle coming up from Erangel on the south, on the northern side, and the flight path will happen to be more in the southern part. If that happens again today and happen to be only one direction of the flight path and the circle, like it already, we do have early skirmishes just like how we did yesterday, where 7th stage pretty much done for the entire map.
I think we can expect that throughout the day. Look, the trend, the team seems to be getting comfortable with each other, even like the interview, GEK, based on past experience and now what they learned, so adaptation and so on and so forth. I think we can expect more of that later on. So keep your eyes peeled, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you like to join live stream like towards the middle of the game. That's where you miss a lot of early action. So make sure you stay tuned for the start, because expect the same amount of action as what happened yesterday, as we jump into the game in Erangel with B.
We're back into Erangel here for day 2, week 2. But the flight path happened to be a bit of a sharp downwards, which coming up from the side of Lipovka, North Lipovka, down to the south of Primorsk. Now we do have a lot of southern side of a flight path yesterday. It might be the same case here today as well. I just hope really for once we're going to have a very beautiful center circle, so it's going to be reachable for all the teams. Quite a number of teams already dropping themselves quite early on, so I'm not surprised. Like Alter Ego do love drop themselves around Prisoner Mansion or around Lipovka area. PBE do take a lot of the northern side of around Kamishka and even Stalber sometimes. But the others, on the other hand, do we have any teams that changing their initial drop spot here?
I guess the first definitely is going to be Boom. Ever since they left Rossall for GE, they've been migrating around the entire map, depending on which teams are not playing. And this time, they are taking somewhere in the middle. So a widespread start again for both, like how they did inside of Sanhok, playing around the areas of shelter, opening up to the left side, almost at school. That is how wide they're putting it. So this is something new from Boom. We haven't seen this in a previous round. It'll be interesting to see how they adapt to this kind of drop.
Now, MORPH would drop around Team Secret. We're taking SMB here because we don't have Infinity and BN United not playing. Definitely an opportunity for them to actually occupy and down south. But the others, so far, no fires being shot, no first contact being made. So I assume everybody just respect their own each territory for now. Won't be having a bit of a messy start. At least it's a good start for everybody.
Yeah, but the teams that drop on the south side, in terms of the Infinity, and also BN United, will need to travel all the way up north. So that will be the challenge, but maybe they can make a later rotation, just like how the Infinity and BN United played yesterday. When they did that, like, there were any teams gatekeeping them, unless, like, because BTR is playing and they choose to play the gatekeeping role since they didn't play yesterday, and they can absolutely do. So, I mean, that's always the risk if you drop inside military base island. You can probably have a good start because there will only be 2 teams and they'll be quite far apart. But the follow-up after that is always the puzzle that is the challenge for these teams.
Speaking of challenge, well, it's all about adapting, adjusting, and it's a lot of burden, honestly, when it comes to the pressure for the team, it's particularly in this season of PMSL, because of how insane or how bizarre the circle has been. A lot of pressure on the side of IGL to call it the shot, especially when it comes to the timing for them to rotate towards this next stage. It have to be perfectly calculated. If not, it will be just the downfall of a team if the call shot is being made at the wrong time in the wrong place here. So IGL for this season in particular is so crucial these days.
Oh, absolutely. To some, they might argue that, oh, you don't need IGL. You need, like, okay, 4 players to really play it. But I think that based on the number of teams with an IGL and plus success and so on and so forth, just like some rough observation, I would say having a strong IGL still plays a bigger role. And that is where, like, if you don't know what to do, then that's where IGL will finally call the shots. And also the other thing is not easy to train a new IGL. That's why you can see, like, a lot of these teams, they stick with the same IGL for quite a long time. Like Ripple Boy has been with Yoodo Alliance for the longest time. Then you got Ravenclaw for from Esports that will stick around for a long time. So these are some of the examples of how the important IGL is. Yes, shooting is important, but being able to make decisions under pressure, if you're like taking fights, if you're under fire, that is where the IGL really proves value.
Honestly, I feel like IGL is the pillar for the team. It's not just the pillar, it's basically the monument for the team to actually win the chicken dinner, because it's down to the IGL. And that's why it's really good to have 2 IGLs. By the way, the secondary IGL will actually play the part if the IGL being cornered, being pressured in a certain aspect of the fight. At least he doesn't have to shoulder the burden by himself or all alone. And not just that, the IGL have to play such a big part to determine, like example, you have to know the weakness and strengths of your own team to make the call, whether you can take the fight or not, whether to play just strategic play for the entire map, knowing the fact that maybe my team, I can see that my team is not that comfortable with very short range or CQC. Maybe they are more comfortable in long fights like Miramar, so that's where they really go aggressive. That's the role of IGL. You have to really know inside out of your own teammate and your own strength, and you have to take care of everybody else, like basically the parent for the players, honestly, for the entire team. But we do have a bit of interesting view here coming from Team Secret. Rise Eye climbing down with those buggies to make sure he will be not injured when he jumped down. He still managed to land on 4 wheels and 2 of his feet anyway. But when it comes to the circle, still on the northern side, heavily favored towards the northern side, even today, Cloud.
Yeah, we got a lot of north side circles yesterday, but all of the north side circles that we happened to pull down to Rosal. So based on yesterday's learning, a lot went up north, which I totally understand because like north was pretty empty with that with of PBE and Vampire Esports. But today, since we have Vampire Esports, who normally in North Jogopul and PBE, who normally drops in Kamesh/Stauber. So as a start, you already have like 2 tiers, and it happen to be like left and right. So we might see a difference this time of majority of teams playing from the main peninsula and deal with circle shift if it goes up north later on.
I don't know, it's a headache if the circle happen to be, like example, the next stage, second stage, will be on top of shooting range, but still covers on top of ruins, slightly of a bit of Gakka. Then you have to cross the river to go towards the side of shooting range, right? Then this is the case, and this is the pattern for the past few days and the past week of the shift coming up from Erangel. Then it shifted back towards ruins. Then you have to cross the Sanhok River once more, and that's why a lot of team being shot down due to the hard shift of the second. I wouldn't say the second stage. Possibly it's because the hard shift come up from the third and the fourth stage that make it so difficult for the teams to read it out and to stay alive. Make sure they got themselves the center all the time. One of the teams that can actually read out the map and the circle pattern really nicely, one of them I spotted out yesterday was PERSIJA EVOS. Now I do want to see, can they actually do it again today?
Yeah, they have a pattern of finding a compound in the middle circle. So with that, their possibility of getting the circle when the hard shapes is higher. Even if it's like hard shapes, you still be like, okay, somewhere within the circle. So it seems to be their strategy yesterday, unless they choose to do something different today. But if yesterday for them, I mean, they are up there for a reason, right? Probably they might do the same thing.
Possibly. But to call out which compound for you to take to sort of, maybe we're gonna have this compound, so we're gonna be safe, high possibility of having 2 stages where you don't have to move. That's a very difficult skill to obtain by an IGL. Like I mentioned before, this is what happened, and it is exactly as happening. We're going up to shooting range. I'm not surprised if the circle will hard shift down south after this. Even the players calculated that's going to happen. That's why they're taking on top of that river where FaZe, DX all gather around there. And PBE tried to go downwards as well. They're not staying on top of shooting range anymore, knowing the fact how bizarre the circle will hard shift after this.
Well, I guess it's also because of the theory of thinking that Vampire is playing and PBE is playing. So that's why they kind of hover around the main peninsula a little more. And that's a common strategy as well. Like you hover there or you play inside of Rosal, allows you easier access up north. Of course, with still the current of like 50-50, I kind of get the feeling that Rosal may be one of the places of contention, but not the hard contention yet because we are stage 2. So they can still play on the outside of Rosal, because even if like the circle is up north, yes, for Rosal is nearer to go up north, but if you start on the outside with stage 2 to stage 3, you still have a decent amount of space to rotate from the side, outside, in, back of the Rosal. Of course, you need to calculate the amount of first stage that you have.
Now, speaking of second and third stage, the amount of the blue zone will chip off the HP of the players is not significantly painful yet. So still it's still something that's bearable for the teams and the players out there. But I do have a bit of a first contact made between the teams, the RRQ included in there. And I happen to be just parting ways for PERSIJA, EVOS and RRQ, knowing the fact, you know what, it's not worth fighting for this around this area because it's just too risky right now. Coming up into Roadstock, definitely it's going to be one of the top contention places since it is the center of the circle. And BTR and GE happen to be just sharing the same neighborhood next to each other. XERXIA spotted RRQ. Now, do BTR understay quietly or not? Well, they have a glimpse of GE, but Boom and RRQ. RRQ, one knock. I'm still waiting for them to swap in Asar. I'm not sure if Asar playing here right now, but so far, no Asar just yet. Definitely not a good start.
We see more, that means we don't see Asa. And XERXIA happy to pick out the points, so 2 players from RRQ will be taken out by XERXIA. It will be RNG and Miramar to collect the points. Now Telco trying to get away. The good news is that he's in the circle, but because we're currently in an open space, we even got Boom trying to shoot them down.
Razy tried to calculate the movement coming up from the side of Sharper. Got pinned down quite a number of it. Grammary from Boom. I haven't seen a lot of Grammary. It's nice to see him playing here. Got from Boom. Well, don't say I didn't tell you so. It's just heart shift downwards. And as I expected, it's going to be right on top of Ruins around the Gut Mountains as well. That's why a lot of teams are taking the main peninsula now. While Alter Ego, XERXIA, Boom, and RRQ happen to stuck up there in tucked up in the corner of shooting range. While PB coming out from the north will be gatekept by PERSIJA, EVOS. Whilst to the side of Boom, this can be an opportunity or this can be something that's digging their own grave. If they will gatekeep the side of XERXIA, they might as well be the one in the inner circle instead of the outskirts, because right now, the one positioning himself is going to be Alter Ego. And they already got themselves away, waiting at the other end for Boom to come in.
Yeah, now Boom is their move. But I think because they realized that they're 800 meters away and they need to mount south. So that's why they're leaving XERXIA for now. But the risk that they're taking is they have all 4 players on the one vehicle. And we've seen before what happens if all 4 players on one vehicle. The risk that they have to take since they don't have an option of secondary vehicle for now.
It's kind of true. They don't have that luxury. And they have to figure out when to get out from that car, by the way. If they plan to have a move of 4 in one vehicle to cut across the battlefield, I feel like they won't last even a minute into that. Tin of sardines that are being smashed into smithereen by those sprays coming out. All the teams are waiting on the outskirts, but on the side of Boom realized that they don't want to be too late, because it's going to be stage 4 after this, and stage 4 is still going to be hurting them quite a number of damage down there. On the side of Alter Ego, they try to reposition themselves. That spotted out Yoodo Alliance, giving up a warning smoke. They make a bit of a U-turn, but the moment they made a U-turn here, it's going to be GE waiting at the other end. Rosemary already on the ground, greeted with a smile. And that's going to be it. One of the frag of Alter Ego down by the hands of Master Smile.
And Ego is still making the rotation across into Ruins where the Xavier is at. So with stage 3 moving on to stage 4, this is where we'll get to see a lot of teams really collide with each other. So the Xavier, they have the high ground in Ruins. Okay. Lucky enough for Alter Ego, they have some cover. But the moment they step out of the cover, that's Xavier. If they go on the other side, that's going to be GE. So pretty much Alter Ego will need to be prepared for either side. But I think they have enough of the circle now to last one more stage.
It's pick a poison. Go left or go right. That's the end of the day. You have to pick the fight anyhow. Sort of Boom marching into the circle, got himself a bit of a safer place. XERXIA on the other end, barely getting out of circle here, the blue zone. They don't have enough. They do have abundance of first aids in their back, but it's not going to be worth wasted for when it comes to just taking out the blue too long. But we do have a Garcon mountain. DBD already up on those mountains. PERSIJA EVOS at the foot of it, while GEEK fam are just got himself in a gut cup fail. PBE will gatekeeper side of XERXIA, Sportel, ERZ, and Megamind. Now, they are incredible players, XERXIA, but they cannot fight the blue zone. No matter how great of a player you are, there's no way to shoot the blue zone here.
Well, so obviously they can't shoot zone, but PB can shoot them. And thanks to the blue zone as well, PB will pick up those points. RRQ eliminated, and as well as the members of XERXIA, leaving only actually, so not too sure where that last member of XERXIA is at. But now we'll check out Boom for Team Secret. Boom opening up the fight with them, and Team Secret is the one to fall.
Yummy get on one, try to revive on two. Combat being shot by FaZe and TS at the same time here. Zeral spotted out Grammary from Boom. Quite a number of damage being sunk into the body of Boom right now. Tanking too much of the open field. GE taking on Yoodo Alliance at the same time. Soak in the damage by those bullets. But GE and BT having a bit of exchange. GE been picking all the fight, everything that moved, they start to shoot it down. Boom on the other hand, might taking the blue zone a bit too much down there. Team Secret, Putra, Sportel, Yummy and Razes decided to split it out. While Yummy's trying to take the vehicles, maybe having a bit of a hitchhike for the side of a Ryzy. But inside of Team Secret, they don't have the visualization over this side of a mountain. Lucky enough, the terrain will help them. But PBE on the other end. Boom. Oh boy. PBE will not open fire. Lucky enough, they're still going to survive. But Team Secret realized they overextended their stay too long.
Now Boom knowing at this timing they cannot cross through the bridge because FaZe Clan will be waiting for them. If it's not FaZe Clan, it will be another team. But FaZe Clan still got them pinned down. They saw go in the water. Rage knocked down Pombed. And Venturas will be the one to steal it away, waiting for the elimination feed to show. But speaking about showing, Razy and Yummy swam across Venturas with 8 nades in hand. We'll try to fight off against the two.
Managed to dock themselves, but Venturas, Nate feels like a perfect angle, but they will fire back, toss it back in favor to the side of Venturas. Boom, Vez's face right now on top of this bridge. Venturas pinned down on Yummy May. Razy, Slither of Hell remains, and that's just it. Close enough, not gonna be in. Mela came, Mela saw, Mela conquered the back, but never mind. He got shot down by Razy with a DBS. Razy still survived with a 2% of HP. Venturas forced himself to push forward, but he got back, turned his back to his opening, but Razy tried to revive on Yummy May, and this is the time for Venturas to shoot them, but he got the he got the reason in the out. Man! This is great for Razy, incredible plays.
This is insane. Also, he's too low to follow up, so Razy will pick up the points. Nothing much else can do. Razy will burn them alive. One clutch from Razy to defend against 3 players for FaZe Clan.
Make it 4. He just clutched the entire FaZe by himself. Now that's gonna be the kryptonite of FaZe. It's just Razy. Boom of Razy. Razy of Boom. Pretty much the biggest pain for the side of FaZe right now. He managed to clutch the entirety by himself. That is insane. What a mind-blowing game. But next, the circle just have to be on top of this Gut Mountain. DBD and PERSIJA EVOS start their fight, trying to show who's the alpha, who will dominate over and capitalize this area of the compound. And DBD not willing to give it away. PERSIJA EVOS starting off the foot of the mountain, now already hike up. But Vampires just gonna shut down inside of Boom. That's gonna be the last member of it. But Razy, what a play before he goes down.
Short-lived celebration for Razy, but what a play. 9 eliminations. Boom. Not bad, I must say, at number 11. Now, not only the 2 teams, DBD and PERSIJA EVOS, but we got Alter Ego on the other side. So they're coming in. Potato knocks down Echo. They're playing with our eyes, and only Jimmy OP to pull the job.
Alter Ego is going to be the duo, but we have another contender here coming up. It's going to be possibly another team at the foot of the mountain, and can't have a glimpse of who they are at yet. It's going to be PBE possibly, I think. Not really. The other side, another green color team, but PERSIJA EVOS spotted out MORPH. MORPH happened to be just passing by. They just hike up, and now they have to go down. The blue zone is here. Yoodo Alliance being eliminated by PERSIJA EVOS, MORPH, and DBD. Sharing on top of this Gut Mountain. It's not going to be enough for 3 teams now. A bit crowded, a bit rowdy. Yoru managed to clutch it off. This is why he's one of the top 4 players to be watched out for.
Absolutely. 4 elimination points only for Yoru. A total of 7 points now for MORPH GPX, and they can still reset it as a full set. And they're currently in the circle on the other side. An advantage for them since DB is now busy with GEEK Fam, who wants to come up to the high ground.
DBD got the capitalization of this got commanded temporarily, but we do have MORPH coming out on the different end. Well, GEEK Fam and Alter Ego realize, you know what, we can't contest this anymore because the entire DBD is up there. So you're going to stay at the brink of it, just at the slopes and around the slopes of the hill. But on the side of DBD, they cannot waste all their resources too much because the mountain don't have anywhere, any place for them to replenish the resources. Back on the side of DX, they have on ground battlefield going on. BTR and DX, they knock on one, they will go for the push.
Oh, here we go. Speaking of pushing, looks like these Xavier's time to push. They're on the outside of the circle and they need to cross the road. And there's another team in front. There's opportunity for them to start to pick fights. As we go back onto the high ground, the mountain of Gatka, we got MORPH GPX there. They spot our PBE on the other side. In the compound, only the two of them popping up the smoke, giving away the position of GPX. And if they don't get the circle next, then MORPH GPX just need to wait for exit the compound and collect the points.
But honestly, when it comes to the circle, right, if the circle shifted away from Gatka Mountains now, that's going to be tough for DPD to climb down the hills from there on. Because we do know it's kind of a open field, everybody to visualize whoever's trying to climb down of it. Now, lucky enough, they still got themselves the circle. It's going to be the Gatka Mountain all day long. MORPH, DPD, and GEEK Fam, even Alter Ego, have to fight each other out while DX at the foot of the mountain, not being spotted out just yet. Vampires coming up from the north. Nobody going to stop them coming in. But Vampires, they will be the one that taking the third party move on their side. They can see what's happening on the other end, and they will keep tapping it out from long distance.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Vampire now showing themselves. It is night time, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy OP against MORPH GPX. He's at the lower ground. The nade, gotta be careful there, Jimmy. So it's gonna be a smoke on the left side. His nade did land onto Yoru, showing him back. But anyway, MORPH, yes, they still have space to play with DBD. They cannot be over-focused on the MORPH GPX. They'll be infiltrated by either Alter Ego or GEEK Fam behind.
DBD, Echo, playing really at the steep of a mountain here. Bit slippery, yes. Vampire split into 1-3 formation. Ravenclaw just gonna feeding them information from the back line, while the rest of them start to push up. They know the terrain's hard to visualize on the other end, but they need to shut down PBE. If I spotted them out, it's going to be just one more on the side of PBE. They know for a fact if they don't shut down the flank side, it's going to be difficult for them to hike up. So they know their main focus and their main mission, while the other player, Ravenclaw, the IGL himself, feeding off the information what's happening on top of the mountain as well. Rocky on the side of MORPH, taking advantage of the misfortune happening to the side of Vampires. Even Ravenclaw joining in at the back line.
Yeah, Rocky doing one more in favor now. Buying time for him, but not sure how much time he had. At least he's in the circle, and now Vampire Esports can't get a good clear shot to one ball, and that is why he's still alive. MORPH GPX tries to get a member of Vampire East, but the vegetation is just not helping their view.
Too much structures in between, just gonna hinder their vision on top. The other side of Ravenclaw, he tried to make an entry, any leeway he can find, but damn rich spot out DX. I think that's going to be the last of them. It's down to 6 teams, not even entering 7th stage yet. We're down to only 5 teams here, Cloud. This is way faster than before. And on the side of MORPH, coming up from the flank side, they capitalize over this Gatka Mountain. For now, it's a truce between DBD and MORPH, realizing they're both having a shot towards all the teams at the foot of the mountain. Whilst on the side of GEEK Fam, there's yet to be one of their best performance game and map compared to yesterday, but DBD have to shoot them out because GEEK Fam, if they manage to climb up here, both DBD and MORPH will have some difficulty to maintain the position.
Oh, damn rude, needed down yet. This could be an open GEEK Fam. Audrey will finish off Echo. Here we go, Audrey at the forefront. MORPH GPX slowly being infiltrated. That's still Jimmy in front. Audrey knocks the QEON. This is Jimmy OP. And that is it for DBD eliminator number 5.
Alter Ego down to 1 player. Vampires still have a full squad down there. Audrey coming out from the side of GEEK Fam, still having a trio. MORPH, can they revive their remaining members are bleeding out on their knees at the slopes of the hill. Stone and the rest of Vampire slowly hike up to this side of the mountain. From the foot of the mountain, they have to go through Boo-Boo Fez of MORPH. MORPH split it into 2-1-1 formation, one on the side of GEEK Fam at the other end of the mountain here. But unfortunately for the side of MORPH, the circle shifted away from them, and the side of Ravenclaw Vampires. Still 1-3, going up to fight against Boo-Boo, while Ravenclaw feeding off information from afar. But the Blues will close in on their side as well. But lucky for the side of Vampires, even the circle kind of favored them during this time.
Yeah, they have a little bit of an edge of the circle, and they don't really need to contest for the top 4 now. They allow all the other teams to fight each other before coming in, and that is a smart move made by the rotation. They're trying to come from the back to surprise the teams here instead of coming middle, so they don't get caught in between the teams. But it's still GEEK Fam not letting them coming from behind. MORPH GPX still not letting Vampire Esports go. But Woohoo knocked down by Ravenclaw. Vampire Esports, at least they have an opening now.
Incredible support fire coming up from Ravenclaw. Just gonna decapitate the side of MORPH here. The moment Boo-Boo is down, it's clear for Vampires to hike up or just capitalize over this side of the angle. But side of Vampires, they will not go for the hike. They know for a fact there's going to be a chance their circle will shift toward their side. If they have to climb down from there, it's going to be a hustle for them. Mika coming up from GEEK Fam. Have to deal with Alter Ego and Vampires at the same time. Trying to shut down Ravenclaw from afar. But the one that they have their eyes on, Alter Ego, stolen away by the side of MORPH. GEEK Fam must be devastated. Their point slipping away from their fingers right under their noses. But Tony K barely make it out alive. And it's going to be Vampire split it into 1-3 again. But the one at the back line this time is going to be Tony K feeding all the information and giving the support fire. But it will not be enough. Lucky for him, he got to reset himself. But Yoru from MORPH, show us what he made of.
Well, Hyatt, this is what they've been waiting for. They want GEEK Fam and MORPH GPS to focus onto each other. Rocky still keeping an eye to Tony K, knocking him down. Tony K, man, crawl himself to his teammates. But it's going to be Rocky. Ensure Tony K doesn't get revived. Rocky second knockdown onto Stone now. Vampire still caught on the outside. But they had the circle. Now the two at the top will need to get down.
Vampires, they know how to calculate the pattern of circle right now. That's why they're not hiking up, as we mentioned before. But on the side of Rocky, he make it hard for the side of Vampires. His tapping with that mini 14 was just efficient and incredible. The precision took a lot of skills by this one formidable player. But the rest of MORPH climbing down. Here comes the push with the smoke up buggy. Who cares as long as they can make it down the foot of the mountain. But Rocky definitely wants to go for more. 10 elimination in the hands of MORPH. They're coming in strong this time.
Yeah, this is what you can do if you still have a 4. You can send 2 down and 2 to remain on top. With Schwab's been naded out by Rocky. Rocky now doing a lot of work at the lower ground, putting a lot of pressure to Vampire Esports. Wow, damn, observing what's happening. And this could be the opportunity for GEEK Fam later on. After that, Boo-Boo at the top, putting long-range pressure onto Vampire Esports.
But Vampire seems to be undead right now. Managed to revive their own team and down to 3 players. Tony K no more to be seen. The side of GEEK Fam on the other hand, Damroot streaming out to help by the side of Audrey. Audrey just gonna go and gonna revive him. Lucky enough for the side of MORPH. Only Boo-Boo will stop GEEK Fam from actually having those reset. Mika tried to give support fire from the back. On the side of Vampires, they keep pressure inside of MORPH. I'm not sure how many troubles they do actually have. MORPH do have the numbers, but the problem is their resources running dry here. Shredded almost his helmet. Boo-Boo keep it going to the side of GEEK Fam. Try to stop this angle by himself. Boo-Boo holding the entire fort for against GEEK Fam just alone and solo handily doing so.
Kind of popping out the moment he does. That is it for Boo-Boo because his other teammates on the eye. And now GEEK Fam's going to come in. They're going to get a knockdown to Rocky next. Schwartz will want to name Rocky down, but he's not out yet. QEON, the last member for MORPH GPX. Vampire Esports coming in from the low. GEEK Fam on the high ground. Now it's stage 9 and there's no circle left. Ravenclaw knocked down by Yoru, doing GEEK Fam a favor.
And GEEK Fam definitely celebrating right now. It's QEON taking down Ravenclaw. There's going to be AGL down. The IGL is down and gone. Vampires obliterated in the hands of MORPH and GEEK Fam at the same time. GEEK Fam rising back up from their loss yesterday. scoring this Erangel in day 2, week 2 of the PMSL Fall 2023, and they're back here with a huge amount of points to be added up in the overall rankings.
After they lost yesterday, this is the chicken dinner that GEEK fam needs, that GEEK fam wants, and they got it inside of Erangel with a very smart, patient play at the top of Mount Gatka, waiting for MORPH GPS to put focus on Esports, taking down Bobo, who their sole member who was left behind, and slowly move down to face off with the other members of MORPH GPX, and Vampire was to wrap this game up to secure that chicken dinner.
Honestly, I have to say, I have so much respect for the side of Bubihu right now. He was holding the entirety of GEEK fam by himself, but the rest of the side of MORPH just now just focusing towards vampires. Bubihu is just such a formidable player. I wish Bubihu, saying this for Rosemary and Yummy May, can actually form a team. I will be one of their biggest fans down there. But MVP this time, we have to give it up to Audrey. I mean, like, Audrey is such an important asset being added on in the lineup of GEEK fam. He just shows how big of a value he is for the entirety of this PMSL.
Absolutely. That's what they say. Once a GEEK, always a fam. Even though you're from GEEK Indonesia, you come to GEEK Malaysia, and this is the performance that you put in. You are still within the GEEK family, putting up a GEEK performance. And GEEK fam, with that chicken dinner, this is a big boost for them. And look at this. Full squad time, they have one of the least 16 minutes and 40 seconds, but still able to get the chicken dinner, and they traveled amongst all the other teams, so it wasn't an easy rotation for them, but they still did it.
I think because GEEK fam, when it comes to the least amount, almost the same goes for the side of Boom, is because of the contention of the Gatka Mountains. We do know for a fact these three teams, including Alter Ego in the fray there, tried to capitalize over the Gatka Mountain, realizing, like how I mentioned earlier on, the ping pong of the circle, how bizarre the circle heart shift. If there you saw, it's going to be on shooting range. But the pattern for the past week just shows it will bring back the entirety of the circle back towards the main peninsula, and hence they try to sit on that Gatka Mountain. And because of how many teams try to share those Gatka Mountains, most of them didn't have a full squad to survive, and some of them have to climb down. Example in this case here, it's going to be GEEK fam. They got themselves on top of the mountain before, but they have to pull back all the way. Same goes for Alter Ego, realizing the fact it's too much people up here. It's not worth to staying up here too long because it's just too crowded right now. But at the same time, the side of GEEK fam, this is definitely the chicken that they need, but you have to give it to MORPH. Their elimination is a total banger number.
Yeah, they have been working hard at the top of the Gatka Mountain, showing off teams from the really top of the mountain, and also taking advantage of teams still on the ground, namely PBE, namely Vampire Esports. They suffered from MORPH Jackson. It's a pin down. They didn't even let go of those teams at the low, not allowing them to come up at the same time, being able to focus on the other side where teams like DBD, Alter Ego wants to climb up. So what an amazing defense for MORPH GPX in this round.
I agree. Every single person of MORPH just doing all their roles respectively, and we can see how well their communication is going on, because every single player of MORPH kind of follow up what's happening around the entirety of that Gatka Mountain. Knock, the other one, will support fire at the backline as well. And because of that synergy going on the side of MORPH, they pushing themselves. Last week, they are one of the last team down there. This week, they're pushing up the numbers to number 1. 71 points in the lead here. Well, PERSIJA and Auric, you do have a bit of a tiebreaker down there.
Yeah, I mean, one chicken dinner pushes them up to page 1. And this second place finish with a lot of elimination pushes MORPH GPX to that number 1 spot when they were one of the bottom teams the week. So MORPH GPX, this refreshed lineup for them worked really well ever since yesterday. So way to go for MORPH GPX. This is now the team to be feared with this lineup. With Pepe taking a break, no disrespect to him, this lineup is just showing and putting in the numbers.
Just to recap what really happened last week here, MORPH basically ended up at 17th place and they climb back up to number 1. But we want to listen more from the host side, and I think they are ready for the interview. So Flower, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're currently on the men's stage after the conclusion of round number 2 for day number 2 on week number 2. And of course, I'm joined by Mela from Team FaZe Clan here after their amazing win on that round number 1. Now, congratulations first to you and your team for that winner chicken dinner. Now, quick question on this. Now, everybody knows that you were absent on the league last week itself. So could you share with us, everybody out there is wondering, so what was the reason behind that?
ก่อนอื่นก็ต้องขอแสดงความยินดีกับทีม FaZe Clan ด้วยนะครับที่วันนี้ก็แมตช์แรกก็มาปุ๊บก็กินไก่เลยแต่เท่าที่เรารู้เนี่ยสัปดาห์ที่แล้วคุณเมล่าไม่ได้อยู่ร่วมทีมในการลงแข่งพอจะแชร์ได้ไหมครับว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นกับคุณที่ว่าไม่ได้ลงแข่งในสัปดาห์ที่แล้วครับ
ก็มีอาการป่วยอย่างหนักครับแล้วก็ทำให้ต้องเข้าโรงพยาบาลครับแล้วก็มีการผ่าตัดก็ต้องใช้ระยะเวลาในการพักฟื้นตัวครับก็เลยสามารถมาได้วีค2ครับ
So basically, he was sick last week and he needed to get medical attention. So the team was concerned with his health. And right now, he is back and ready to rock the field.
All right, he is back, most definitely. Of course, a very good start to the week itself. Now, here's the thing. Now, last week wasn't quite a good week for the team itself. So was there any changes that you made with the team to make FaZe Clan perform even better? Or is the answer just Mela being back?
ก็ทีมนี้เนี่ยฟอร์มมาดีเลยนะครับสำหรับทีม FaZe Clan ค่อนข้างที่จะมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงจากสัปดาห์ที่แล้วอยากจะทราบว่ามีการได้ไปคุยอะไรกันหลังบ้านไหมครับที่ทำให้แบบperformance ของทีมเรามันดีขึ้นนะครับ
ก็คงจะมีคุยกันตามปกติแหละครับจริง performance ก็ไม่ได้ดีขึ้นมากขนาดนั้นครับก็ต้องใช้ระยะเวลากันต่อไปครับก็ต้องปรับจูนกันนิดๆหน่อยๆครับ
So basically they didn't talk much just go with the plan that they already planned but yeah they just try to do their best and give all they've got to the game. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Despite lack of communication, I'm a little bit concerned, but things are going well, so I'm not going to say anything about it. And last but not least, now so far, we've seen that teams that performed in the first week last week and the ones performing this week are not the same. Now, that means that there is still a fighting chance for FaZe Clan to bump up back into the competition and come back this week. So any words that you would like to give to your teammates, to boost up their confidence for this week's performance?
ก็จากที่เราได้ดูเกมที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยลำดับของแต่ละทีมมันมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงมีการผันผวนตลอดเวลาทีมที่อยู่ท้ายๆก็ขึ้นมาบนทีมที่บนก็อาจจะมีอันดับตกลงไปบ้างมีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีมเพื่อนๆในทีมของเราบ้างเพื่อที่จะทำให้เขามีกำลังใจที่จะขึ้นเป็นอันดับท็อปของลีกนี้ครับ
ก็ฝากถึงทีมตัวเองก็สู้ๆนะครับก็ทุกคนก็พยายามเต็มที่แล้วก็คุยกันช่วยๆกันครับทุกคนก็เราทำได้ครับ
Okay, so he said that let's do it. We can do it together. Let's help each other to go to the final.
Those are the words from Mela. So once again, congratulations to FaZe Clan and hopefully stay healthy, man. Your team needs you. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our round number 2 in our interview session, our second interview session for today. In a few short months, we're going to be coming back to our amazing commentators and we'll continue with 4 more rounds here for day number 2, week number 2 at PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2023.
Always a humble man, Mela. I was hoping he would say something like, "Don't worry, team, I'm back. We can win now." It would be really good if he actually say something like that. But it actually is true. FaZe do perform way better when Mela's in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear, right? If I were to look historically, so there was one season that FaZe Clan did not have Tony K because he left for Vampire Esports, and that season they actually relegated until the following season when they got Mela to face Tony K, which is, obviously he's a key player. They are back somewhere up there. So it is clear that they need that key player, and it happened to be Mela. True enough, when he's back, they do well.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, I wouldn't say they are depending too much on Miller, but that's the missing puzzle for the side of FaZe, because all the others have different role. But I do score one today myself. I score quite a number when it comes to their circle prediction as well. But yeah, speaking of circle, we still have a northern circle a lot, just like yesterday. The stage number 6, we had 5 teams, Cloud. This is way faster than yesterday here.
Yeah, one thing also, because circle was brutal, right? So we got a lot of teams eliminated, especially at the stage fast. And by the time we reached like stage 7, stage 8, and that's where 5 teams left, and that's where it all wrapped up. So another fast day. I think we somewhat did talk about the potential of having another fast day again today, and through this happening, looking at how aggressive these teams can be. When one fight starts, all the fight starts at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, like, can we keep track? What's the fast? I mean, can we have even like stage 4 and down to only 5 teams? That would be incredibly fast, right? I cannot wait to see how much of a Royal Rumble that will happen. But you guys at home are watching with us on the stream. Don't forget to keep track with us. What's the fastest game by far? Okay, back to as our top performer. Damn, squeezing in. But Yoru, I have to say, Yoru is one of the greatest asset of MORPH right now. And he can be polished more. It feels like we just discovered his potential, and he's like a raw diamond that still have not been polished entirely.
Yeah, that's why I have Yoru in one of my highlight plays. But Jing, yeah, that was since last week, by the way. But anyway, next match is going to be Erangel. So we got FaZe Clan and GEEK getting that chicken dinner today. But you guys can also do this in game, which is the first PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series inside of the game. So join the event, get the skin, and join the club.
I mean, like, if you guys don't know how important this is already, because we have to remind you guys every single hour. I don't know what else to say. So we do have the Dragon Ball Super. And also, I don't know, are we having a car one? Or I got it wrong. Is it an ending group that excites the battleground? And this is going to be the ultimate set. So the ultimate set means it's a very limited amount of it. And you can have a try of your luck with the 10 you said is the first draw. And if you happen to be super lucky, you can score one. And if you're super lucky, you can be a pro player, because you might actually predict the circle exactly where it needs to be in the game.
I don't know if luck is the only thing you need pro player, but okay, alright. Yeah. I don't know how to continue for that. But anyway, yeah, definitely not only luck for these players, well, that's what I can say. A lot of skill in them. I can shoot. In one of the previous interviews, it was mentioned as well. So it's a combination of a lot of other things besides just shooting, besides just able to rotate and try to figure out the circle and all that. That's what differentiates like the top cream of the crop teams or pro teams as compared to a lot of the rest.
For me personally, when it comes to this season, every team is just cream of the crop. Honestly, it's just down to who makes a mistake first, because there's nobody else is dominating of this. So I feel like everything is so well balanced, even from the side of GE. I mean, like, GE back in the first season of PMSL, they do have a bit of swap here. GE was really extremely struggling in season 1, but when it comes to this season of the PMSL, such a flip and such a different team entirely compared to last season. I love this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One of their big changes, besides what they mentioned about experience or their, is Murnak coming in, giving them more flexibility, more flair in the lab, giving them the option to swap in and swap out players as well as when they need. So it's been showing a lot of value to the team, and with of course the PMC in this round or this season. So yeah, this is where they definitely will go out, and it's reaping them the rewards of doing such changes. And they already have quite a significant gap from PBE. If they get a top 6, it's going to be a big bonus for them.
That's kind of true. And don't forget, it's not just at PMSL that a lot at stake, including the prize pool of $250,000. It's also at a lot at stake we're talking about, including the PMGC, just like how we mentioned before. And speaking of which, some teams kind of got their position in PMGC, but some of them still can have that slot depending on how much points they collected to the entirety of PMSL. Now all gears up. We see the players already have their headphones on and all their earplugs, and it means that the game is going on. This is going to be the second Erangel before we head into the long break. Let's fly into it. Who will get the chicken this time?
And Erangel again, it is, ladies and gentlemen, but the fly power is going to be there before. This time it's going to start from the north, Severny, down to Primos, and it's going to be on the left side. So mid to the base, Novo, because we don't have BN United, the Infinity, expect Team Secret to still go there. The biggest question is where will Boom go, because they are now migrants in the land of Erangel. They don't have a space to call home. Last we saw them, they opened up in the areas of shelter, but this time since shelter is far away, will they force their way to go there, or will they change to somewhere else?
Or they're dropping themselves quite early, so I assume it's going to be on a bit of the left side of Quarry if they want to. It's not really quite vacant down there, but at the same time, I'm kind of worried for the side of Boom. But Boom, I mean, like, they are the team that love to experiment. We saw them before in last season. They keep on changing all the players every single map. Even the teams out there as we start questioning them. So they possibly will split themselves into two sides there, right on top of Quarry. Coming on the side of Primos, we do have Team Secret. BTR is there as well, so changing a lot of drop spots for the teams. But I have a feeling BTR might hovering through its side of SMB, but the circle pops. It's going to be on the northern side again. Will be a Sniper Liana or in between mentioned. We had this circle before. Definitely it will shift it up to Stalber. Then maybe it will yo-yo itself down in between mentioned and Yasnaya Poliana down there. But there are going to be a couple of teams that are interested going on the down south all the way. Maybe coming up from the right side of the bridge later.
Well, seems like Primos and the area it is very crowded this time, with Boom joining in Gakka as well. So you got Boom, Gakka, and then you got Quarry, DVD, you got Very Pure, GEEK Fam, and you have Team Secret. Like, they are really close by with each other. And considering that circle is on the right side, they will all need to rotate to pretty much the same direction. Unless they want to make a big rotation, then there'll be a different case. But then that means they'll bump into other. So there's a lot of if here, if there. But if it's like a straightforward line that we draw for teams, then it's going to be clash between all of those teams, and all teams are heavyweights.
It's kind of true. Heavy hitters that side. But GE just crossing to the side of Rostock. Spotted XERXIA, who's trying to pull away themselves from the rest of the team and just want to go for looting. Will be stopped by the teams like RIQ and GE along the process. I'm not sure where are the remaining of them. Well, they're still, yeah, the entire team is here. It's going to be 2 person in 1 UAZ. Another 2 is going to be in the back line of UAZ as well. But some players decided, some team decided to go for a bit of a boat ride. Gen Force is playing for side of BTR. So we have Boy Chill Satar and Gen Force. And one more is going to be U-High. So the one is actually not playing here. They'll be swapping quite a number as well for the side of BTR. So Keenan and Lapa. We haven't seen Keenan for the past 2 days. I mean, for the entire day here today because BTR just stepped in. I'm not sure if they're going to swap me Keenan later.
Maybe. I mean, BTR also has a record of swapping out players. 2 members who used to play for Void last season. I'd be surprised if we see them playing later on, or maybe even after the break. Normally after the break is where we start to see like swaps happen. Maybe because of the extended break, they have time to really check on with each other to see whether you're okay or not, and from there on they make that decision to make the swap. Boom Esports, obviously those are the teams that really likes to swap as well. Expect this lineup to change the breakthrough.
Oh man, kind of worried for them to be crammed into one vehicle for the entirety of Boom here. Couldn't find a second vehicle to go on to. So whilst they're trying to find vehicle, might as well just compound hopping at the same time. Make a bit of a U-turn. Yoodo Alliance is that side. They found himself a buggy. That's the good news. It's going to split himself into one person. Palmbit will take the lead when it comes to scouting in the front. Yoodo Alliance breathing behind their backs for the side of BTR. Sorry, for the side of the team just now. But back to the side of BTR. Gen Force happened to be Doc himself and the rest of the entire team just arrived on the, I think this is somewhere down south all the way. Is it around farm? Oh no, it's actually SMB entirely.
They've arrived in
was
Milta,
it?
basically their house,
Oh, yeah,
their home.
all the way so far.
Yeah, and I guess it makes sense because by the time they land into SM area, that's where the zone already shown itself, and probably they're like, oh, okay, might as well by the bay anyway, and there are boats there. Might as well straight go to their home grounds, Milta, instead of still looting on SMB and making the rotation to in which they might clash with another team that could take Novo instead of taking their risk. Might as well go all the way.
I have to give it, it's genius coming from GEEK fam, knowing for the fact that not many teams are actually taking the right side of a map right now due to how the flight path was away from the circle. But Team Secret have the same sort of a mindset and idea, just like how BTR did just now. So they're going straight, cutting across those double bridges between the main peninsula and SMB. And this time it's going to be a bit risky for the side of TS because it's a bit later and a lot of players happen to be around the coastline of down south of the main island, mainland. So it's going to be cutting across Farm Milta around the area still, unless they just want to go towards that side of a bridge, the right side of a bridge. There's not many people down there. FaZe, on the other hand, we do know their usual drop spot is always going to be Joggle Pool, always around Hospital. Now, do they rotate up north all the way up, maybe towards shooting range, or just cutting across straight? But if they are cutting across straight, we do witness before how many teams are there when it comes to around Rozhok area.
They should be going straight because if you go up, I guess two reasons. One is it's further. Second reason is because this round you have MORPH GPX also playing, and then you got PB on the other side. So it's to say that if you take that north side rotation back in this current grouping, it's safe. It's still risky. So I guess instead of like taking two risky box, you might as well take just one and still eventually meet with teams anyway if you go through the middle part, but you don't need to rotate that far, which also means that you don't need to worry about the amount of gas that you have in your load, and you can just straight go to wherever and continue looting on the other side.
Country, but every sort of decision making here giving so many different challenges when it comes to the RGL to call the shot. But I agree when it comes to try to decrease the amount of risk that you're taking as an entire team and to jeopardize the entirety of the operation when it comes to moving as a unit for the team here. Some teams decided to take around chinky kills. That's decided for some of the RGLs. But instead of MORPH, they just got themselves what they needed, the push, and they are placing number 1. I mean, like, they are from nobody to somebody when it comes to this week, and definitely will boost up their confidence with the way they challenge up PERSIJA EVOS links, got the information needed, fitting back towards the rest of the roster, and from here on they will reassess what to do next, whether to go into fight MORPH, who try to challenge up, or they just part ways, decided, you know what, it's not worth, you know, taking the taunt coming out from the side of MORPH because it's just too early.
And Team Secret safely arrived at the farm area. So as long as the Yoodo Alliance is not in this area, now that they're doing the scouting, if you see Yoodo Alliance or maybe even BTR, then pretty much this area is clear. So with Putra leading the charge, going into farm, and from our map, we see Yoodo Alliance leaving farm. Well, they can loot there, but because Yoodo Alliance was there, probably not much for them to loot.
Speaking of looting, there's no time to loot anymore because all of the teams happen to be very busy to get themselves those frags. Look at how concentrated it is right in the center there. And so far, it's quite still a huge map, but the thing is, 16 teams still intact. Only one knockdown coming up from BTR, but all the population of PUBG Mobile is still alive. So it will be super crowded when it comes to the third stage here. So there's nobody willing to go down at first, including the Axe spotted at Boom. Yummy May and Razy taking a bit of a lead down there. Razy, that was a really remarkable plays in the last map. Can they pull it off again? I'm looking for Boom performance now.
Yeah, Boom. Let's see if they can continue to be consistent. But at least this time, a decent start. They managed to clip QEON, but they're not going to pursue. I guess they want to get a better position instead of taking that fight against a MORPH GPS. So that's okay as well. They want to get this compound in which they could possibly block other teams from rotating in with this fortress. And it's still huge. It's still enough for them to like try to pick a spot that is good for them.
That's true. It's gonna be just next to MORPH now. Boom, bomb bit. MORPH on the other hand, nitpicking every single team they're passing across. Just now he was BTR. Now it's gonna be Boom next. And it's surprising, all the Indonesian teams love to trail each other out, moving the same pathway how the other did before. QEON now making an entry point towards the side of a MORPH. As per usual, I love how QEON just opened up the scene and Boo just steamrolling after that. But on the side of GEEK fam, speaking of the same region here, familiarity is something that the players and the teams comfortably follows. Because it feels like because they be screaming each other out too much, they have the same mindset of rotation even.
I guess they also came from the similar direction, so it just so happened that to be the case. But for at least for the past couple of rounds, like we don't see GEEK fam taking early fight. I guess it's because something that they have already discussed from what they've learned yesterday, that maybe taking early fights didn't really work out for them. Yesterday, we recall then they took like a couple of early fights, but they lost majority of them. So I guess this time around they're switching things up. And this is what's great about GEEK fam is that they're able to like, okay, next day we readapt. Next day we switch up. Next day we do something different. And at least for today, it has been working out a lot better than yesterday.
I agree. This is definitely the game they've been looking forward to. Maybe yesterday some teams are actually trying to revise about the others regarding the reshuffle of the grouping is one thing, and to have to reassess the rotation, what they had before, into a different thing entirely since the dynamic changes is another problem for week number 2. JE spotted as the entirety of BTR passing across them on the other end, which can be around 300 meters apart. Ambitious spray from GE, valiant effort, but it will not clip or will not connect to a side of Auric and BTR. It's just too far right now. On the side of DBD Alter Ego, a high potential clash is happening here.
Yeah, we're going to pass by BTR. Potato to stop because it's in a disadvantaged position if they do stop by. Plus, he got first, and there's another team behind. Okay, teams are rotating. We got Yoodo Alliance here, DBD. They did come from a similar direction, and now DBD and will be knocked out. Yoodo Alliance will get the point. Oh no, it's actually Yuhai stealing from Yoodo Alliance, so BTR will get it instead.
Play it smart, don't play it too rough. On the side of VTR, definitely they are playing it using their brains right now. Trying to nitpick it and try to be the third party all day long. DBD on the other hand, try to secure themselves some elevations, but the problem with this elevation around this compound, around this area, this vicinity in particular, is a bit too flat. So the moment they actually get themselves those elevation, they have to widening up and spreading out their angles here, because if not, they'll be breached out by the other teams coming out and passing by later on. Instead of Team Secret, they do love a bit of a blue zone here, and definitely they will just play alongside with it. Even their car is blue color, having a bit of flipping moment with those vehicles, but they're going to be okay for now. It's a bit too early, third stage is going to be fine. But back on the side of GEEK fam though, they will be the one that's stopping Team Secret, not the blue zone. It will be theirs, because if they start to open fire here, the other teams will be alerted about the whereabouts of Team Secret as well.
Well, at least for Team Secret, they went to the circle first, and they managed to find a cup for now in which they're going to play around the areas of Mansion. GEEK fam, knowing that Team Secret arrived onto the compound first, looks like they're not going to pursue. But for this area, this rotation from GEEK fam, they're shooting on the car onto the front, and they managed to get Mika. So now Mika, he's in trouble, but Boom steals it away from this area. Got a good number of stealing away eliminations this round.
Crazy has been delivering for the past few maps here. Snake keep popping on the kill. Fit and GEEK fam. MORPH next. Two teams back to back eyeing out inside of GEEK fam. Feels like they're going back to where they started off in week 2. Everybody wants a bit of GEEK fam, and they have to be just crossing in the middle of a crossfire, in the middle of a battlefield, and caught themselves in between. Yoodo Alliance happen to be having a bit of a problem as well.
Oh yeah, Yoodo Alliance. A lot of teams around now. Repo Boy tosses the nail onto XERXIA on the other side. And the bad news for Alliance is the circle moved away. It's now in the open area of Yasnaya being the focal point, unless if the circle moves into the urban area, that's going to be a different story. But MOPX now sieged down by Vampire Esports. Esports. Stone on his knees. Sharks comes in from the end, tries to land the shot, but that shot will not land onto QEON. It's now on the other side of the building.
Here comes Shrubs. Try to finish off and clear off all the angles and corners inside of that house. Tony K try to finish off QEON, and it's a clean one on top of QEON. MORPH being eliminated by the hands of none other than our vampires. We know how they get their fangs into their victims. But XERXIA won over Yoodo Alliance. Next one to be out. Boom next to challenge vampires in the same compound they just won.
Wow, we only 3 players, but they are braving the fight. And now, boom, 1 player on his knees. Traps goes in at the forefront. By Yummy with the DBS, but Yummy counterfired by Stone. And Stone is at follow-up. This is still alive, but not for long. And Stone will clean up Boom Esports.
Standing quite strong. What a defense from Vampires. Have overtake the side of Boom before. And MORPH. 2 teams are fighting around the same compound. It was MORPH first, dominated over the side of Vampires. They took over that place, defended strongly against Boom. I mean, like, attacking and defending at the same time pretty much speaks quite loud for the side of Vampires. They're pretty much strong in both ways here. On the side of BTR, on the other hand, see on the other side of the circle, might actually spot out a couple of players, which are going to be XERXIA and Team Secret passing by. Will they gatekeep? Will they just go into the center?
Oh.
But XERXIA, they're running away from the blue zone. But Team Secret will be the next contender. A bit of a trading down between these 2 teams. But RNG! Oh, a brutal rundown.
Oh, but Zra last out. No, and the same time, the blue is just right behind him. Megamind will arrive. 1 more Megamind will take out Team Secret. 4 points for XERXIA. Team Secret, who has been rotating non-stop in this round. Unfortunately, the travel ended at number 13.
Who needs rifles or DBS or hand grenade if you can just use your vehicle? Nothing to charge with, no resources except for the fuel needed, and that's just it. And that's just what the specialty of XERXIA for now. On side of Vampires, on the other hand, DX Chua in the center of XERXIA, and maybe on the side of Vampires, the Axe. Are they aware to be charging here? Straps coming in and being a bit of a spray, a bit of a trading done. Where are the rest of DX? A bit too far. Vampires already capitalizes over this compound. Now Levi will try to save. Same goes sort of a side of PUBGM on flank side. But Tony K is aware what's happening on the outskirts here. He tried to stop them from saving their friends. And that was incredible. Long shot of nades coming up from Tony K. I don't know how he did it, but he did it anyway.
Well, beautiful off angle. That's the game from Tony K. But they're not done yet, though. They have 1 more to go. Okay, Chua looks like he bailed this and tried to play for placement points, going straight into the middle of the circle. Pray he's not shot at, and praying that he gets the next piece of the circle as well. He should, as he is somewhere in the middle now. But for Vampire Esports, the 3rd team that went to that house or had that house, they met Ben, and they still maintain a full squad.
My Vampires, how strong can they get? BTR, boy chill, spotted out DBD, Jimmy OP quite low right now. But if BTR not being careful, the Blues start to close in here. They need to move. It's less than 30 seconds. No more time to dilly-dally. No more time to extend this fight. They have to get into the circle. It's going to be stage 6 next. More than 1% of HP will be deducted every single second. Maybe up to 3% here. So they need to make a move. Same goes for the side of DBD. Do they have the vehicles ready? If they do, how many vehicles do they have left? Because I just saw 1 buggy coming up from the side of DBD. BTR side, the moment they just tap into it, XERXIA will start to fire. But the one that have to be watched out for is going to be the one that gatekeeping the inner circle, including Vampires here. They are hunting people down, might just as well breaking their own record, because right now the number's going up to 11 eliminations.
Well, yeah, they only need 10 eliminations to break their own record. Let's see if they can even break the solo record at the same time. For XERXIA, they're not breaking records, they're breaking their backs right now, trying to get into the circle, but he is caught on the outside. The blue just right behind him. At the same time, BTR rotate from Vampire Esports, and they say thank you very much for the point.
Feels like they are just ranking up the numbers without any sort of contention on the side of Vampires. They're making it, everything looks easy. Feels like they're not breaking their sweat at all. Vampires, Tony K's on the ground with 4 eliminations. Ravenclaw next. The moment we praise them, this is where things get really rough. Alter Ego shooting them amongst the cloud, amongst the smoke. It's going to be Alter Ego be the next contender. Stone and Tony K. Tony K bleeding out. Stone hesitating. Which one to save first? Is it going to be the IGL? Is it going to be Tony K? Going back and forth by himself to save the entire team. There's going to be a lot of work coming up from the side of Empires there. But instead of Alter Ego, they might shift over their focus towards GEEK fam since they opened fire just now. But if they actually not switching over their focus to a side of GEEK fam, they can shut down the entirety of Empires. But feels like Vampires do have more attraction than the others. Even GEEK fam want a bit of Vampires now.
Well, with Damroot shooting far, showing himself, that would pull attention onto him. And Alter Ego happened to be there. Let's see what Alter Ego will do. Will they go for it or not? I guess because they don't have the information that Damroot is alone, so they hold ground right now. And Damroot not able to secure any elimination points. So now Vampire back as a trio. 13 eliminations now for Vampire. And if they're stopping now that they don't have a full squad.
Slightly tipping their toes for side of Tony K. Like Vampires, every single individual, even though they are a trio. Look at Tony K, easily knocked down in their Peko. We could barely get a glimpse on the Peko from this distance, but this guy making it like he's not even having difficulty to see what's happening on the other end. But Vampires got one knockdown. Now RRQ kind of hammed down between two teams here, GE and Vampires, but Alter Ego's next to Vampires as well, so they might actually switch their objective to a side of Alter Ego, who left with only 2 players since they start off their vehicles. Damroot have to play this very slowly by himself. GE spotted out the rest of RRQ, but tried to transition himself inside of a circle, trying to stop them, but a bit too late now. But Rosemary and Alter Ego having a bit of a situation. Well, not really a situation. Easily done finish off the axe.
Yeah, it was Chua all alone. So as long as Alter Ego had burst, then they'll be able to take out Chua. And now they have the middle of the circle instead, together with the Shag. A small bunker to call themselves home for now. But look at Yasna. We got like 4 teams inside of the city of Yasnaya now, including PERSIJA EVOS, who uses Yasnaya as their home, now been infiltrated by the other in the same area.
Yep, for PERSIJA EVOS, they have been super quiet since the start until now. Only got themselves 1 elimination, but GEEK fam feels like a bit too much for them to handle right now. A bit too crowded, a bit hammed down, cornered out. There's no way out for them. Vampires, on the other hand, they are the undead. Even though they lost 1, they got 1 more. Rosemary caught a glimpse of the off angle. Tony K, he knows exactly the spot of his rivals. That's where he starts shooting and start poking, jabbing from side. FaZe spotted out RRQ as well, and MORPH having some problems. It feels like the entirety of RRQ being obliterated by now. PERSIJA EVOS spotted out the rest of the entirety of Vampires, try to stop them from advancing, but they don't get that warning. It doesn't matter. Stone is going to push up anyway, even though they lost Tony K and Stone at the same time, leaving only Ravenclaw to do all the work.
Yeah, it's either Vampires was pressured by the blue or they try to take the fight, and they took the fight. Number 7, but it's okay. It's still 14 eliminations for Vampires. That's still a huge number, especially if you go out at number 7. But the fight stopping, yeah, PERSIJA EVOS, as what you mentioned, they didn't move that much within the time, and that's because the circle happened to be the area of Yasnaya, their home ground. So long as they can defend this area, they'll be cool. But they need to do it against like 4 other teams.
Another problem with PERSIJA EVOS is because the moment the team stepped in here, the entire team didn't have the time to reunite as a unit. They split themselves into 2-2 formation across another road, a different building entirely. So they have to guard themselves safer. That's why they got themselves on the top floor. If somebody climb up, they can hear it quite clearly. But on the side of GE, spotted out the entirety of Alter Ego spreading out quite thin. But Mane, well, you reap what you sow, and he just shot a lot of number of sprays to the side of Alter Ego. They shot him back, just counter fire, giving the favor that he's been giving them as all this while. GE leaving with only Master ET and Mane down here. Smiles on the ground, bleeding out. Onzens and the rest of FaZe taking a bit of shelter on top of this building. But the circle will shift in less than 5 seconds now. It's all down to who will be favored here. If GE being favored, great. But the problem is they don't have the numbers and they are quite in an open field. And they happen not to be favored as well. And FaZe barely touching the rim of the circle. The one actually in the center, it's gonna be, I think that's gonna be the PBE or Alter Ego.
Yeah, that's Alter Ego right in the middle after taking over that area from Chua. And Chua must have wished that he would have still been playing because he was still spot together with the circle. But now the focal point, I would say, is inside of Yasnaya, but a lot of teams still there, and they will all need to move into the circle. That's where we'll see a big inside of the city.
It's kind of true. But GE, I'm not sure if this is wise for them. They tapping out, knowing the fact they're not inside of a circle, and Alter Ego is gatekeeping them. It's not just Alter Ego, there's also FaZe on the other end. They're just giving away and exploit themselves towards all the others in the open. And Merne definitely he tried to find sort of an entry point by knocking one down on Alter Ego. But it's not just Alter Ego in that equation. They need to have a lot of smokes to get into the circle. The problem is they barely have enough. DBD on the other hand, well, they're definitely fighting against the blue zone here, going away from it. GE realized what's going into them. They popped the smoke and finally try to get into the circle, but with that vehicle coming through, not going to be enough.
To be fair to GE, they must take the shot. If not, well, nothing else to do except for giving the scepter to blue, in which Murnat will do. Does he? Yeah, he will. And that is it for GE. Try to get an advantage against Alter, but couldn't land the knock. And when they make the rotation, they shot at from the inside of Yasnaya City, and they got eliminated by that. And now PERSIJA EVOS, one of the teams that is inside of the circle, putting pressure onto Alter Ego next, and there's nothing what the Ego can do. The moment they show themselves, they'll be shot down because there's a lot of cross onto them.
They don't even have to move that much for the side of Alter Ego. It's okay for them to actually keep it low for a bit. They are around the center of the circle, but the one that actually not really is going to be DVD. Be pinned down, be shut down. PERSIJA EVOS next. Echo casually just swings over the other side and knock on one and another one. Oh, but I didn't make it through. Rage coming up from the back line, and Momboy PBE shutting down DBD for the entirety of it, leaving us with 4 teams left.
Oh, here we go. 4 teams, and look at the number of players. We still got 16 players here. So it's going to be all out as we approach the final stages of this round. Misery will be eliminated by Momo for FaZe Clan. And now 5 elimination points in the hands of FaZe Clan. They don't have circle yet. They still need to fight. But next is going to be PBE and PERSIJA EVOS that will try to stop FaZe Clan.
PERSIJA having a trio, the others having a full squad. FaZe, Alter Ego, and PB definitely have the number, so it's going to be everybody's game now. Whoever actually being favored by the blue zone and not be closed off that end first might actually have a shot at winning it, because whoever take the initiation to push first and start the fire, they might actually attract all the attention to the side, including FaZe here and PERSIJA EVOS. Lynx managed to shut down on Mela, and there was a clean elimination outside of PBE, stolen away by the hands of the side of Alter Ego and PERSIJA EVOS. My oh my, and it looks like it's the battle of who steals its bats.
Yeah, since everyone's so close to each other, if anyone can take advantage of elimination points from a distance, then it'll be great. It'll be a big bonus. Alter Ego is looking and trying to do, but they don't have a good vision thanks to the smoke as well. But PERSIJA EVOS on the other hand, they have links on this building, on the top of this building. It's looking at whoever shows themselves past the smoke, he'll take the shot.
Alter Ego, they want to cross over to the other side. Pop the smoke, making the bridge smoke towards their entry into a side as FaZe. FaZe down to 3 players now. Lynx taking advantage of those elevations, spotted out the entirety of the different PBE entirely. Victorious is down next. FaZe, this might going down to drain. Onsen reveal himself out of the smoke. Straight away, Alter Ego starts shooting down. Onsen's down to only 20% HP. It's not going to be enough. Start to be chipped down, but Alter Ego managed to secure those eliminations. We're down to 3.
Wow, patience from Alter Ego, paying dividend by taking out FaZe Clan. And now they are down. They are in the top 3. PBE with a full squad. RedFaZe on the other side of the building. RedFaZe popping up just behind him to give extra cover. But where is PBE going to go now? They're going to play the patience game out. RedFaZe waiting for the right moment on the other side of the door, but Rymer spots up Potato, so now they know Alter Ego is getting closer and closer.
PBE still having a full squad. Definitely have the advantage when it comes to the numbers here. But Alter Ego back on their feet here as a 4. And all full squad is just next to each other, and it's gonna be Red FaZe, the one changing the entire flow for PBE. He's preparing himself at DBS, close the door, and surprise Mom Boy, and take one down, and trade. Red FaZe is down on the ground. PBE got shook by the presence of Red FaZe just now. Potato taking advantage, support fight from the flank side will be enough. Raimon chipped up in the blue zone. Rosemary taking advantage, finish off whatever points he can get. PERSIJA, EVOS, Alter Ego, PBE the one losing more men. Can it be Alter Ego's game? They have the numbers. It's down to the last wire.
Here we go. Just game for Alter Ego. Bringing the return and possibly the chicken. So let's see if Rosemary can pull off a chicken dinner win against Zuxi. He's outside the building playing jump shot right now with Zuxi. 1v1 between the two. At the same time, the Blues going to put pressure onto these two players. But it's probably going to be Zuxi. And Zuxi tries to get out of the building. Alter Ego will be the one the finishing mark. Rosemary, the hero, Alter Ego. Chicken dinner for Algo.
Rosemary, and Rose Carey till the end of the day. You have to give it Rosemary when it comes to the fight of the wall. Well, Zuxi couldn't actually top him off. So it's still going to be on the side of Alter Ego to get those winning with a chicken dinner this time. And what an amazing closing just now. And what a fast game of the day. Because we saw how fast teams goes down. And not just that, PBE had the most men just now, Cloud. But because of how they'll be closing by 2 angles differently, they're being sandwiched at hand down, too crowded. They have no clue which one to focus first. That's how they went down for the entirety of PBE. But close enough. Great features coming from the side of PBE, and amazing game coming up from PERSIJA EVOS as well.
Yeah, the blue didn't help PBE pushing them out of the building when they had a good position with that second floor, with that building itself as a fortress. But unfortunately, the blue had to work its magic onto them, and they had to come out anyway. But it was also misery for them. That took down Monboy, so they were at a deficit when they fought against Alto at some point. But anyway, Alter Ego was on the clear because they played the patience game in the middle of the circle, waiting for other teams to be forced out by the blue, and that's where they start shooting. Of course, we always have to have Rosemary as the MVP, and he's the finisher this round for Alter Ego.
I mean, like, this is definitely our best player when it comes to last season. Definitely he is back when it comes to week number 2. We haven't seen a lot of them when it comes to week number 1, but they always come back when it comes to week number 2. It's no surprise anymore. With 800 damage, 872 damage, and coming up with 5 elimination. I mean, like, that's quite a fair number coming up from this guy. And the damage dished out, not the most, but definitely he's playing smart as well with that 5 eliminations. But so many third party coming into this map just now. Coming back to our team stat, Rosemary, pretty much everything is on his side, and that's why he got himself the MVP. But Alva, Potato, and Fnatic is playing here, and I love the combination between these guys. It's just, they're playing a tag team between them for Alter Ego.
I think really what really helped them is that when they took the fight against Chua, they took a little bit of risk there, and they won against Chua. Luckily enough, Chua didn't clutch them, and we'll have a different multiverse altogether. But from them, that spot where Chua was at in the middle, that gave them a lot of advantage of holding their ground, and they managed to put it against like what teams like Vampire Esports and GE on the side. The moment they won those fights and they defended against those two teams, the teams inside of Yasnaya itself will be too busy with each other, and that's where they just need to hold and wait until the final moment and come in as the third person or third to just finish everything off. But that is a really long airport for Leeds.
Feels like he's trying to rocket himself into Mars here. Probably gonna be one of the Martian in the future. But Vampires, on the other hand, they have been running gun. I mean, like, this is an incredible play coming out, showcase for the Vampires. When it comes to offensive wise, when they attack, when they rush in, they won over this side of the compound against MORPH. And when Boom actually tried to take advantage after they're done with MORPH, they still managed to defend. Now, that just shows how great of a strength of defending and offensively coming up from the sort of Empires. They are one of the most formidable teams out there. But unfortunately, because of the blue zone and everything else, they happen to be in the center. Everybody else just managed to squish them down. But Alter Ego just now, I mean, like, it was incredible plays coming up from these guys. It's all down to 1v1 between that wall jump. It can go either way. But Alter Ego's got himself 20 points. If Empires, even though they're being a bit early out, but who needs the placement points when you can get 14 eliminations?
Yeah, it's all about the elimination of Vampire Esports. I mean, before they went out, we already noticed that, okay, 14 points in the back. It was just too bad for them that the circle kept shift away from them, and they had to go like north, and even going through an open air. Still, the 14 points, majority of it was because they attacked and defended that one compound at the south from 3 different. That gave them a lot of points there, and then they just top it up as they try to get into the circle.
Yeah, but 8 points come out from that one particular compound. Not just they've been running and gunning since the start as well. PERSIJA EVOS still stands at number 1, but how much longer? Because right now, coming up, just introduce themselves in day number 2, which could be Group B. Start to push the numbers up there. MORPH is still going to push down by the side of PERSIJA EVOS, just 3 points shy, not too far off. But I have a feeling when it comes to Group B here, we're talking about Week 2 Group B, Vampire, BTR, PBE, and Team Secret, especially coming out BTR, PBE, and Vampires here. They definitely push way faster, even though this is just their first day.
Yeah, even for Boom, despite them yesterday and also today, but Vampire Esports, who just played today, overtook them. So, I don't know, Boom, drawing board, painting board, whatever, sketching board, whatever, they need to go back at their boards, because there's something really wrong with Boom that I just can't figure out. Swapping in and out players, they've been changing draw spots, but almost nothing has been working out for Boom. And now, even Vampire, who played just today, has overtaken them.
Yeah, for Boom, I mean, like, it's okay for them to do what they do best when it comes to confusing people with their rotations and their roster in Week 1. But this is already Week 2, Cloud. There's too much at stake here if they keep doing that, because we have lesser days and lesser map to be played to get themselves in it. I mean, like, they probably have the high chance to get into the top 16. Maybe they try to get their footings when it comes to their plans for the grand finals, you know, just thinking positively right now.
Yeah, so we can't deny that there is still a starting point inside the grand finals. So, I mean, as far as I've interacted with Coach Ken, he's not happy with the current performance, but let's see if they change anything when we come back from the break. So, we'll be taking a little bit of an extended break because of the Margaret time. We'll see you after this.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attack stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together.
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my one. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Here's a ticket for you. Join the Airdrop Carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the Airdrop crate and head out together.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at PMSL, the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2023. You're joining by together with me, Flavor, and of course, yet again with another interview session, and this time with none other than Kentang. Okay, initially he was supposed to be called Potato, but then Kentang from Team Alter Ego, and of course, our amazing translator and their Mr. Jangs. Now, congratulations to Alter Ego for winning your first Winner Chicken Dinner here for week number 2. Now, how is the team feeling when you witness Rosemary having that 1v1 situation against PERSIJA EVOS in that final few moments?
Jadi tahniah atas pencapaiannya, udah mendapatkan WWCD di hari pertama ini. Buat kalian kan hari pertama kan, jadi gimana kah kondisi tim saat itu ketika menyaksikan Rosemary 1v1?
Perasaan kami sih sempat dibuat deg-degan ya sama Rian, karena kita udah tahu itu udah posisi Rian banget lah, udah posisi menang juga, cuman Rian mungkin ada gerakan tambahan, untungnya bisa benar-benar di-secure lah, jadi sempat dikasih deg-degan dikit ya, surprise dikit.
So the teams actually felt a bit surprised is because of the team know that that is a Rosemary play style, and they actually think that Rosemary will get it done, but then Rosemary is trying to give a sneak peek or maybe like a surprise for them, and yeah, they finally secured the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I think that's the most important part, that you guys did manage. Well, congrats. Well, if you didn't, then that will be very concerning. And of course, now we saw in your preparation video for today that Octa is enjoying his own time with music. So is that the reason why he's not playing today? And at the same time as well, is that the reason why you guys won that winner chicken dinner?
Jadi kita ada nonton di salah satu video yang Octa itu lagi menikmati musik lah. Itu apakah gara-gara itu yang Octa nggak main karena dia masih lagi nyantai dengar musik? Dan apakah itu juga salah satu hal yang bikin kalian WWCD?
Enggak sih, buat Octa nggak main emang karena keputusan coach kita ya. Mungkin karena kondisi Octanya juga lagi nggak sehat mungkin. Jadi dia emang lagi diganti aja.
So actually the reason is because of the coach has been selected the players that they need to play on this week, and maybe it's because of Octa is feeling unwell. So yeah, maybe that one of the reason why Octa didn't play.
All right, so actually that explains a lot. And of course, your team currently, despite having that very convincing winner chicken dinner, your team is currently placed in 8th place. Now, what is Alter Ego's target for this week number 2?
Ya, posisi kalian saat ini adalah hashtag 8. Apakah target kalian buat minggu ini?
Buat target sih tentunya kita tiap game memaksimalkan poin. Jadi buat pembelajaran juga, jadi kita preparation buat grand finalnya, jadi setiap game kita maksimalin untuk top berapanya, kita pasti ngejar yang top 1 lah.
So they actually target to get a top 1 for every week, but then to be specific, on each game they want to maximize their point so that they can prepare really well for the grand final.
Yeah, and most hopefully that they're able to actually achieve what they're trying to target for this number 2. Thank you so much. Thank you to the amazing Kentang, aka Potato, for actually the amazing interview. Thank you so much, Junks, for the translation as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just concluded our interview. In a few short moments, we'll get kickstart yet another round, so don't go away. We'll be right back in a few short moments with more PUBG mobile actions here at the PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2023.
And I love everybody just starts waving at the back as well. It's like everybody like, bye camera, right? Everybody's so anticipating towards the interview. But yeah, I mean like, that's definitely just Rosemary's signature right now. When it comes to 1v1 against greatest of all time, we're talking about Saxi or Luxi in this case, even one of those twins. But he can clutch it out. That is just how incredibly a high potential of a player he is.
Yeah, he even won against BE, broke their hearts last week. So I mean, Rosemary just doing Rosemary thing at today. So it was a really good clutch that we saw earlier on. But we're going to restart the round again after that break. So we're going to get back onto Erangel after this, and that is where we might see some of the teams change their lineup. Boom.
Yeah, boom. I mean, like, I don't know what lineup they put up with. It feels that they're changing their lineup, like how they changing the caps. I'm like, we're twinsies now, Cloud. Hey. But at the same time, like how Boom, they need to find their footing here. I am concerned about what they did last season. Now bring forth another season of major role swapping between the rosters. I mean, how long they're gonna do this?
Yeah, well, another round of figuring out what's the lineup of Boom. Let's see what I put up later on. But for these two teams, or these three teams, they might want to stick on the lineup because they're doing well so far. So we got the top performers here. Rosemary, of course. You got to put Rosemary just beside Tony K, the two players that is explosive in the scene. And then we got Stone as well in the mix. And he's one of those players that swap in, swap out with the lineup of Vampire. But whenever he's in, he does put on a good show.
It's kind of true. I personally feel like there's so many good players when it comes to this season. We remember about Tom. We remember about Telco. We also remember about Boo Boo Hoo. And when it comes to the other teams that are not even playing it today, there's also a lot of good players. Every single team may have their own star player when it comes to this season.
Yeah, just like you guys can be the stars. Well, getting the Royal Pass with the new beach and pool party theme. One of the players I noticed is using the gem shell backpack. So if you spot out, just put it in the comment section.
I did spot that one out. Okay, now I have to keep my eye out for that as well, because we want to see if any of the players actually do have this exclusivity of the set that we just witnessed here, even the Aston Martin. I mean, like the Aston Martin, if you're a collector, this is it. If you have a real life Aston Martin and you have it in game, you just, I don't know what else to say, man.
I wish we could see the players use it. Part of the rule that they cannot use Fico skins. So it's unfortunate, but maybe you guys show us whenever you got it and put out content, whatever platform it is, do give us a tag and we'll get to see it together. But we also might get any of these teams down here getting the next chicken dinner. So I guess among all, at least for my prediction, like MORPH GPX has been the one that is been like a good show.
Yeah, I agree. Boom still finding the footing, but I have a feeling they start to get a bit of chase of it. Team Secret, I just wish they have those last minute momentum just like last week now coming back into this better. But just now Vampire is close enough to get those chicken. If not, I scored 2. But on the side of PERSIJA, EVOS and Vampires, I feel like you mentioned, they broken up. Oh man, we don't have a love story or drama going on anymore. I wish we have another theme coming up, but maybe it will boil down to our final week to see if there's any sort of drama between the teams, the rivalry between them. But so far, back towards the overall scoreboard. So far, I do love how MORPH actually plays. This has been big for them. Major turnover compared to week number 1.
Yeah, after resting Pepang, they seem to be doing really well. And well, if you do follow like the latest updates and content, there is a lot of feedback about MORPH GPX's performance from content creators from Indonesia especially. So I guess that also kind of drove MORPH GPX to the point that they're currently at, which is to make this kind of lineup changes. And I guess enough, like the people who analyze games in Indonesia, obviously they know the scene a little more, and he has shown results so far for MORPH GPX.
Yeah, they kind of remind me of the Indonesian castles too. I mean, like, definitely I hope to see them when it comes to the offline events late in the grand final. But Jan Falls be swapping with Lapa is back here. You didn't mention about Boom and BTR happen to be having a bit of a rotation when it comes to the roster. So I assume that Lapa comes better with the second half of the day, because a lot of teams start to swap out and in of their players in the second half there. Who else do we have?
Well, so far RRQ is being the same lineup, so no changes for them. I mean, they've been doing okay, so I guess no big for them to do so. BTR, I think, will be quite clear that they could use a change as well. Looking over at PERSIJA, EVOS, looks like they are remaining the same lineup. And for Boom, we kind of expected this to happen. Boom, the team that changed lineup the most often, now they're making another swap in.
But I think that's one of the first few times I actually witnessed Grimory to actually play. I think it's pretty okay. Everybody kind of have the same sort of caliber coming up from a sort of Boom lineup. Yami having a bit of a fun to taunt his players and his teammate. The sort of FaZe, Mela's still gonna stay, and I feel like Mela is here to stay. By the way, we haven't seen a lot of Trace after Mela came back. So I do want to see how it would be fair coming up from FaZe Clan if Mela and Trace they put up in the same lineup here.
Well, let me think. Oh, they even in the preseason, I don't think they played together. So we have seen in a formal tournament that the two of them have earned together and played in one lineup. But I guess with Mela in there, you got players like Onsens, and then you have Ventoras, obviously. It's quite hard to change the line because when we see this kind of lineup playing as a disaster again, or any of the players are really burned out, then maybe we might see Trace in. But based on the track record that Trace has been playing so far, I would say it's highly unlikely unless a big change is for them.
Maybe one of the issues, the language barrier, that we do have a big question mark how Trace actually communicate with the entirety of FaZe Clan since he's hailing from the mainland China. But back towards all the other teams so far, we haven't seen too many of the swap. Maybe some of them we can't keep up with the players cam right now, but we're gonna have to wait and see in the game later on. Rosemary and the entirety of Alter Ego having a bit of high five. Same goes for all the teams including MORPH here. I think that means a game is about to happen and we cannot wait to see what's gonna happen in the last Erangel. And so far the past 2 days in week 2, game have been super fast.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We set our break earlier than like last week, so that's an indication already how fast it can be. It just shows that even like the Group B teams coming in, they still play it and fast. A lot of fights. When fights happen, it happens all around the map. So multiple happening at the same time, meaning that players/teams eliminated at about the same time. So that's why when we reach like stage 6 and 7, got only like at some point 5 teams left.
It's kind of true. Same goes like yesterday as well. I mean, like the only map that we saw a bit of a stage 9 in the final stage, No More Circle, that was only Miramar, and that's because the terrain is just ridiculously hard for the players to see through each other out because of the angles they can hiding in a certain spot and playing around the edges. But when it comes to Erangel, it's either all or none rule. It's either you all getting yourself in urban warfare or there's none building happen to be there in the very last minute. But so far we have a lot of Northern Circle. Will it go all the way up north again this time?
Yeah, so far one circle at Gaka and the other one in Yasnaya. So let's see if anything changes this time. Hopefully we get a main to the base circle. It's like it's been a while as we head on to our game now. The moment we see like the guys and the players focus onto their game and they start to warm up their fingers, that's where you know that it's going to start at some point. And normally another indicator is that the music goes down. And we will start now.
And we're back for our last Erangel map of the day here, which is going to be super interesting because the flight path already showed itself from the side of SMB up to Kamishki and cutting across this Naya, but I have a feeling it might be on the left side because that's how the flight and the game love to play around us. It's not going to be that generous to you, but it's going to be alright on top of this flight path. High chance we might ended up around the Medusa intersection and maybe ended up just like how we saw the Yasnaya circle ended up before, in between Yasnaya Mansion and just on the outskirts of Yasnaya. But a lot of teams dropping quite early, including Vampires here, because Vampires going to drop himself around Primorse or maybe on the top of Gory, just around the coastline. And GEEK fam as well, as per usual, they're going to drop themselves around Ferry Pier. We do have Team Secret dropping at SMB. And MORPH, they're not dropping around SMB this time. Where would they go?
Boom, not a fan of mid to the base island. Knowing that PN United is not playing, they're not heading to Novo. They're going back to the area of shelter with that big spread, it seems, since the flight path is just on top of it. So leaving the entire asset possibly for Team Secret. But they have DVD just right beside them. Interestingly, they did not go back to Quarry where their normal drop spot is at. So they got the island with Team Secret. Unless DVD just grabs a vehicle and goes to somewhere else. But we'll keep an eye on that. On hand, it's going to be the circle on the right instead, on top of the flight path. So happened that majority teams are in that area.
Man, I feel like I'm hitting a lot of good spots here today because happen to be all my speculation about Sergo has been right on point. Maybe I should be hired as an analyst now. But yeah, back to it. I mean, like, sorry guys. But at the same time, about the circle, like you mentioned, majority of the players happen to be dropping in right in the center of the circle because the flight path is right on top of it as well. So it's within their reach. They don't have to move that much unless the team that dropping themselves quite away from those circle, including in the case of Vampires, GEEK Fam, Team Secret, will actually have to go a bit of a longer rotations to get into the center of the circle here. In the case of MORPH, now they didn't drop themselves early like how they did in the previous map in around Novo or SMB. They're dropping themselves quite a bit later, right on top of Yasnaya Bridge, which connecting itself to Roshok. Now, do they want to really fight here, or do they want to move away? It feels like they know for a fact this is not their usual place, and FaZe Clan happen to be nearby as well.
But I guess it's still like everyone's like finding a spot to loot first before focusing onto the areas that they want to be in the circle. As long as they are able to like have a good spread, number one. Number two is that hoping that the other teams like MORPH GPX, for example, got the vehicle, no weapons. Whatever happens, they will just drive by. That is still okay. I would say that probably we will still stage 2 maybe, or stage 3 even. That's where we see like the multiples happening across the map at once.
Yep, it's kind of true. So far a bit quiet before the storm, as per usual. Relatively calm here. Vampires just gonna take their own time. Their per usual drop spot around Primos. Nobody will contest them around this area. I do miss the days where some teams love to clash and just to drop themselves, making it a bit harder for the teams that have their initial drop spot a bit too peaceful, just to have a bit of a ripple effect for them. XERXIA coming up a bit. I would say they're dropping themselves quite as per usual around Miltop Power too. And surprisingly, I do wish actually PBE tried to contest back Miltop Power. If not, these days they have dropped themselves around on the northern side around Kamishki, just on the outskirts of Yasnaya even, because Miltop Power used to be theirs once upon a time.
Yeah, but based on recent records, like PBE don't do well like contesting top spots. So I guess that's where so happened that the flight just right on top of Kameshki. So I guess there's no reason for them to really contest Milta. But we look like various flight paths, like even if it's like on top, like Milta to Ferry Pier, for example, like PBE just doesn't contest. So they're not the teams to take that really, really early contest. They're not the GE basically. If you put a G, then we'll see all our battle until they get the spot. Just like
yeah, that's what I said. I'm interested to see if that's going to happen one day, because that's what lacking coming up from the side of PBE. And we can see they are growing definitely one step at a time. They're taking, before this, they forced themselves early skirmishes and early fights back in the days, even in last season, knowing that it's not their strong forte, and try to have a footing regarding their strength first, right? Mid-time fight or around the 4th, 5th circle fights, they start to engage. Maybe that's what they're lacking right now. Maybe that's what they needed to have a bit of a push to do something that they're still trying to find a footing, including like early skirmishes, try to fight those engagement when it comes to dominate over the compound early on, or try to just give a bit of impact in early stages of the map, try to take away the compound. Because if a team can actually do that, one of the many examples, I have to put out the name here, including Nova down there. Everybody knows Nova when it comes to teams coming up from China. They are playing alongside with the flight path instead of having a certain initiation of drop spot. Back in the days, this is what their strengths are. Basically, they're so flexible, they play around the flight path. And if the team can actually deliver that, there's no stopping them, because whatever you want to do, whatever you try to do to take down or against them, they still can fight back, because they're just so good at early, mid, and late game. You cannot challenge them either way. And maybe that's one of the things that some teams, they know that that's their weaknesses. Maybe try have a bit of a change.
Speaking about impact, right? I have a thought about that, but we'll leave that thought later. As let's check out this fight here. Link's all alone. Our killing him, so pretty straightforward. The rest of PERSIJA EVOS, they won't continue to come up here. They need to climb up, and put them at a disadvantage. So, might as well not make that hasty move. And plus, it's only Galaxy at the front. The rest of them are behind. Coming back to the point of impact. So if I were to make the impact comparison, like PBE and DBD since they're and GE since they're from the same region, and knowing that PMGC is at stake, 300-ish gap around there between PBE and GE. So with that kind of gap, GE, they can somewhat afford to give up some points, knowing that they still have a huge lead, PBE, to go to PMGC. But if you're like PBE and you're like, okay, 300 points, we know insane. Hence, taking that level of risk may not be their objective, because okay, the close 300 point is big. So instead of trying to close that, try to get the top 6 in the grand finals instead. So I guess they, knowing that kind of situation, that they wouldn't be in that mindset of like try to contest in a double situation in which they might lose like at number 15 or number 16.
Circle seems to be very interesting. DBD Izane and Vampires having a bit of clash in the blue zone here. Izane moving away from the path of Vampires. That was a smart move. If not, he will be just terrified knowing the fact he's alone. Being left behind is one thing. Even the Blues are closing in, that's worse, because the pressure is going to be too side instead of Izane if you start engaging. But the circle just speaks itself. We're going to have around Mention and around the side of Prison, or maybe we ended up maybe try to open up his angles just to get those lead going on, but it's going to be a bit calm. The moment we hit into stage 3 and 4, everybody will start to fight.
It does also bring to the point that the circle is like the side, right? So if the circle is stuck to the side, yeah, we will definitely see like fights happening very, very soon. It's not like it's like in the middle whereby you like multiple areas, but if like at the side, then you kind of cut off like the right side of goal that is unplayable, pretty much. So teams will rotate like from major directions, like from the top, bottom, and left. So that's why we'll see those fights happening probably by stage rather than the 4th stage instead. So keep your eyes peeled since we are heading towards that 1 minute 45 more seconds.
Alter Ego reposition himself, playing around the coastline of Lipovka right now. While Boom is quite nearby, we do have PB coming up from the north, a bit clear. Fedosa coming up from Kamishki and Stalber. Yasnaya Poliana seems like very empty at the moment as we speak, because the circle just moving away, and it's going to be in between Mansion and Prison. But they can take their own sweet time for PERSIJA EVOS to come up from the north as well. MORPH coming in the latest because they took a blaze in for a bit. But I think they're coming up, cutting across straight into Mansion after this. Maybe they're just going to have a bit of a pit stop on top of Yasnaya Poliana as well. DBD taking a bit of a hold around areas of bunker and shelter. Now, since we do have this sort of a circle, there might be some tunnel fight going on as well.
Luckily enough, no one's in the tunnel yet. But someone's on the high ground, and that's Vampire Esports coming onto Yoodo Alliance. And this is actually one of my favorite pit stop for Yoodo Alliance people seasons now. Vampire Esports, probably they know about that and they caught it, and that's why they had to take down the map of Yoodo Alliance.
Rapper boy. Well, that's crucial information aside of Yoodo Alliance. Knowing the fact that they have a very near contender, it's going to be a heavy-hitter team as well. So, going to get out from the blue zone first and position himself in a circle to be a bit more safer. But Vampire's got that first. Now, this is going to be a problem because Yoodo Alliance just a second away from getting the best position there is. They got the sniper tower. Tony K and the rest of Empire still taking the blue zone for a bit. Took them quite a bit of long time to leave the blue zone. But stage 2 is still bearable. On the side of Yoodo Alliance, they will bomb into Team Secret head on. And that's going to be Fires and first contact made between these two teams.
So shift a little bit down south. So the northern teams will need to move. Okay, we got a heavy, we got RRQ, we got GE there in the mix as well as Boom. So that will be in up north. On the south side, it will be Team Secret. Similar rotation like before, but this time around, they're going towards the right side, trying to take the high instead, hoping to get an easier entry into the circle from the high to the low ground when the circle shifts up north. But there happen to be like 2 other teams around the area, so they need to be prepared to defend. But at least least they got the compound first, so they have something to work with.
Alright, Q. Taking a shot against Boom down there. Achul having some problems and lost Achul in an immediate reaction from the side of the openers. BTR having a lost shot against Team Secret. Ham down between two. Yoodo Alliance, BTR, Team Secret. Happen to be in triangle mode right now, but heavily heated. It's going to be the side of Team Secret. And they already had a really tough start for the day. Pleased himself last. They barely got any points across the entire day, but at least they score average of 1 point for each map compared to GEEK Fam yesterday's different story. But GEEK Fam redeemed himself when they scored themselves the chicken of the day. Team Secret will try to open fire towards the Yoodo Alliance, but at the same time, Helton, if he open fires, this is too much at risk. He's exploiting too much. It's gonna be a bad land with barely enough structure to take covers on. They need to reposition themselves first, or they're just digging their own grave for Team Secret. Yes, they do have the compound, but BTR is right on top of them as well.
I guess either way, whether he pulled the shot or not, BTR already noticed that they're there the moment they landed. So they're exposed already. Speaking about exposure, so Vampire Esports exposed to DB. Look at the spread from DBD with an off angle to Vampire, but Vampire, knowing the off angle now, they charge all four of them into one area, and they have the man advantage against DB.
Stone, hope it drop a Kobe. Yan is quite clapped down and on his knees. Tony K and Stone, between these two guys playing a tag team to knock down on Yan. Aizen, how do he respond from this? As Aizen trying to negate all the damage away, avoiding those explosions. Aizen still trying to buy time for the rest of entirety of DBD to join in the fray. Vampires and on the side of DBD both having a bit of a 1-to-1 trade. Tony K forced the rest of the entirety of Vampires to go in the tunnel, knowing the fact a lot of teams will be passing by here because DBD managed to knock on one down and they have to reset themselves inside of a tunnel, while Ravenclaw will have to leave out to give and feed the information towards the rest of a team that's kind of under the ground.
Wow, Circle tucked to the right now. Good luck for the teams on the high ground, butting in, but GE shot from the other side from Audrey.
Oh, this is incredible. This is the perfect time for GE. Impeccable timing. Speaking of stealing away and taking all the misfortune of two teams at the same time. Ravenclaw tried to fight back. Shot down on one and a jump shot. What a flashy finish from the side of Ravenclaw. But GE, they had it in their hands and they let it slip by.
Well, GEEK Fam's not going to let this slip away. Now that the name from that route landed onto Aizen, there's an opening for GEEK Fam to finish up the rest of Vampire Esports. Aizen eliminated by Damroot. And now Vampire Esports still resetting, but time's on their side as Zone will arrive. But FaZe Clan, speaking about a rise of the MORPH GPX.
Rocky finish off FaZe, Mala on the ground bleeding and will be in an instant gone. Next is going to be Onzen. Oh, what a beautiful Christmas praise coming up from Rocky. Down, leaving only to Mormon. FaZe in trouble. Morph, do they save their teammate or find the last player of FaZe?
Well, Rocky got to reset quick because FaZe Clan, Mormon is coming. Okay, it's a smoke. He got 3 nades, but he chooses to pop the smoke first, blinding the vision of his opponent now. Going on 1v1 mano by Rocky. Play eye on the Tiger, ladies and gentlemen, because he just won it for GPX.
FaZe, they had it going before Mormon. If only he really tossed out the hand grenade, it would be a perfect Kobe. But nobody can see like how we did. And then that's no blame on the side of FaZe, but unfortunately they have to go down. DBD next following in the line. Yoodo Alliance on the other hand try to flush out the remainings of Team Secret, which is going to be left with Raizai here. 3v1. There's no way they can actually botch this one, can they? Yummy May taking on Morph. Morph fighting one team to the other. I mean, like non-stop going around that bunkers area. But Yoodo Alliance close off the deal with a bit of a bang till the last minute. Flax got damaged, but it's still a win for the side of Yoodo Alliance.
Points a point at the end of the day. So with this compound, they can take their time to reset. Most of the focus will be on, especially on the left coming in. Oh, MORPH GPX. After they won, Rocky won that fight. They got eliminated. They got points instead. Okay. But that 5 points might not be enough for them to hold on to the number 1.
There's going to be the opportunity for the side of PERSIJA, EVOS and REGUM to cut across MORPH, who got fairly enough for eliminations, but definitely not enough to maintain the number 1 spot, since PERSIJA, EVOS do have a trio, but without any elimination just yet. But as long as they hang on and just clinch towards the end, they're going to be okay. Vampires, on the other end, they had a lot of scuffle just to get where they at right now. Down to 2 players, heavy casualty on their side. BTR arrive around the bunkers too. Everybody will love these bunkers so much. We have more teams joining in. XERXIA, BTR, GEEK Fam and Vampires just hanging around the corners. Oh, do have the circuit shifted. It's going to be right on top of these Xaviers. And now how do they want to defend this? They can use and utilize whatever terrain they have, even though they have those elevations, but will be enough structures to cover themselves, while XERXIA and BTR will have a bit of a fight around these bunkers again. We do have the other teams start to positioning themselves in the center of the safe zone.
Wow, inevitable now, because we can see BTR is trying to surround XERXIA. Satar trying to get formation out of XERXIA, but we got Erangel now holding the front line. Fortunately, Chopper is currently on his knees, so they need to find a way to pick him up. BTR surrounding Chopper, used as a hostage. XERXIA have to let it go, but no, still gonna go in.
Oh, a bit of flip, and XERXIA got clip a number of damage still. Back to us, what's going on, XERXIA? I mean, XERXIA just arrived, but warmly welcomed by the hands of Satar with those fires going on, and the kid was spraying. BTR Satar, calmly and composed, just react to the situation given to him. But now here comes Megamind, burn off the rest of remaining of Yuha here, being barbecued, roasted out, and fried. There goes XERXIA, Megamind with the big brain plays.
Yeah, although Megamind, his molly didn't go in, the door was just in time, but it stopped his opponent from coming out instead, pinning him in, and that's how he finished him off. But speaking of finishing, you see the Schweppes on Mika now. Last kick of hand, Schweppes will win the duel against Mika. Nicely done, taking out GEEK fairly.
Slither of health remains running low when it comes to resources, but Schweppes, he got that last first aid, hoping to find more where he got none in that last box that he tried to reloot from. Boom, on the other hand, shutting down to his RRQ contention. Yeah, they can't even advance. XERXIA, on the other hand, managed to reset their entire team. It's undead. They are zombies. They were down to 1 player, now back all 4, and they have the reset perfectly fine. Alter Ego getting a bit of a coastline contention and a bit of a across the river war against PBE, but those actually do have those elevations. It's gonna be these Xaviers. We mentioned about these Xaviers do have those elevations, and in the center of the circle, they can efficiently, just slowly taking out all the players out of equation who happen to be around the coastline and on the lower grounds.
Well, there's nowhere for Schweppes to go except front, and that's where Boom is waiting for him. Vampire Esports out. This is a revenge for Boom, as in the previous round, Vampire Esports was the one to 8 Boom. But instead, this time, it's going to be Boom taking them out. So now we have 8 teams left. And with RRQ, looks like there's only one last member of RRQ. Yeah, in the middle, playing that safe route, hoping for teams to not come by.
PERSIJA EVOS also remains with 1, and while the other teams do have a trio, except for 2 squads there. XERXIA and PBE having a full-man lineup. XERXIA just arrived and he got himself at the horizon next to Yoodo Alliance here, very close, and easily can spot them out due to the elevations of the ground, and they have a lot of structures of trees to take covers from as well. But this is the time where the circle shrinks and it just moves away from XERXIA and Yoodo Alliance, and Alter Ego split it into 2 and 1 formation where they have only 3 players. It's not going to be enough for Alva if they force the fight against Yoodo Alliance, and Alva just drove all the way back. I'm not sure what is his plan down there, but they need to move away and just go straight into the circle, where XERXIA right now barely touching the rim, spotted out the one actually in the center, DX, where I mentioned before they need to officially use a position to take out all the teams to try and breach in, but it's a bit too late now, since the one stabbing up from behind is gonna be XERXIA, and they are dominating as well.
Alright, and XERXIA playing for the high ground down, so they have an advantage in some of these other teams, including Boom on the left side. Spots them out, but don't have got. Alva, on the other hand, scouting work, but probably caught out now. Members are still on the other side of the road, so he needs to hold on for backup. As for XERXIA, finding their way into the circle might not be interested until they are safely in.
back towards PBE. The Blues start to close in. That's where they forced to move anyhow. Cool try to open up and widen their angle just to be safe and clear about what's around them, adapting towards their environment. Mega Mind spotter Axas. Here comes a couple of shots. Did not connect. Ambitious. Around 100 meters apart. Less than that with XERXIA on the side of RRQ down there. PBE just arrived, but nothing to cover themselves. At least there's one rock and a couple of trees around them. Boom. Still by a bit more time. They cannot be visualized by the other teams due to this terrain itself. But Razy definitely got some spot on down there. But Alter Ego and DX. That's going to be a splat coming up from Alter Ego. DX, multiple times they finish off by a vehicle.
Yeah, thanks to the information fed by Alva. His scouting work. Speaking about work, Yoodo Alliance now at work with XERXIA. Gonna be the lower ground against the high ground. RNJ spots on Repo Boy, gets one. Ade look on the right side, will counter for RNJ. And Flex will be the one to knock him down. Ade look with an 8 in hand. And Ben on the other side, he will toss. Will it land on the Mega Mind? No, not yet. Mega still okay.
Repo Boy bleeding out. Flex definitely want to have a bit of a helping hand down there. But the problem is, the rivals are too close. All the other teams are just too close for comfort. He cannot even pop a smoke, knowing the fact the moment he popped the smoke just to save Flax down there, it's going to be too risky. The moment he tried to reach out to revive, there's going to be a lot and tons of spray down onto them. As he spotted a boom right in the impeccable timing, but as he down next, Yummy May doing all the job done. Boom! Can Yummy May revive his teammate, popping the smoke up, maybe toss more than one, because they need all the coverage needed just to revive his teammate. PBE still having a full squad coming out from the lines, but the circle will shrink in less than 20 seconds. They have to make a go. While the side of RRQ living with only one player left, Yoodo Alliance taking unnecessary damage from the Blues and due to being forced out by the teams from the inner circle.
Oh, here we speaking about circle. We got 5 more seconds before we know who will be favored by the next stage of circle. Boom, playing by the edge. Unlikely to get it, and that's your answer, Lisa. It's going to be a middle circle this time. So PBE moving in quickly. They know they have the number, and they got into the circle now. All they need to do is to defend their ground, but they're on the left. They got to be careful of teams coming from the high ground instead.
At the same time, those high grounds will actually obliterate the visual. The teams cannot see them coming up because it's just a sharp, steep sort of a landslide for them to actually visualize PBE. It will buy them a bit more time. Alter Ego just spot out the last remaining member of RRQ. That's going to be down to 4. But PBE with a full squad to fight against a trio. All the other 3 teams having a trio right now. Everybody have a fair shot of winning this. But Razy is just so good at spotting out targets multiple times. He opened up the opportunity for his entire team.
Well, where is Yoodo Alliance going to go now? They're the furthest away from the circle. Adilu knocked down by Razy, as what you mentioned, and now Razy notices Alter Ego on the other side. But we got the members of Boom, one of them moving towards Yoodo Alliance. But the team that's on the clear right now is going to be PBE. Have an off angle from the outside of the circle.
Razy finish off Repo Boy, and now down to PBE to respond to this. They still have a full squad. Yoodo Alliance on the other hand, looking very dim. At the end of the tunnel, it still feels like very dark for them. Living with only one last player, but boom! They just gonna crush the dream of the last player of Yoodo Alliance. Are placing down to 3 teams. Alter Ego down to 2 players still, but they're gonna go against Boom. Yummy May, this is time for redemption for the entirety of Boom. Potato and Alter Ego couldn't make it through as Razy and Yummy working as a duo. Splendid plays, but the problem is they still cannot secure the chicken. It's gonna be them being outnumbered by the side of PBE, who still have a full squad.
Well, Razy could surprise PBE because PBE now probably putting focus onto Yummy's side, so Razy can surprise the opponent. Now Razy knocked out. Oh no, no off angle for Boom. PBE, they have to close this. They cannot allow the Rosemary to happen.
Oh, this is gonna be Boom. Boom, Yummy May. We've seen the best of Yummy last season. Can they pull it off again? It's been a while, but this time with a long side of Pombit, they're going to open up two different sides entirely. Open up two different direction and angle. Which going to confuse PBE. But the problem is Yummy May being the bait. Now Pombit will be the support fire from the flank. While it's going to be baited out by Yummy, can he last long enough for Pombit to pin each one down one by one? It's going to be a lot of PBE on that side. It's going to be the entirety of PBE versus Boom now. Cool tried to spot out. Yummy May couldn't hold much longer. Down to early Pombit. But PBE, they will seal the deal. And they will get this chicken. All they need to do is just shut down on last player of Boom. And job's done. Raimon, all he needs to do is just drop one big Kobe. And that's just it. The spray from Momboy. Make it work. Chicken dinner on the side of PBE Playbook Esports.
Well, at least they did not allow the Rosemary to have them and secure the chicken dinner. So, great work there by PBE. Closing cleanly, not letting anyone else to receive points from the team. But on the other side, you can't think about it. This is Boom's round ever since the chicken dinner on the last game of last week.
Kind of true. I mean, PBE, they know their strength here. They play alongside with their strength, knowing the fact when it comes to coming in very late, and when it comes to involving the fight a bit later, that's where they perform best. And they know their strength, they play alongside with it. While the side of Boom definitely redeemed themselves when it comes to the performance of last week and the past few days here. But we do have our favorite Momboy back on the screen with 2 elimination and almost 500 damage, scoring himself the MVP for the team this time. But PBE, total up the numbers, we want to see the total point they managed to get at this mount.
Oh yeah, I want to see how many eliminations, because they were the way they rotated is like they kind of played really safe. They tucked themselves at the side that's where majority of teams are on the upside. So a lot of their eliminations were from afar, except like towards the end where they got a couple eliminations on the Boom, but majority of them collected on the way was like from long range. I can't wait to see how many elimination points they actually got. But before that, let's look at the from teams to watch this time. Boom, because they got like what, 13, 15 eliminations, something like that. That's why in total number they overtook PBE in terms of points collected.
That's kind of true. When it comes to PBL to Yoodo Alliance, I mean, like, congratulations to them. They managed to get themselves in the top 4. It's all down to the numbers when it will contribute towards the overall rankings. So sadly, if they did manage to survive, it's all down to the numbers to make the call shot here. But when it comes to our highlight, PBE, they have been quiet. Vampires have been hunting people down. And Yoodo Alliance, a bit too early, they lost quite a number of teammates one by one, limb by limb, been taken off by a lot of teams down there. But back towards where a lot of teams being finished off and being decimated, it's going to be the bunkers. 4 to maybe around 4 to 8 teams around the bunkers for such a long time. Even GE trying to take advantage of that, and GEEK fam, they managed to secure those eliminations there.
Yeah, just for the circle, not for the bunker. So, yep. Points collected, great, but still need people after that. And that's where the teams from the bunker, they got called out. Boom, that interested in the bunker. Instead, they were interested in teams coming out of the bunker instead. And I guess they got a good amount of eliminations from it as well, totaling up their points to be more than BE. Just exactly how many we'll find out soon. But we still can't take away the chicken from PBE. A chicken's a chicken at the end of the day. But here's the numbers. Okay. 3 eliminations for PBE. I guess that's also because of their very safe game. That's why they didn't collect as much as Boom.
Well, I have to say, Boom, they topped off the chart with their elimination. The only team with a double-digit elimination here, really. When it comes to comparing to all the teams, Team Secret definitely got a 0 this time, where we do have 4 teams getting a 1. Aside from PBE, yes, they got themselves the placement, but as I mentioned before, because of their conservative play in the early ones, they know for a fact they have better strength when it comes to waiting out till the end of the few stages. But it's not going to be a lot when it comes to elimination. But back on the overall weekly rankings here, and so far with all the 10 matches, most of them that have 10 matches on the first page, other than just Sam9. Now Sam9 not playing it today, it just shows how strong they are for this week. They've not even been pushed out to the second page yet.
Yeah, I mean, in one day, like 59 points, which is almost an average of 10 points per round. So that is huge for 9. Even though they push to the second page, they still have the game hand, so they still be okay. The top team with the least amount of games played in page is going to be Sam9. On the other end, we still got a PBE down there, despite chicken dinner, but it's still okay for them because they just started their campaign today. But of the amount of eliminations that was gotten by Boom in that round, like a lot. So they got the top performers here, 2 of them. So Yummy about how Razy played, so he's up there together with the main fragger too. Of course, you have a party without Rosemary in the charts, right?
That's kind of true. Well, and when it comes to that last map of Erangel, that kind of concludes our Erangel run for the day. Next, we're heading into Miramar, where the eyes should be on top of these 4 teams: Xavier, XERXIA, DVD, RRQ. And all these teams are playing here, if I'm not mistaken, here today. So keep your eye out for these guys, because they will be the fangs when it comes to Miramar. But don't forget, Vampires used to love Miramar when it comes to week 1 as well.
Oh yeah. So nice summary here that we have. So we got different regions from different regions getting their own chicken today. So we have GE playing today. So we still got GE potentially fill in. And one more would be from... Okay, we got Thailand, Malaysia. Where's the one more again? Oh, Vietnam. Yeah.
Yeah, we're waiting. Vietnam, come on, DX. Try to score that one. And also, a reminder for you guys, as always, going to be the PSA of today, where we do have the PMSL skin exclusive during this season. This is the first ever PMSL skin. Make sure you grab it as fast as you can.
As usual, another PSA. Dandy Grooves, the excites the battleground, is in the game right now. Do get it. Only 10 UC for your first draw. You could potentially get the M24 or the ultimate set, Dandy Grooves the set, entirely within the game.
Don't forget, we do have this limited amount of time exclusively. A different mode entirely, the Battle Royale of Dragon Ball Super. So make sure you relive your childhood and the nostalgia will kick in, but have fun with it. Speaking back about our chicken dinner, so far we have alternating of flags flying around. I'm still waiting for GE. I'm still waiting for, hopefully it's going to be the Vietnam team. One of them anyhow will be great. But coming out, it's also a Vampire's favorite map. And so far, I don't know, I didn't hit PERSIJA EVOS, but so far I got 1 Team Secret. On the other hand, what's the problem here, Cloud?
Well, key problem is that they only have 4 players and no one else. So that is already the first issue. I mean, I think that was so widely discussed even before the season started, when they announced the roster, and they, when they're at this point where they're at the slump, they have no other option to change except for themselves. So what can they do about it? I mean, it's in a very tough position, to be honest. Like, I don't know what else they can do.
I agree. I mean, should they start to, you know, grab people off the street just in, you know, do you play PUBG Mobile good? Would you stand in for us at this point? But it's a bit too late now. But they know what they signed up for. I definitely feel like they know what they signed up for. Even though they have only 4 players, there's a reason why they didn't actually add up another number when it comes to getting into the season here. I hope they are doing okay. But for the side of Team Secret, definitely it feels like they're heading a mental wall where it's just not improvising. At the same time, it's just their performance is just way being pulled down for this entire season. Once upon a time, they were a legendary great team, but now no more, and they lost that grace of that. But when it comes to Boom, slowly rising up, didn't score a chicken, but definitely got a number 1, so I think you score 1 as well.
Oh yeah, but just now when you mentioned about that, my first like, do they really know what they signed up for? We will talk about that in our post-game podcast. But anyway, so looking at the lineups, I'm looking to see if there's any changes. Okay, since Boom did well, I guess they're not going to change. Like, if it's not broken, we'll change it, right? So I think that Boom will keep with their lineup despite them having a trend of like changing players. But yeah, I mean, second place with that amount of elimination point, Boom is going to stick with it.
That's kind of true. I mean, but the thing is, just now the lineup was great, but it's going to be a different map entirely. I just hope it's going to fare well coming up from the side of Boom here, because they need that. They really do. really need to push themselves up the numbers. Instead of GEEK fam, well, I think they're pretty in the safe zone for now, but they still need to bump up the numbers. GE, now, they're definitely trying. You can see that, are they trying a bit too much now? Because they'll be forcing too much early fights.
GE, well, that's always a trend. If we kind of think about it, like the raw salt thing, and then the raw salt thing, the Paradise Resort thing, and the San Martin. It's like they're like the gangsters of PMSL now. It's like, I want that slot. Irregardless, I will get that slot. Irregardless of who it is, whatever team it is, no questions asked. If they want it, we'll fight for it till the end, until the other team just leaves. Just like how they sent off Wolves, sent off Box Gaming, and that is just GE doing GE things.
Well, GE, hopefully what they do, their things right now will actually fall into place when it comes to Miramar map here. But aside from that, Vampires, definitely they are hunting people down. You can see how aggressive they try to force all the fight down there. But, I mean, they're chasing the numbers for eliminations. I mean, a chicken would be a bonus for them.
Yeah, and plus, they are pretty much clear to PMGC. Unless something insane happened between them and PBE, but it's looking very, very unlikely. But anyway, I guess for now, like, their objective is, like, if they can get, like, 10, top 10, then they're pretty happy. That was their objective, and they mentioned it during the earlier stage of the when we started the day, that interview. So I guess that could be their objective. Of course, for them to get the top 10 is also to collect as many points as possible during the league stage, so they have a good later on to get the top 10. They get it, great for them. Objective, fit. Management, happy. But let's see if they can be happy in this round as we start off as Miramar for day 2.
Here comes Miramar. It means that we have 2 more maps to go, and we're gonna close and wrap the day off. And we do love this kind of a flight path. It's not too far up north, but it's still within reach for the teams that want to go all the way down south, coming up from Al-Azhar down to us on the outskirts of Monte Nuevo, a bit down south to us El Pozo as well. But the circle, there's a high chance. So far, we have so many circles on top of Chumacera when it comes to this season's PMSL. Will be the same case here, because if the flight path contradicts the circle, usually that's the case. But I don't want to be urban warfare, definitely, because we are on the highs these days, Cloud, and the game have been fascinatingly fast.
Yeah, urban warfare will just slow the ending down. That's what we almost got at Yasnaya there, but the circle was like kind of 50-50. But anyway, so this round, so GE is definitely going to take San Martin. Nobody's going to be around them. We don't have Box Gaming today, so we won't see the early clash for the power grid area. Plus BTR is there. Not sure if Box Gaming really wants to contest that. We don't have Sam9 as well, so yesterday, whatever that we learned, Sam9, and 2 times they blocked the rotation of FaZe Clan. So without Sam9, I might not see that case again today. So yeah, so I guess when it comes to clashes, might not be as obvious until some other team does something different.
It's kind of trend. We do have on top of Chumacera Circle once more. I feel like I'm an oracle for the day. Man, I feel so good now. But at the same time, when it comes to this sort of a circle, we know for a fact whether to occupy on the high grounds or the high mountains of Chumacera, or will it be better to stay on the low ground? Because we do know when you go for the low grounds, there's a lot of compounds to take covers from. You can wait it out, but you cannot engage way too early compared to those actually in the high grounds. So really, it's down to the preference of the teams to how they want to go. But coming up from the side of Empires, I have my eyes onto them because they definitely on a hunt today, and I have a feeling they want to go for the hunt the moment they already lit up, even on stage 1.
Yeah, the circle is not too far, so they normally drop around the areas of the north of Los Leones, which happen to be beside PERSIJA EVOS, by the way. But since EVOS nowadays they start to go back inside of Los Leones, they should have an okay start. But Team Secret and GEEK, ooh, close by. And they managed to shoot them away, but they got the vehicle instead. As long as the vehicle's not smoked out, they'll be fine.
It's going to be the mini van, the slowest of them all, and he's hiking up at a 60-degree slope. Just hope and pray for Rizai and both the players of Team Secret will make it safe out there. Vampires, like I mentioned, they are on the hunt. Definitely Ravenclaw will start fires about all the teams that start to move. But it's going to be a very long shot. Ambitious, yes, but valiant affect coming up from the side of Ravenclaw. But Vampires, they show such resilience today, such tenacity to last as long as they can. But in the meantime, they are separated. Maybe it's going to be, they have sort of a second checkpoint where they will meet up each other out and start to move as a unit. Team Secret running away from another team before, and now jumping straight into GEEK Fam's sort of parameter. Damn, it happened to be here alone. I'm not sure where are the rest of them, but I definitely did not that far off.
Well, who needs the rest of GEEK Fam, right? Tamroot now with the first knock. But that alerted the rest of Team Secret. Let's see how they deal this. Looks like the answer is yes. Probably Ryza is not prepared with his weapons. Arguably even like the one that's knocked down is not ready with the weapons as well. We got the rest of them. Okay, I see a UMP in hand. Ryza might not anything yet. Okay, he has an M16. Not sure if there's any bullets though, but at least others with the UMP is coming by. Putra, definitely one of the important players for Team Secret, so they need to try to save him.
Zeral. There's no way to save Putra. It's too open for the other teams to peek out or even pop a smoke there. Damn Root really locked and loaded on the side of Putra just now. That's going to be an extra consolation prize for the side of Damn Root. Got there by himself and didn't even have to wait the rest of a teammate to arrive here. But surprisingly, Team Secret, not knowing that Damn Root is just alone, they're just going to go part ways and just taking the high grounds and moving away from that compound. That's going to be a win, a big win for GEEK Fam.
Yeah, one elimination point, not going to complain about it. I understand why Team Secret didn't go. Because yes, you might think that, okay, only Damn Root one person there, but you don't know where the others are. They could be at an off angle. So that's like they didn't really rush onto Damn Root thinking that, okay, there could be other people there. That's number one. Two, maybe they're not looted up just yet because I saw a M16, not the most famous of weapons. So if they are forced to kind of use an M16, that's some indicator that they're not looted up yet. And now we have view of Ryza. He clearly has nothing onto him for that factor. So that's where Team Secret decides to just leave this and loot somewhere else. But unfortunately, they bump into RRQ. Nepeko almost knocked down Ryza, but lucky enough for Ryza, he's cleared.
In secret for the Pam to the Fire, not just Pam to the Fire for the Lions, then to the Wolf Den, and maybe a Dinosaur Den after this. I mean, they keep running away from fight. Before this, it was GEEK Fam. One player, Damn Root, shutting them down. Next one is going to be another one. It's going to be a tough decision making for the IGL where to drop next because they happen to be occupied everywhere when they thought it's vacant. MORPH, on the other hand, send the Patron it is. It happened to be a very clear day for them. FaZe just going to move and migrate himself to the circle too. Whoever got a glimpse of circle because it's still not transitioning to second stage. But so far, the one that I'm concerning about, because we have 2 more maps to go, Team Secret. Can they score any more points there? Because if not, they'll be repeating what GEEK Fam performed yesterday.
At this stage, GEEK Fam yesterday is at 5 points. So Team Secret at this stage in comparison, apple to apple, yeah, as of now at least, still 1 point behind from evening up. At least with 3 players, they still can kind of do something. But now down to really Team Secret themselves to try not to have that record like GEEK Fam has. Because, I mean, how bad can it be, right?
Satar, FaZe, exchange of fires, bullets unloaded. Cooking up the nade on the side of Satar. He managed to finish off by himself. One player as a FaZe here definitely speaks quite a number of how high quality of a player Satar is by himself. But the rest of BTR start backing him up as well. Lapar coming up from the back line, giving a support fire, cover fire inside of Satar, being the tank for the team. FaZe, on the other hand, they still want to go for the fight. They lost Mormon. They lost Mormon quite early on. And their response to this is just, you know, we need to reassess the situation. Are we going in or not? I feel like Victorious is communicating with the IGL whether what to do next. And the entire team start to discuss as well whether should we just stay indoors, should we go outside, because BTR is still hovering their crosshair right on top of them.
Lucky enough, it's still stage 1, right? So in general, there's still a lot of space, and hopefully other teams don't come by since the teams are still rotating. But at least they still have that space. So let's see what they can do about that. And speaking about rotation, since it is like kind of like not the side of a circle, it's like somewhere in the middle, so you have a lot of space to rotate. So we can see here teams are coming in from multiple directions, so it's quite nicely spread. But now that circle have shifted, of course, from this kind of visual we can see like, oh, a lot of teams like us are on the left side because circle shift towards the right. So that means that for Yoodo Alliance, they have a clear space for them to park with. They are at Los Leones, and they come from Los Leones anyway. PERSIJA EVOS, they move from Los Leones down south to the high ground. I see their idea. They want to play the high ground, but that also means, well, other teams will come from that direction instead of from the Los Leones direction.
A lot of teams do prefer on the left side because they know for a fact that the circle hot shift again and moving away from Los Leones. You know for a fact the moment a circle they're moving away from a big town as Los Leones can be, it's going to be an open field on the outskirts of the town itself, especially on that left side. It's going to be too open for them. And if you try to get out of Los Leones, the circle shifted away, you'll be just ragdolls, waited to be shut down by the teams on the other side, which can be on top of Chimasera. But by the end of the day, it's all pick and choose for these guys. But DBD spotted out BTR, who's happy to be in their migration. Jimmy OP giving a bit of a challenge. And how do they want to revive us? Satar is all down to the one next to him, which is going to be Yu High. Who's picking him up. It's going to be around top of this church right now. Izane spotted out and got himself quite a view on top. Jimmy OP keep the pressure on. They try to open up the angle for the side of BTR. But they have another team coming up from the back as well. They need to wrap things up quickly for BTR.
Well, too bad. Despite them coming in like from the left side, doesn't mean that it's any easier for them. At least for XERXIA, they're going through a different route. They're playing through the ground. But the possibility of bumping to another team is very, very high. And true PPE is there, since PPE arrived first into this high ground. So they need to knock against XERXIA. But XERXIA getting a shot onto range, shooing him away, up some space for them to push a little bit more forward.
As he spotted out PPE. Cool, what a spray! Oh, he missed! He whiffed it just a tiny bit of those sprays. Oh, there was an opportunity slip through his fingers. But PPE managed to get away from that, I think. Was it XERXIA or PBE? Yeah, that was a PBE just now. Oh man, he must be devastated, so close. But back on the side of MORPH and Alter Ego, both having around the same vicinity. But the Blazer will start to close in on Boo Boo. He's trying to take his own sweet time to loot up. It's still on the second stage, not going to hurt as much. Around 0.6% of HP per second here. Where they should concern is going to be the fourth stage. But the circle, this is the moment of judgment. Whether it will call out left or right, it's going to be center. Still giving a bit of a ping-pongy before. This time he's quite generous. Everybody can reach out to this circle. Almost of the team already inside of it anyways.
I'm keeping my eye on XERXIA and Xaviation on the south side because they will be coming from high ground to low ground. So that will give them a lot more vision as compared to like if you're a low ground per se. So they can make their move and make their decision based on the information that they can get from the high ground. Just like what they're doing right now. They probably got information from that and they decide like, okay, going straight down is not going to be enough. Let's try to take the sideway in instead.
Saying of sideways, flankers playing such a big part these days in this PMSL. And aside of flankers, GE do have a smile on the back line, but not enough for the flank. They don't have enough information what's going on around them. Vampire Stone spotted out 2 teams. That's crucial information for Vampire Stone, doing such a good work at scouting now. Relay back all the information towards the roster. They know exactly which one they want to go first. RQ, on the other hand, definitely heard the vehicle movement coming out from audio. The audio queue will give them away their position, but the information is important at this state. For the side of GEEK fam, do they have any sort of intel what's going on across them? Because they coming up from the northern side. They try to gatekeep, but there's too many teams in front of them.
Oh, okay. Nepeko shot from the side. So could that be a Xavier who was on their way down? It's a possibility there because last time we saw they were rotating that side. But for the side of GEEK fam, they managed to rotate into the circle. Now they have space to play with from the north side down. I noticed that majority of the teams, they're in the middle of the circle. So for teams to come in slowly from the side, I guess they will be on the clear, at least for now. So with that kind of situation whereby a lot of teams are in the middle, stage 4 will be crucial for a lot of these teams.
Definitely, it's not just crucial, it's just going to be a massacre later on because all the teams start to fight each other out. We still have 16 teams intact and 2 players out only. Come out into stage number 3. Less than a minute to go. These guys start to reposition themselves, trying to find the best shelter, the best barricade, and the best covers to start to open fire later on. Everyone reposition themselves, including PBE. PBE love these ditches, these pits. I love how they play alongside with the cliff and the slopes. But TS start to fight against RQ, first contact mate. But this attract DX, whether they want to stop and pulled over or not, because if they do, they will have to fight against FaZe. Happen to be just nearby as well, and they walk straight into their compound. Levi smoke up vehicle, Venturas and FaZe already greeted them warmly with those sprays. PERSIJA EVOS on the other end. There's gonna be a mayhem later on because the circle speaks for itself.
Xavier shoots straight into the middle, sharing the same compound as FaZe Clan, and with that they circle. So whether they will still want to be neighbors, I wonder the decisions. Because if they want to do so, they have to do it fast before teams get closer and closer to each other and they stand the risk of being third party. Or they can hold and somewhat have like this invisible line like, okay, you can take that building, I can building. We'll see each other later.
Order. GEEK fan definitely tipping their toes, treading on thin ice. Maybe traumatized the fact every time they're trying to transition themselves into the circle, always being ambushed and being sandwiched 2 or 3 teams. They're taking their team's movement slowly as possible, just to be safe and cautious. Better be safe than sorry later. Yoodo Alliance spot out MORPH, recklessly passing through and cross them. Now going straight into PBE next. Oh boy. But we do have a fire shot, another team. GEEK fan, one of the player knocked down here. MORPH going straight into PERSIJA. Oh boy! Oh my god! PERSIJA EVOS not showing any sort of mercy on the side of MORPH. The moment he got the momentum, being shut down quickly and entirely. Boo Boo Hoo and Rocky down. Leaving with only 2 left player on the side of... Never mind, if Yuri gone.
Yeah, it was a fortunate situation for them. So they decided to just shoot into the middle. And we did discuss how many teams are in the middle, right? Playing this round in that sort of strategy. So MORPH GPX to come in late to the middle, late to the party. This is what they face.
QEON. The last remaining member for the side of MORPH. So much pressure on that one particular player to just shoulder all the responsibility for the entire team. Yoodo Alliance spotted alter ego, potato on the high ground. Those elevation will buy him some time. Yoodo Alliance do have compound, but the circle will shift again in less than 1 minute 2 seconds. They do have time. They will try to get all the information needed. But on the side of QEON, he has to play this so low, hoping he will not be spotted out.
Oh, but speaking about spotted out, RRQ and GEEK fam, they spot out each other now. No mercy with the nade. Okay, onto Snipes, and that's gonna be a knock. Pretty straightforward for No Mercy. He tries to get Mika. He has an idea where he is, but before that, Nepeko is the one to knock down Mika. No Mercy connects on the Mika as well. 2 more left for GEEK fam. Dabru on the other side. Audrey at the front. Nepeko is going to come in from the other side as well. He sees his opponent, but Nepeko now before he can do anything.
Oh, another big one. Close enough to Audrey. Definitely he's hyperventilating right now instead of Audrey, but never mind. Mort secures that knock anyhow. Damn rude. It's all down to him to make the play here. Audrey screaming for help as Damrit tried to open up the angles for him with tossing a couple of nades down, but did not take it in. RRQ forcing it out, and the silhouette's done gone. RRQ winning over GEEK fam on that one.
Ah, in the face of Damrit, and they got eliminated. In fact, they had the first team to be out, but the fight's not stopping yet. Now Team Secret wants to party in as a party, but RRQ Hexas knocking one down of Team Secret. Can he get the second one? He can. One more to go for Team Secret.
Hexas, RRQ, it's not done yet after one fight to the other, but still winning over anyhow. They're showing how strong this team is made of. This time on the side of RRQ, definitely dominating with 6 elimination across the board.
Got BT now at the low ground against DBD. So BT has to get the information first before charging DBD. Because it's low ground to high ground we're talking about. Now Vampire against Outer Stone on the second floor. Tries to get as much information as possible. Tosses a molly to stop. Potato! Oh no, where's he gonna go? He might be knocked down. He's at the corner. He just found the right corner, but no! Potato burned down to his outer ego. Tries to take this compound away from Vampire Esports, but they fail in the leaving Rosemary alone with 10% of health. And now Rosemary, 10% of health, still holding it on. But how long more? At least he's on the clear. And Vampire Esports, they'll be busy removing Stone. Rosemary managed to reset. But looking at the current situation, he's outside the circle. So he's going for Shrubs instead. But Shrubs is prepared for this.
Rosemary chasing the tails out of Schweppes right now, going in parallel way. Schweppes shredded almost his vest and his helmet. Now have to fight back Rosemary. The entirety of Vampire is still there. Rosemary, that's a bit too bold if he's trying to fight the entirety of Vampires by himself there. Now out in the open, nothing to cover himself. Running away from the crime scene. Rosemary focused on to survive.
Oh yeah, Rosemary. But now, on the lower ground. I mean, they seem to be on pursuit of Rosemary. They want that point. They don't want to let it go. Rosemary, okay, one with the nature. As they drive past by Rosemary. On the left side of Rosemary, so he's praying right now. He's counting his lucky star. Don't come by.
Rosemary biding his time, waiting for the inevitable. DBD on the other end start to move to a side of Boom. PBE fan out. Same goes for PERSIJA EVOS. Both teams having those compound, but PERSIJA EVOS have a bit of a lower ground instead of a middle in that case. DBD have those elevations against BTR. BTR trying to approach on the other end. Jimmy OP have to hold these grounds. As Satan and the rest of BTR fanning out, try to open their formation to widen up the space for the team. PERSIJA EVOS spotted out Tony K. And now feels like Vampire's gonna have another go. And Tony K, I think there's quite a distance since you don't see the kill fit done by the side of Tony K yet.
Oh, Misery knocked down by Schwabs. But you asked about Tony K, you got it now. He is in the elimination feed, knocked down. As Schwabs will now need to save them together with Ravenclaw. Smokes popped out to buy them time to close vision onto the other teams. But you gotta be careful because Rosemary is still behind there. Rosemary could be the size to Vampire Esports.
Very decisive for Rosemary right now. Sneak even. Feels like he got shot. When we change over that camera view, you wish we want to see what happened. Boom, taking on RRQ. DBD Isaac trying to flush out the entirety of BTR to get out from this compound, get out of this building. Isaac trying to find any sort of contention, any sort of opportunity to just bait them out. And BTR not willing to do so easily. But both teams happen to be hanging around the edge of a circle. Yummy May having some problems against DX. We mentioned about Vietnam team haven't scored any yet by far. Can this is it for the side of DX finally scored? The only Vietnam team that playing it today.
Yeah, or maybe GE to try to complete our flag, but Satan complete knockdown against Jimmy OP, and now you complete the elimination point, bringing the point to BTR. And now DBD will play as a trio against BTR. Isaac Satan almost knocked down. Retreats back behind the building. He's okay for now, but take the same for Yuhai.
Yoodo Alliance rapper boy happened to be slipping himself down. A BTR and DBD having a go within the smoke, but it's going to DBD. Yan holding his ground strong with those UMP running out and running dry. Alter Ego out, but BTR still hanging on a very thin thread of life. It's going to be down to Satar to make the call shot. Will he go for another round of fight, or will he just stay this quietly?
Okay, here we go. GE against Esports. They come, they see, they eliminate. But EVOS has GE stuck, and now they're moving in. XERXIA will be in the forefront with the Sky Alley. Toss out the Molly just to flush them out. West will be knocked down. Myrna knocked down as well. It's falling apart for GE. Only one more to go for PERSIJA. He wants to wrap things up with them.
But GE, they're all bleeding out, still have a shot at reviving once Master Ichi can clutch it out for the entire team. Now, West definitely screaming, please get me up. Do they have any smoke? They do have a couple of them. But Yoodo Alliance will not give that opportunity to reset. But for the side of Yoodo Alliance, they're a bit busy on PERSIJA EVOS, with XERXIA and Lynx already bleeding out. Misery a bit too far. Now having a focus on the side of PBE. Not just that, RIQ coming up from the back line of Misery. Feels like PERSIJA EVOS being cornered down and penned down hard.
Oh, that leaves Misery all over PERSIJA EVOS now. He needs to defend this area against Hexas, who should power with him. So it looks like GE no longer have the attention of PERSIJA EVOS, but then maybe they have the attention of Yoodo Alliance. But speaking about attention, BTR attention from a long range should be eliminated, and that leaves DBD to come to from the high ground.
Crazy. Definitely knows there's somebody there. If there's a smoke, there's somebody there. Ripple will manage to nade down one of the teams down there. DX still taking on TS. These Avis having squad 2 with a full squad still. While another one with a full squad is going to be XERXIA, who's been bulldozing all teams down with a 4 elimination. We do have another team out, leaving us at 9. But boom, with only Razy. Razy can do a lot of things. He's a very reliable teammate. But Misery, he can't do much since Hexas just giving that DBS right in the face.
And Hexas not only wins the compound, but he still got the circle. But he's all alone. That's the only thing. He has to pray that Alliance and GE eliminate each other. But speaking about eliminations, could Razy get more? Let's get the knockdown to RNJ, but he's being shot at from the other side. Okay, Razy's coming in. Okay, from Razy. This could do the job, and Razy gets another knockdown to Shopper. Now, time for to secure the pop-up before they control the nade. The other side, XERXIA took out.
SE find a tune towards the situation. Speaking of finding those bait to make it work, even though 2 of the teammates been bleed out, but now he comes towards the rest of the team to revive them. Can they make it on time? Because the Blues are now start to close in. Megamind wants to help, make a big U-turn, realize, you know what, the Blues starts to move now. It's better for me to get the position first for the side of XERXIA. RNJ have to be sacrificed by the side of the Blue Zone, including Sharper, as he really try his best. But he joins in with Megamind, knowing the fact he cannot save anymore. But GE, on the other hand, down to 1v1 against Yoodo Alliance.
Oh, here we go. Ichi with the full health. And now with the European hand. Spraying on the Rebel Boy. 1v1 and Ichi. The MVP GE will win the fight. But Hexas will be on the other side to break their dreams. Taking them out. Leaving us with 5 teams left.
Hexas with 5 elimination by himself. Really hard carry out for the rest of RQ, breaking his back. While solo-handedly survived this long. PBE once more pulling out with the best of PBE here. Came in late and just stay quietly patient till the very last minute to score those chicken. And it's still a full squad. Lamborghini on the side of Xavier still having a full squad on their side as well. And DX has been run and gone. The next contention on FaZe. Mel on the ground as Chua landed a Kobe right on top. That is the sign for them to go in for the rush.
I saw that boo-boo. Why? Because of that, he's forced to go down to the ground floor, opening up space for Venturis and nade instead. And now Chua taken out, but the counter comes in and Venturis goes down on his knee. Lamborghini burning on the second floor. We need to go down to fight against FaZe Clan. Now ParaGen on the ground floor. Lamborghini needs to support him downstairs.
But it's just the worst timing for the side of DX to have this fight in a true way. XERXIA took advantage from the sideline, knocked down one of the DX player, leaving them and just 2 of them. One side of FaZe, Lamborghini spots the red. He finished them off in the corner. This is the time for them to reset. But XERXIA is taking advantage. They need to make sure they are cautiously getting out without spotted out by the side of XERXIA. Now XERXIA a bit busy against PBE. They got themselves in a 3-1 formation. Hexas will have cool lock onto him. While RRQ have one sole survivor, XERXIA having a duo. PBE now still having a full squad. Can they score another chicken here for the Filipino team?
Well, they must get elimination points now because left and right, there's two other teams overlooking them. On the other end, there's these as well waiting and they need to cross the road. I mean, looking at the current situation, decent numbers, everything else is against them. How is PBE going to get out of this? Okay, this was off with creating a smoke bridge. They're going on the Hexa side, but that will make them open to search shot.
It's going to be an open field sort of fight for PBE, but at least they have the numbers. Numbers can work if they divide and conquer. Now, if they go to a side of RRQ, there's going to be one team, one player to have to deal with. XERXIA, Megamind, and SE. They are very strong, heavy hitters. But PB have to decide now. Time is not on their side. Clock's ticking. Less than 9 seconds. It's going to be Blues and closing on their side. There's no more circle to take covers on. And Hexas realize what's going to happen. Go straight for the airdrop. Try to upgrade his own loot and hoping for the best. But XERXIA on the other hand, waiting, knowing the Blues is not closing their end first. DX is just not willing to wait anymore. Here comes Lambo. Can he got 2-in-1 discount? Yeah, they got it. Lambo scores 1 and Chuan dropping another smoke just to go in for the push.
Okay, PB make a move as well towards Hexas. So now Hexas 1v4. Hexas, can he get anything out of this? Looks like the answer is no. As PBE will take out Hexas, their second elimination point now is between PE and D Xavier for this chicken dinner.
PBE, they want to score back-to-back chicken here. 1 knockdown, fair play, equal grounds, 3v3. And instead of Ryan a bit panicking, but at the same time, try not to be too panic about the situation. The composure is crucial at this point. Lamborghini calmly tossing out nades and trying to gain all the information he needed. But PBE, time's ticking, last space, and being burned off and roasted. Ryan won't take a huge amount of damage from that Molly. Toss over with the Chua and Porigin. Lamborghini and Porigin trying to open up their flanks. Porigin taking the lead. Lamborghini going for the flanks. Porigin got another one down. PBE in trouble. Chua down's next. And PBE got back on their feet. Can they go and just close things off in a double chicken for the side of PBE?
2 more to go from D Xavier versus 3 for PBE. Boys making his move together with Rage. Rage at the forefront, but Rage knocked down. He was super duper low. That's not the bomb boy. But can PBE do it? And the answer is yes. PBE made it. 2 chicken dinners for today for the Filipinos.
Woo! We have to say they know their strength and they played it well inside of PBE. Patience gain is the motto for the side of PBE. They waited out. They know the right time to pick out. They know the right time to be involved. And that's what really mattered for them. They played the survival game at its best. Even though the elimination is not the highest up there, hey, but they still score something with that bonus point of chicken dinner of that 10 points in total.
Yeah, you can't complain of a chicken dinner, right? It's a similar situation like that Erangel game. They play a little bit more safer this time. In fact, their first elimination came out of, I forgot who it is, but it was like towards that very end when we got like 5 or 4 teams left. So it took them quite a while. So I don't think they got many eliminations. It's still cool with the MVP. Still 3 eliminations, 317 damage. And I must point out, this is also one of the first time, besides earlier today, that we see 4th row on camera. He's standing behind there. Multiple PMSL champion in the Philippines. Glad to see him here in the PMSL.
Yep, and when it comes to the players, the MVP, previously we had Momboy. Momboy always shows up on the screen, and it's going to be cool. I'm waiting for the other 2 to actually score the MVP as well, but it's all about the timing. And when it comes to their performance, I have to say PBE, just so good. And aside of PBE, DX, Oric, and XERXIA have been playing so well in the last map as well. And so far, we do have a double Filipino team swagging out there when it comes to the overall of the chicken of the day. We haven't got any coming up from Vietnam and the side of Myanmar, which can be only one representative today coming up from D Xaviers and GE.
Yeah, and that means we won't get to see multiple flags up today. That's absolutely fine. It is what it is at the end of the day. PBE to chicken dinners, at least they didn't bottle this, so that is also very important. Not making that just like how they did against Alter Ego, where Rosemary clutched at that time. Anyway, PBE still with the chicken dinner. I just wonder how many eliminations did they get. I don't think it's that many though. But based on that teams to watch, they're still up there, so it's still good enough for them.
I mean, like, it's fair enough for them to actually have double digit every single map. And they definitely secure themselves in the grand finals if this keeps going on for this side. I mean, definitely they don't have the most amount of volume of kills. Maybe possibly around 2 to 5. But not more than that, I think. But coming up for the other teams, though, it's all down to the team's objective. They're playing alongside with their strength. When it comes to some teams that try to hunt people down, including like Vampires, things has not been going easy for them when it comes to their preferable map of Miramar, surprisingly. But I feel like even FaZe with Mela feels like definitely better, but it's just the timing and the circle making it so difficult to predict about what to do next.
Actually, it was a very difficult circle for them towards the end, but the good news is that 4 players, so overpowering your opponent with the manpower, yep, that they did towards there. 5 eliminations for PBE, so it was kind of expected that they get as much because they stood quiet for a majority of the round, only coming in action towards the end. Their closest rival, D Xavier, got 7 eliminations, so not points to overtake PBE, but still 2 points behind them. But this is where it all matters. Overall chart. So PBE is now 2 chicken dinners, but they are patient. But to be fair to them, they only started their campaign today.
Yep, I mean, like, this is already a huge leap coming up from the side of PBE. The fact they just started playing today compared to all the teams that finish off their 11 matches. And the only one that's still on the first pitch is going to be 7-9 because they are on a break here today in this group. But aside from that, the side of PBE to push up to 13th spot. And they are the highest up there compared to all the teams that's starting off today as their first day. Sort of already a bit of swap between them and PERSIJA EVOS multiple times, but look at the Indonesian teams here. When it comes to week 2, top 3 PERSIJA EVOS, MORPH and REGUM, amazing.
You mentioned about REGUM, so REGUM's top performer this round, Hex, carried the team till that very end and still managed to get like 5 eliminations for himself. 436 damage, not as many as their top performers, but it's all about the eliminations, and that is where all matters because the points come from. Other than that, we got Ade Luke up there together with Razy as well as Lamborghini. So now, if you just join us, ladies and gentlemen, PBE got a double chicken dinner back. So if they can get a third one, 3 in a row, that's a new record.
Yep, it's going to be a new record in this PMSL season, and nobody even scored a triple chicken yet back-to-back, and a hat-trick at that. But they definitely scored a back-to-back sort of PBE here, and can they score another because 2 different map entirely. But also for you guys, it's going to be a back-to-back, a lot of exclusive skins, PMSL first ever skins for you guys, and we do have more for you as well.
Yes, there's more inside here. The suit, the mask, the gun skin, which is the M16 available. But if you said, oh, that's not enough for me, go get yourself a royal pass because you can get all the items. You can get vehicles, you can get bags, grenades, helmet, weapons, you name it. It's a full set here, including a full suit that comes in multiple colors, currently available inside of the game. So do obtain the rare vehicle finish and upgradable rewards while you're at it as well. Just by playing the game, you reward yourself again.
The first exit, the exit of Marmore's exit, I call it jellyfish exit because it's jellyfish as a team here, but it's just incredible. I love this. It looks so serene. It looks so magnificent, very classy, and it's just something that you know, I saw the trailer. It was actually one of a real person to actually perform underwater during the exit trailer as well, and I love that. When it comes to you guys who love something that very exclusive, very eye-catching, this is the one that you should eye out for. But speaking of teams that we should eye out for our official match, we're down to the last Miramar map of the day, and so far, I'm waiting for Team Vietnam or DX or even GE to score just to complete the cycle. I mean, like, we can't complete it now because PBE score a double back-to-back. At least can they score a hat-trick?
Yeah, it's either the hat-trick that will break records, because right now the record for back-to-back chicken dinner is held by GEEK fam. 2 back-to-back. But we haven't got the 3, so maybe PBE, who knows, they can break this record. That's one. If we do Vietnam, that'll be interesting as well. That has a story to tell in which every region has their own chicken dinner in today. Of course, you can kind of bundle, okay, GE and PB in the same wildcard region, so that's how you can come up with it. But I think the biggest story, like if PBE can get the triple chicken straight down, that'll be nice.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, hey, all race for the wild card now coming back and strong. Maybe even take the trophy away this season. I mean, like, I want that to happen so much for a wild card team to finally say, you guys say we are starting a team that is quite weak, but you know what? We're taking the trophy. That would be pretty great. But you know what? We're gonna have to break just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Don't go anywhere. We're just gonna be back with you guys after this.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together.
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Here's a ticket for you. Join the Airdrop Carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the Airdrop crate and head out together.
We are back for our final map of the day. It won't be as authentic when it comes to on ground if we don't have a couple of hiccups. It just shows that we actually do have the league on ground. With me back with you and Sir Cloud. Cloud, we're down to the last one. Can they score a hat-trick for PBE?
Ooh, wow, that will be the story that we're looking forward to. If they can do that, they will break the record for the first team to score 3 chicken dinners in a row. And they did it by playing. Nothing wrong about that. A chicken dinner is a chicken dinner at the end of the day, and it's still points in the bag. In fact, they are the team with the most placement points in page 2.
I love this. I mean, like, they're just starting off today, and they definitely show off and sweeping the floor clean with double chicken in a day. And yesterday, I have one of the viewers ask me, Chu, is it called as cheating if you actually play Snake all the time, you know, just pruning there all the way? I'm like, whatever works, man. It don't really matter. As long as you perform well in the game, you got that chicken. Nobody can deny you for that chicken anymore. I mean, like, that's the tactic that we talked about. If you cannot go for firepower, go for tactical.
Yeah, I guess the plan kind of changed for PB, right? Like during the start, I remember like the first few games, they tried to lock teams on the outside too and do all that fancy stuff with firepower, and for the most part, it didn't work out for them. And maybe they revised and they say that, okay, maybe that's not the way that they want to go. Maybe they shouldn't go for that kind of philosophy. Instead, they changed. Well, they didn't snake their way through, but they played a little bit safer. They played by the side. They come in later. They don't really take those fights, and they still got the chicken. Like what you said, whatever gives you the points, do whatever it takes.
That's true, and they play a very classical way of PUBG Mobile, the survival game it is, as the I say the fundamental of the game of Battle Royale is about surviving in the first place, and nothing can go wrong. And they know their strength. They know how to be sneaky. They know how to be conservative. They know how to hold their ground, and they have those composure and patience is a virtue, they say, and it well paid off on the side of PBE. Whatever works, as long as they get themselves in the grand finals, one step at a time. We do know PBE is trying to chase up the points when it comes to PMGC as well, so they can put whatever they need to do and whatever works for the team, and it works wonderfully well. But speaking of other teams, on the other hand, now we do have GEEK fam starting off today with only like 7 points as a start, but finally push up the numbers. But now we do have another concern for another team happen to be sharing the same steps as GEEK fam, which could be Team Secret. But back onto our prediction now. You do have Team Secret on your list. What are your thoughts about them for today?
It's more of like me support to Team Secret rather than genuinely expecting Team Secret to keep the dinner. I mean, just real talk, right? Real talk. We all know the situation that Team Secret is in. We all know how it was for them last week, and how it might be based on that and based on a couple of other factors as well, external factors. So, but it doesn't mean that they can't get the chicken dinner, right? I got one last week. So it's more just putting in support for Team Secret. Like, guys, get the chicken dinner for yourselves.
I like how Cloud is just being a pom-pom girl and stuff. Like, come on guys, you can do this, we can do this. Just like how he did yesterday, we call off, I think out of a 3 you called out yesterday, 2 of them scored those chickens. Except for bots right now. The only team without any chicken, which they're not playing it today. Maybe tomorrow they finally score themselves that chicken. But back about the team we go. We do have a bit of standby coming up from the players, and we do know they're waiting for the lobby to happen, and we're waiting as well on this side. But Voki is coming back on top of Yoodo Alliance's roster.
Yeah, in PMSL, looks like we're gonna see this new combination. Okay, before I confirm, okay, Iftar is not playing, so Repo Boy. So this is the first time we're gonna see this combination of Voki playing and not playing. Normally it would be like the both of them playing together. So they're playing with Repo, or should be the main IGL still. So Voki can focus on his firepower. In fact, if you ask, Voki's key trait is his firepower. He's used to be known as the king of boot at some point. And if you can be the king of boot camp, you have a lot of firepower in you. Boom! Just doing boom things, making the swap in.
It's not boom if you don't have a swap every 2 maps. at least once, right? It's just Boom's signature by now since last season of PMSL. But the rest of the entirety of the team now try to, I don't know if he's studying or he's just circling all the teams' names down there. But we see all the notes sheet coming up, spreading on top of the table for each of the team, including the Xaviers. Lamborghini definitely cannot wait for the game to start because he definitely already exhausted for the entire day. But for the entirety of, I can see Chua, usually he yawns during this time, but this time Chua is actually revising.
But we have Keenan here, swapping in for Yu-Hai for BTR. Keenan, who used to play for BTR. Okay, you talked about Team Secret, but we didn't talk that much about BTR. Even Gen Force is coming in. Definitely need a big overhaul because BTR right now, they're not that well. So, I mean, in terms of points, also very little. So, a team, again, star-studded lineup with Coach Cap, who is also national coach for Indonesia. I mean, it's like from sub-staff up to players, it's all star lineup, yet they still not able to perform. So, I don't know. BTR is also a mystery, that the code that needs to be cracked.
Yeah, but I did mention about BTR before. I'm waiting for Keenan to jump in, and finally he jumps in the very last map here. And speaking of having how started lineup here, the problem always, we've seen this with 4 rivals back in the days, right? Where we have all top players of Malaysia coming into one team and try to form an all-star team to be one of the best. But the problem with having a lot of IGLs, a lot of star players in the entire unit, they all have different mindset, they all have different ideas, and they're not on the same page. Now if only they can all fall to the same page of how they want to move, how they want to navigate throughout the entirety of the map, and what their main objectives are, one step at a time, I think it's pretty much going to be a killer team and a banger one at it if they can actually score that one.
Frankly speaking, I think 4 rivals have an issue. But it's not something I can discuss here. So anyway, looks like for the other teams, they're going to maintain the same thing. Alter Ego, I think they're okay today. So still with the same lineup. Players like Rosemary, you can't take them off. Whether they perform in this final round, we don't know because there was an extended break. Normally we don't have that between like the first Miramar and the second Miramar. So this is the first time that we had that sort of break. Whether it breaks the momentum or not, this is something that we need to observe when you come into the final game.
Yeah, it was a tech issue, and definitely we have a bit of a pause due to that. But when it comes to a break for the teams that are down there, there's actually a good time for them to rediscuss, to see what they need to change. They have that very small window to reassess their situation, what's need to be done. Inside of DBD, they have been doing okay. I personally feel like this DBD is way better than last season.
Yeah, thanks to Izane in the lineup, has been a revelation for DBD. Ever since he come in immediately first season, he won a trophy with the PMPL Malaysia. Can you imagine that? And now in PMSL, they're doing way better last season's PMSL. But can they do better in the final round in Miramar today? Go.
Finally, we are heading to our last map of the day to close things off. You even have a beautiful flight path as a start, dividing the map into left and right side. A bit different than our per usual. It's always on the horizontal sort of a flight path for the entire, or most of the day here today. But this time we do have a vertical one, not really evenly, but enough to split the map into 2 sides. And it's within reach except for Campo Militar, which some teams will want to opt that one out. But when it comes to this sort of flight path, we do have early drops coming up from Alter Ego, coming up from a side of GEEK Farm. Now, because of the flight path divided into all the places that's within reach for the teams, I think it's pretty straightforward, but it's all down to the circle. So far, we did have a circle more towards the southern side when it comes to Miramar. Now, if we have a north one this time, it will be different outcome. And can PBE score again?
Wow, Alter Ego and MORPH GPS going to Lost Egos instead, and that's where we'll see this encounter. Alter Ego with a widespread, leaving only one player inside of Lost Egos. So now it's among 2 players from MORPH GPX. This is going to be really interesting. I don't see Fnatic holding any weapon. Nothing's in this house, or nothing that he wants. So, or he's like just playing the patience game. But MORPH GPX, they would have known that he's there after the parachute drop, and they know that he is, in fact, with the nade from Yoru, but the nade landed onto the rooftop instead. So Fnatic, close call.
But Spirit, who you're I do love MORPH. Each one of them is stepping up their game here, especially coming up from Yoru, who always makes such an entrance every single time. But Fnatic, alone or not, I don't think he got any sort of intel how many players they are surrounding him. Definitely this is going to be the end of Alter Ego Fnatic, where they are just separated too fast, scattered about on top of Los Egos, some of them on the small island, some of them across the ocean and the river. So Yoru, I think, is a pretty standard eliminations and not breaking any sweat. But actually, they tried to find him, finally found him. Yeah, there you go. Yoru with a Vector. Finish off Fnatic now. Took him quite a bit of time. But there's going to be a first squad coming up from the side of MORPH.
Yeah, First Blood and Eagles play here happen to go down. But, looks like some revenge here. Looks like a nice revenge. Rosemary getting onto Rocky. So they got 2 out of Alter Ego instead, who tried to get across, and the rest of Alter Ego was waiting for them. So, worthwhile trade or not, well, that's up for debate, but at least they got 2, and not only the points, they got 2 free boxes sent to them.
That was a really angry revenge coming from Alter Ego on how fast they were spraying. But Boo Boo Hoo definitely is not happy about that as well. Trying to gain back what they lost. At least you dragged one of us down. Like Alter Ego lost 1 and MORPH lost 2. And MORPH won. Like, if you lost 2, if we lost 2, you're losing 2 as well, man. Rosemary lucky he still got that smoke. And that will buy him some time. And Potato just randomly sprayed. He didn't know where the shot's coming out from. Doesn't have enough when it comes to the scopes. But that actually works well, because Rosemary managed to fly away and get out from the very critical situation.
Yeah, it's just buy time for Rosemary. Now, San Martin. All this while, Team Secret left San Martin to E and Box. But now, Team Secret wants to take back San Martin for themselves. And it looks like GE is the one to leave this area. No casualty side of GE. And I guess it's because, like, okay, GE, they're doing not too back in the middle, right? So it's like they have that sort of motivation to not take unnecessary fights. Decide to just leave Team Secret to have San Martin instead.
Don't break what is not broken here. OPB knows for a fact, you know what, we've been getting chicken 2 games in a row now. Knowing the fact I had to fight, man, it didn't actually work that much out for us. Not worth investing for. Might as well just go with what they're comfortable with and what they're confident with. Which is going to be, you know, we don't want to fight. We are very peaceful people, but maybe later we will meet up when it comes to the top 3. That's always the case coming up from the side of PB. And I'm loving the fact they know their strength and they play and stay true to that. But on the side of XERXIA, this is the team that now striving and struggle to make it happen for this week. Last week was incredible for XERXIA. This week, not so much.
Yeah, it gives me the Void vibes, you know. Like, remember Void, like week 1, last PMSL, they were amazing. They were incredible. But when 2, then, yeah, not so. A lot of factors. Maybe adapter, maybe at the teams knowing what they're going to do. It feels like the XERXIA of now. For GE, since they left San Martin for Team Secret, they're not just going to leave Team Secret go for free. They managed to get Ryza knocked. They try to get a second one, put our counters onto Myrna on the high ground. But Myrna is still okay. So now the question is Team Secret able to revive their teammate? Ryza is still out.
GE, is this the chicken dinner they've been waiting for? Smile spraying on Thrall. I'm talking about GE to get a chicken because so far the pattern of those chickens, it's going to be the team with red and white on their logos to win over. PBE got a bit of lighting red when it comes to the logo. Now GE is total red. Can they actually score this one? Monet managed to shut down on Thrall. Team Secret Feels like the space getting smaller for them, and not much and not enough angles for them to take covers anymore, since Master 80 tried to clear up all the corners by himself.
Yeah, even if they want to exit out of St. Martin, like Myrna's ready on the high ground. So it's definitely not good news for Team C. Plus, they only have 2 players left. And with that, GE has the confidence to try to down the other 2 members of Team Secret now. Helton, we know, is on the other side. Putra on right, while Azrael is crawling towards Putra. But before he could even reach Putra, West finishes him off. Okay, Helton spotted out now. Ichi will knock him down. Only 1 more left to go. And if Team Secret goes out without anything, they broken GEEK Fam's record of getting the leads in a single day.
True. It's actually Manet actually knocked down to a side of Elton from afar. They got them all surrounded. They're walking right in the trap of GE here for the side of Team Secret. I don't see they coming out of this unless if Putra can spot sort of vehicles laying around somewhere and just get out from here. It's not worth fighting anymore. They want to score a point. High chance that Putra can get a knock. Difficult to close up to get those eliminations, because he doesn't have a DBS. DBS is the best weapon to bet on in the 1v4 situation, and to at least get 1 point before you go down. And he's surrounded right now. Look at the nades. Big prep over the side of Smile and Ichi. They know exactly where he's at. They clear all those walls. And Manet on the high ground giving information that he didn't leave this vicinity yet. And that's just it.
So 4 points for Team Secret in a day. 6 4 points. I'm not going to do the math here, but that's definitely lower than GEEK Fam yesterday. At least GEEK Fam yesterday, they got 7. But Team Secret 4, and they are also the only team with a single-digit finish this day. I don't know. I don't know what else can Team Secret do back in the following days.
With plays that kind of limited that they have right now, and they don't have a coach to refresh their minds as well. I mean, they have to figure everything out by themselves. That's going to be the most difficult task coming out from inside of Team Secret, honestly. I just hope and pray the next day they do have a bit of a mindset reset and have a new idea coming up about how they want to approach next one, because this feels like GEEK Fam 2.0 from what they did yesterday.
Probably going to be 1.0 if you ask me. Because I don't know if they can go full GEEK Fam tomorrow and the current condition. Yoodo Alliance, at least they are not bad. They are okay. They managed to get like 77 points now, and with Volkin out, at least they refresh, and so far doing well against PERSIJA. EVOS with the first knockdown from Misery. Probably going to get a second one onto Zaxi.
Speaking of Yoodo Alliance, I've been doing great so far for the side of Malaysian team by far. When it comes to week 2, definitely they revised a lot when it comes to week 1. That 2 days off was so crucial for most of the team. You can see how they change their tactical within just 1 week to the other. Rapper Boy just going to spray a monster smoke, hoping it will connect somehow. But running low when it comes to his bullet, need to reload that magazine just a tiny bit. But at least he got himself a secondary rifle. RIQ next to the target. Rapper Boy is really greedy. Left and right, I don't know what to decide. I'm so happy right now for the side of Rapper Boy. Possibly that's the case here, because he'll be spotted out now. Now Pack will definitely punish him for that. Just a tiny bit.
Well, no knock yet. That means no opening for RRQ to really chin, but they're still going to try, it seems. Trying to get up to the high ground. Volky's alone there. Okay, Didoki's there. Volky could be the off-angle guy. He's pulling off a shot, and that also exposes his position. Now, this is where Volky needs to be really careful in case do evaluate the situation that Volky is alone here. This could be the fight Volky needs to take 1v3.
Now, Volky just tapped into this lineup. We do have major swaps in the last minute just now, but PERSIJA just put out DPD Jimmy OP on the ground, but lucky it's going to be a long distance fight. So I think pop a couple of smokes or just hide around the corners. They can revive him.
He got subbed out for Sonics, so maybe he's still feeling that today. But at least GEEK Fam as a team still got a chicken dinner today, which is way better than yesterday's performance. Yeah, but I guess to an extent, at least it's not an over dependency on Damru, right? So Audrey can also step into pull the trigger for GEEK fam, and at the end of the day, it's still a team effort. Damru can be like the Damru that we know of, then him plus Audrey with that level of firepower would have, they can be amazing.
True. It's all about timing. How time pass, how they progress. Voki closing up the other thing, but Boom coming up the back. Yoodo Alliance cannot be too reckless on their position here. They're not guarding their behind their backs, but at least one person is actually hovering his crosshair at the back line. On top of Voki, there's two of them. And they're definitely distracted because of the vehicle sound at the back line. Now, on the side of Yoodo Alliance, shifting over their focus to a side of Boom. Who marching in on the flanker side? That one person, oh man, we switch over to this side. Rosemary taking on RRQ, MORPH FaZe on DBD Yen. What is happening? And Rosemary taking on MORPH again and finish it off straight away. GE. Knockdown on Keenan. A lot of one knockdown for each of the team across the board here.
Yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at this point. Some of them already eliminated. But yeah, we got a lot of early I wouldn't say first blood for their respective teams. Or first blooded, I must say. For Razy, he will get his own first blood. Yeah, he will get his own first blood. But for PERSIJA, it's a blooded since they also lose one.
Now, it will be just losing on more. Izzy has been incredible week number 2. Definitely, I feel like he can. There's no limit for this guy. Razy as well. So many good players when it comes to this season, Cloud. If you were to choose one FMVP, who would you pick this time?
One FMVP, yeah. At this point, I think this is like pretty balanced. Wow, it's very hard for me to tell, honestly. Probably still Tony K. I think he pulled off a big one. And speaking about Tony K, immediately we got Vamp Esports on our visual. I still remember that round in Erangel. It's not about skills, it's about his mindset and his intelligence of his gameplay. And for me, Lawrence is still the FMVP at least.
For me, it's going to be a red face for now. Look at how this guy knows no fear. He's alone. The remaining of PERSIJA EVOS is gone. But he doesn't care. He wants to kill. He wants a frag. And he will go for it. Red face is a different beast entirely. This guy no boundaries of the limit. Going solo all day long. But the circle shifted. We do have Alva and the rest of Alter Ego in the center. GEEK fam will be lingering around. RRQ happened to be fought against another team, against Boom and FaZe, if I'm not mistaken, early on. Yoodo Alliance happened to be on the northern side, but we have heavy hitters, definitely heavy hitters on the top side. While PBE taking a very, very conservative way to get into it. Vampires feels like they're going a bit slower than usual this time.
Yeah, playing for the south side high ground in, so that's pretty safe for not playing any low ground at all with its current circle. So they can still stay out of danger and they keep themselves away from the other team. So again, PBE is still with a formula that they probably found to be the best for them. Even though they play safe, they already got themselves 2 points, which is pretty nice. And if they can continue to do that, get a triple chicken dinner, it's going to be amazing. But Alter Ego amazed by Boom, but they counted out the Yummy and out. So now Boom will be playing the rest of the round without their top fragger.
Straight down between these two teams, but the one that having heavy casualties is going to be Boom. They're down to 2 players. On the side of Alter Ego, they still can revive Rosemary. They're doing so back to trio. Boom. It's so hard to garner any sort of intel across the other side because of this warehouse is huge between them. But at least they got a couple of doors in between. Now, Boom, do they get out of there? But they are in the center of the circle. Anytime now, somebody will come from the other side of Boom and pin them down. They need to find covers. It's a dangerous game they are playing right now because nearby we do already see a couple of DX players try to lurk around to see if there's any sort of free points they can actually gather. DX put out Boom, the moment we talked about them, is gonna be the most important play coming up from Boom this time. Razy on the ground. That's left with one more player and Ichan is out as well. I feel like they need to fix their roster now for Boom. It definitely didn't turn out well for them.
Yeah, the substitution. No points this time for Boom Esports. Out at number 15. Ouchies. But ouchies as well for PBE as Tony K will get another goal. But DBD now keeping eye on to FaZe Clan. Yen has the high ground, but he's in that sweet spot. Probably aware of the existence of D Xavier on the other in case he might be shot down from afar. Aizen alone at the low ground. Okay, Aizen kind of won't have the time to reset. Aizen trying to hit the shots, but he's just too low to tank.
It's just too much. He got the shot, but it's not easy. FaZe know how to use the terrain as well as they do now. And even Vittori's got a shotgun in his hands as well. And also finish off Jimmy OP. It's going to be tough for the side of DBD. They know for a fact they're not going to win this fight. There's too many teams around the corner. DX on the other end. So Akko decided, you know what? I need to leave for the sake of for the team. But the moment he tried to leave, FaZe finished him off with an explosion as Vittori spraying out. And FaZe won that a huge 4 points on their side. And not just that, Alter Ego getting a 5, GE getting a 4. They're now down to Vampires. We thought they're going to play it quietly, but not so much. They're squeezing in, lurking around, creeping towards the side of GEEK Fam there. With Tony K trying to find any sort of a loophole he can find and start to just break the formation of GEEK Fam.
Well, they could be forced to play 5 after this because Telco moved away. The last we saw GEEK Fam was on top of Empire Esports. This will be interesting. I guess they'll need to try to hopefully wait for them to move away. Hopefully to move, just leave that high ground. Empire Esports has an entry point. But if you think of the opposite side, GEEK Fam didn't stop Vampire Esports from coming in because they have that high ground. So that means GEEK Fam fight against Vampire Esports.
And this is a difficult circle, by the way. And Raimon down on his knees. Megamind with that angle. How he timed his grenade to be dropped right on the top of one of the players of PBE right now and finish off Raimon in a swift manner. That was incredible. Range tried to fight back, but it's a bit too late. They lost their man. Blues start to kick in. XERXIA will try to stop the movement of PBE. Their navigation have to change entirely for their direction now. The course master come out from PBE, which is going to be led by Momboy. But they've been pinned down by Megamind, and not just the rest of XERXIA, who have one more team interested to take down on PBE as well.
Yeah, PBE caught by the circle, had a long rotation, but XERXIA was ready for them. So that knockdown on side, no way for one of the members of PBE to be revived. Left with only 2, try to hold it out to the end.
MORPH. Boo-boo-hoo in Euro. They're definitely a very good survivor for Boo-boo-hoo. He knows how to play a late game. But Yoru, surprise, he got one. RNJ down. But it's going to be Boo-boo-hoo covering up for the side of his teammate. Yoru is bleeding out. XERXIA surprised by the fact there's going to be another team out of nowhere. But MORPH will be fallen into the hands of XERXIA as their victim here. And XERXIA, on the other hand, remember we talked about them before not scoring enough. They score 4 by now.
Yeah, and we did talk about like which player had the RP back. You blink it, you miss it. So you can always rewind if you're watching it on live stream, of course, for the viewers out there. But hey, now Vampire Esports, they're on the other side, but here Xavier, XERXIA seems to be interested, but XERXIA doesn't have a full squad, so I'm sure if they want to take the fight, or it's more of like doing scouting work, knowing that Xavier is on the left, they want to avoid the fight, they can go right or try to zoom in to the girl, but they're keeping eyes still onto Xavier, looking at what they're trying to do. Megamind trying to get the knock, maybe they want to win this fight against them.
Dangerous game by Megamind with the blue zone start to clip. And it's stage 5, by the way. It's more than 1% of HP per second will be deducted. GEEK Fam spotted out one of the players across. Also, they're trying to knock down on GE. But Megamind repositioned himself. They got trio, no problem for XERXIA. It's still doable for them to wipe out the entire team. DX, on the other hand, it's going to be a long hike for them. Look at the degree of the slopes. The moment they pop out, luckily it still covers in the circle for now. For how much longer, I don't know. This is a difficult circle because it just divided the town and the outskirts at the same time. And it's still in between. The moment you step out from Los Leones at the brink of it, there's going to be an open field. So the teams have to choose whether to be in Los Leones at the rim of it, or just on the outskirts of it as well, because the moment they step out, there's no structures in between except for the steep of the hills and the terrain to block it out.
Well, the team that's very likely to play by the rim of it is going to be Yoodo Alliance and try to block a GE from coming in while gathering the elimination points. The toughest one right now, probably BTR, because they need to cross the road. And the Yoodo Alliance, they'll be waiting for them. That's why they're creating the smoke bridge. That's their only chance of getting across. They got about 10 seconds left. So they're waiting for the smoke to redo its work before getting across. And will it be okay? Be fine.
SC and Shop. I love this duo so much. But it's going to be versus Tony K. And as he burn Tony K alive. And he's going to go down easily. Coming out, Yoodo Alliance, spot out GE. Nice finish off Tony K. Instead, stealing away from the hands of XERXIA. I have to say, GEEK fam have been playing very smart and very sneaky and cheeky move coming out from Snipes. Yoodo Alliance have a bit of a rush towards out of GE. Monet and West carry. How do they want to go about this? Do they just go back, or do they part ways, or try to come up from the north, or still going to fight for it? Because it's going to 2v4 here. And Monet, the last remaining member, tried to carry out all the responsibility by himself. It's not going to be enough. We don't have different flags waving, because all that's left is going to be DX. Can DX score this time, Cloud?
Yeah, still a full squad though. But for BTR, unfortunately, no! They were full squad. They'll be taken out. RRQ on their knees.
Oh!
Napeko needs to be picked up. Now, speaking about Xavier, it's their turn now against FaZe Clan. Need to find their way into the circle. Fight is inevitable now.
RQ lucky the moment they actually do have those accidents. BTR actually bleeding out. And also PBE and Yoodo Alliance can spot them out. Have not no self-nade with the team. It's just detrimental for that very moment. XERXIA want to push. Woo! Shopper! That's not even 1 HP % left.
Wow, it's a close one. My goodness, I can't even see the bar at all. Somehow he managed to survive that and should be able to reset himself. He should have enough space as he needs to be prepared for the next phase, because Vampire Esports will be their next challenger.
Shraps. The highest fragger for this season, 11 elimination by himself. Can he do it again? It was this map he scored himself the record-breaking numbers. Ravenclaw had the footsteps come out from the side of GEEK fam. He wants to have a peek, but kind of hesitating, because XERXIA coming up from the back line. Vampires have not been careful to bring him down. The moment we mentioned, Adi looks put out Stone on his knees, and Mika and the rest of GEEK fam kept pressuring them. XERXIA at the back line, where to run, nowhere to actually hide on the side of Vampires. Ravenclaw kind of stuck around between the walls, and now the blue shrinks even further. This is going to be tough for Vampires.
Oh, Vampire, yes. They need to cross the road, but at least they have Ravenclaw, the marker. It's probably even tougher for XERXIA now, as they are all still on the other side, creating a smoke bridge. Their only chance of getting across. Let's see if they can pass by Vampire Esports, but for Mormon, knocked down by Xavier, taken out by leaving Venturus alone and still on the outside. And Xavier knows where he is. They can go in and finish him off before coming in.
Venturus. This is the definition of solo player. With one minivan, nothing else. Here comes the entire team, 1v4. Can he pull it off? Venturus show himself, and Levi just gonna spray it down. Without breaking any sweat, Xavier scores that one.
Alright, straightforward elimination for Xavier. Okay, 5 minutes now, and they are in a position where majority of the teams are mad. So looking good so far for Xavier. Who knows, they could be the one to pick up the chicken dinner. Try to pick up one from Megamind on the other side, but could not secure the knockies. But speaking about knocks, Damrude will get one onto Yoodo Alliance.
Z have a bit of information from the side of Shopper. He knows where PUBGM is. Shopper just giving away all this audio queue information to the side of the rest of XERXIA. PUBGM still got that mini 14 to tap things out, but Shopper is just too close for comfort. He definitely wanted to throw that hand grenade towards the side of PUBGM. All about timing, yeah, as he sprays and got back where he deserved. And GEEK fam getting on Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance taking on PERSIJA. EVOS a bit of a three-way war between the three teams up there. But XERXIA versus ZX. Sharper already crossed the screen. Virgin right on the dot. Sharper knock him down with a grenade. Here comes the green light. It is go time for XERXIA.
No look, Nate. Opening up the space for us to come in. Ramming down Chua. That is going to be it for Chua. And there's Lamborghini still on the other side trying to get a revenge for behind his teammates. Let's get knocked out. Chopper is still alive on the other side. We'll use the hill as his cover. Chua is still crawling. Chua is still asking for Levi, so we don't go in. But before that, they need to take down Chopper first.
Oh, Levi, I have no clue. This is going to be tough. Ravenclaw next week. How? Why? Vampires, last player. And Sharper is XERXIA, last player as well. My God, lucky Vampires still have Stone. But Levi, I'm not sure if he actually knows the player of Ravenclaw, the player of that Vampire is actually being knocked down there. But Levi, definitely curious. He got a bit of a peek. Now GEEK fam on the other end, stealing away all these kills here from afar. But they're now going towards the center as well. We're down to only 5 teams, but none of these teams have a full squad.
One boy, how did he get in? How did he zoom past by the left to now the edge of the circle? This is insane from one boy, holding it off for PBE. He's going to stay still, he's going to stay put, he's not going to get involved in any fights for sure. But he still needs to slide into the circle. Speaking of sliding into the circle, these teams do the same and they'll start by taking down the Telco.
Lamborghini spray on the side of GEEK fam. Kind of in the center, not really, nobody's in the center. Everybody at the rim of the circle touching it just to be sure they won't be finished by the blue zone. Hexas keep tossing those hand grenades while his teammates bleeding out of the back. Schwaps finish off Levi. That's gonna be the last of the axe as well, is it? Not really, they do have another player. Mom boy have to go out from here. That's going to be the last of PBE. They cannot score the hat trick this time. Feels like almost impossible right now. Getting those picture shot done. Hexas tossing out that Molly. Trying to fish out. One boy and gave away the position. Picks the shots done. Well, we have to say goodbye for PBE.
Too bad, Momboy position compromise. Eliminations at all, but they got 5th place instead. Mika burning down, but Mika survives with the last tick of health. Snipes crawling, but Snipes will be finished off by Echo. Now even Mika, the last member of GEEK fam. So far they got the 7 points. But RRQ got 10 instead. Okay, now Mika sees RRQ, but no mercy, showing none of that to Mika.
That was insane. Need a perfect trajectory. Coming from no mercy as well with that distance. Incredible nade. D Xavier's on the other hand. Chua, I don't know, that buggy will eat him up alive due to the blue zone. But at least he got himself some first aid. Lamborghini opened up the space and opened up the angle. The spread is widen up for the side of DX. Those smokes playing at play. Vampires leaving down the 2 blades. Vampires have been crammed down before, but they still survived there. The moment we mentioned in a pack to spot them out, they're going to be sprayed from off angle. Levi! And the other side is going to be RRQ. Vampires being blown to smithereens by 2 teams.
Wow, he almost got the other one. But at least he has the information. Okay, RQ's on the other side. We're at stage 9 and the zone will close entirely. 3v3. It's going to be an interesting one. Lamborghini kind of low. He needs space to reset. But no space given. But RQ as Hexas takes out Lamborghini. Now it's going to be 3v2. Looks like RQ looking good to secure the chicken dinner.
Numbers and Bluzo against the side of the Axe. They have the toughest one to wrap things up. RQ have every advantage there is to offer in this very last minute. Nepako fishing out Chua. Chua being toasted. Nepako finding another angle. Levi got exactly no mercy. He dropped another incredible nade. Lucky for Levi to dodge and one out, but not so much coming from Exa. DX down to Chua. Can Chua do this by himself?
Oh, I saw that boom, but it doesn't matter at this point because Chua is not the last man. They're pinning him back. Nowhere for him to go. Hex will take out Levi. Hexas will take out Chua. RRQ takes final chicken dinner for today.
Oh boy, RRQ is back in here, and I don't know what to feel about this. I wish we do have a team with different flags flying. But on this side, I mean, RRQ have been waiting this a long time. Welcome back. And it just coming in so strong. I mean, no mercy. That's deserving for his MVP. Maybe Nepeko even, between those 2 guys. Maybe all of them deserving. But the nade coming up from No Mercy, that was the winning point for the side of RRQ, and that's well deserving for this winner chicken dinner.
Wow, if No Mercy is the MVP, it's a huge statement since he just joined RRQ from Aura for the PMSL, not PMPL Indonesia. But you still gotta give it to Nepeko. 4 eliminations, 900 damage. Nepeko is just pointing to his teammates. It's like, okay, it's them. All of them did a lot of work to get this chicken dinner, and not only a chicken dinner, but a lot of eliminations together with it.
I always love the hairdo coming from Nepeko, but the way this guy plays in the game, I feel like Nepeko and Ratface pretty much have the same vibe here. Nothing to fear. That's the principle between these two teams. But when it comes to the team stats, Hexas, Nomis, Nepeko, and MORPH, well, damage coming from MORPH have been eliminated quite early on. It took quite a number of damage. I think it was an early fight as well. But Nepeko and the side of Hexas and No Mercy. No Mercy, the one that tossing the nades to open up the space for the team. Hexas and Nepeko just gonna finish off the job.
Wow, Hex 9 eliminations by himself. Only 2 more to even up the record that Shrub is holding now. But it's okay, still a team effort. So they got themselves 15 eliminations in total. With the chicken dinner, that's going to be 25 points. I believe 15 is the most that we've gotten today from a chicken dinner from any team A.
That's kind of true. We haven't got a lot of high scores this day because the team has been counteract each other due to week 1 performance. But teams to watch when it comes for the entire day, when it comes to last map, RRQ, DX, and Vampires. But it's going to be a different story when it comes tomorrow because we do have a different team coming in. But when it comes to survival time, RRQ did actually have the least amount of full squad time.
Yeah, RRQ, because they lost 1 member early, right? Oh, we had to see the pattern. Earlier on, we didn't get to see that. I believe that's the first combination in this season's PMSL, so that has to be the highlight. But anyway, looks like for some of the teams eliminated early in the team secret, really, I don't know. They seriously need to work out something more. Pull off a rabbit from the hat, I don't know. Whatever it is.
Feels like they need an extra person to just pinpoint. They need the analyst, they need the coach. It's just too much for the player to do everything by themselves. Honestly speaking, they need somebody else to help them along this process of PMSL because we still have over 1 week to go when it comes to the league stage. And if they cannot make it to the grand finals, that's going to be a big bummer for them because Team Secret used to be once upon a time the greatest. But now, nowhere near even in the middle pack. It just shows a different era entirely of Team Secret these days. But for the side of RRQ, this is their rising moment. And they are under the limelight with 14 eliminations. Aside from them to getting those double digits, it's going to be D Xaviers with 10 elimination. But there's so many zeros down there, by the way. Lucky for PERSIJA EVOS, at least they scored 1 for their placement. But BTR, DBD, Boom, and Team Secret, Boom is just in trouble right now.
I'm surprised you didn't say teams in trouble instead of Boom. But of course, Boom with a big decision for themselves. Seeing zeros is just not something that they're used to, not something they're used to as well. Very, very inconsistent from Boom. There was a round they did well, a 2nd place finish, and it was PB getting the chicken dinner. Other than that, Boom, they didn't really do much, as in from points collections point of view. So looking at the weekly rankings, 7-9 still at page 1 because of their great run yesterday with 59 points. On the other end, let's see here. At least those who played 6 games, they are below those who played 12 games. So saving some face for those who have played 12 games at least.
Yeah, I mean, like, the only one that actually stayed in the first place still is going to be 7-9. I mean, like, that's definitely a huge number. And they're not even playing the entire day, they're still staying at the top 10. But I worry for teams like Secret and Boom especially, because they have not been performing so well when it comes to week 1 even. Like, Boom, yes, they got 13th spot, but if they really got the last place this season, they have a shot at being relegated. Same goes for Team Secret, they were 2nd last week. But speaking of our grand finals, we have only 3 days of grand finals on ground, and you guys can be the viewer on ground as well. We have space for viewers, we have space for spectators on top of Sunway Velocity Mall. It's gonna be in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Make sure you guys already book your days for that because the entry is free. You don't have to pay.
Yeah, and that's going to be the destination that the teams will be eyeing for as we count down the days before we confirm who are our top 16 into the grand finals. But before we end this, we'll pass it on to Flavor, who's our host for the day, for an interview. So, Flavor, get away.
What an exciting day happening here at the PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2023, where we just concluded the sixth and the final round of the day. And of course, joining us for our final interview session is none other than Monboy from Team PLAYBOOK Esports. All right, so Monboy, congratulations. You are basically the only team here in week number 2 which has managed to secure 2 winner chicken dinner. You didn't start off great. On the first round, you got 14th place, followed by 6th, and then you followed by 3rd place. Later on after that, on the final Erangel match, first chicken dinner, and then chicken dinner again in Miramar, and of course, 5th place here, top 5 in the final round. So how is the team doing, and what made all this happen? Why the rough start and suddenly this sudden spike of amazing performance by the team?
I think we just get lucky for me.
Luck, that's it.
Yeah, it's just a lucky for
It was pure luck. Oh, what kind of luck are we talking about? Was it luck to the players? Was it your positioning on the map?
Maybe all of them. We are luck.
Basically, that's all you need, ladies and gentlemen. Just luck. And you might just end up being like PLAYBOOK Esports. Anyways, and of course, coming up to that, now we heard that you guys are best buddies together with Team Secret. Now, anything you want to say to your best buddies over there?
Good luck to them.
Team Secret, good luck to you guys. And anyways, of course, last but not least, now you only kickstarted your first day today, all right? You didn't manage to form yesterday. You still have 3 more days of competition. Now, what can the fans expect from PLAYBOOK Esports in the next following 3 days?
Get ready. Them all. We are ready. And I think we're still learning about that. About the game. Maybe we can dominate. We don't know.
Humble response in these, and they're fairly new to the game. Okay, here's the thing. If you're fairly new to the game, you wouldn't be here. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Thank you so much, Monboy, for the amazing interview. Look out, because basically PLAYBOOK Esports have more to come here in the next following days, and we're going to be joining them together because they have only just begun. That concludes our interview here today. So ladies and gentlemen, and that also concludes day number 2 here on week number 2 of the PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2023.
But honestly, Monboy is just a really fun guy. I mean, like, we spent time before a bit back in the days, and then he just, you know, he looks like a naughty person. Like him, Rankin and Damico are just super nice, super close friends, right? They always go everywhere together, and then they look like very naughty person. But when you actually talk to them, they start to open their mouth. They're like, oh, these people are so nice.
I don't know who have you been talking, but they definitely not nice.
I mean, like, I've talked to them. I don't know. They're being nice to me. I'm talking from my POV. But for side of PB, I mean, like, that was well done. They know what works for them. And I need teams like Box Gaming. We need teams like Team Secret. And we need teams like Boom to find their strength as well.
Yeah, so I'm still looking forward to see surprises at the bottom, right? Secret, 4 points, even lower than GEEK fam before. I mean, 4 points in 6 games. Ooh, that is a record that is very hard to watch, honestly.
I think they're breaking a new record here. A record that nobody wants to be in, but at least it's still a record to hold on to, you know.
Well, if they hold that record tomorrow, that means 2 days you will still be in single digit. That means 8 points. I don't know. But really,
I'm sorry,
there's really no answer
mean.
for Team Secret now.
I feel like I'm being mean, but it is what it is. The numbers don't lie. And I mean, if the number's still in a single digit by tomorrow, I don't know what else to say, honestly.
Don't worry if you feel bad, because it's just the official broadcast. That's why I'm not that savage. But in my own broadcast, I'm very savage. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that will be all for today. Tomorrow, we will see the Southeast Spartan teams will rise back up again. But until then, they'll be all at the caster desk. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Choo Choo. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.